No, he has personal Bitcoin.
address.
He's
Yeah.
selling Bitcoin from his personal stash probably, but just like, to have fun, like to go, do what you got to do, vacation, stuff like that. He doesn't have to disclose his personal holdings.
We don't know which wallet it is.
I heard he holds Dogecoin.
Of course.
He's in the closet. He loves Doge, but it's a secret.
Welcome back, y'all. Welcome back. Yeah, I don't know if his personal wallet is doxed or not. I've seen a couple examples of people saying it is, but I pay more attention to that MicroStrategy wallet for obvious reasons.
His personal wallet's on Coinbase.com. Have fun doxing that.
Seriously, he trades on Coinbase?
I would bet on it. There's some people that say, yeah.
I would like to think that
MicroStrategy.
he's self-custodying. I mean, that would be crazy if he wasn't, in my opinion. Found out that Michael Saylor didn't have custody of his own Bitcoin. That would be kind of wild. As much as he preaches it, you know what I mean?
I bet you he doesn't. And
Possible.
MicroStrategy uses Coinbase for its Bitcoin acquisition. So,
Yeah.
I mean, if MicroStrategy is using Coinbase, I'm sure that Michael Saylor wouldn't have a problem using Coinbase.
All right, we're about to test that 200 here, guys. Remember that 15 crosses the 50, one candle of confirmation gives us our bearish momentum shift on a 15-minute.
Its first buy of $425 million worth of Bitcoin was in 2020, and that was on Coinbase.
We'll be right back.
So Coinbase is the biggest American exchange now?
It's been the biggest American exchange, especially for custodial services and institution grade services. Yeah.
Coinbase is good for people who are rich. Because the fees go down only once you get like 10K volume, and even then it's like not a lot. The fees are still a lot.
Man, I love everything about Coinbase except when things get parabolic and sometimes their site goes down. That happens way too much. Everything except for that is great.
What's up, guys?
What up? What up?
Everything is up.
I was
Not a lot,
thinking,
but
how do you think Michael Saylor just pays for everyday things like flights, clothes, food, just everyday shit? Do you think he earns some kind of like dollar income off strategy, like his company?
Well, he has
Surely.
shares, and he can
Yeah,
personally sell some of his shares. Like he has personal stuff he can do. So
yeah,
anything outside of MicroStrategy, what he does is his personal business. But MicroStrategy has to report, what they do as a business. But him
yeah,
personally, he wouldn't have to report that. But when he's buying and selling his shares, that would be public information too, though.
yeah. Yeah, I would say there has to be some kind of like dollar income component to his company that he, lives off.
There's so many angles he can use.
Yeah. Company credit. Yeah, I mean, credit, when you think about it, it's like, oh yeah, may as well use fake fiat credit. Use the real money to invest.
By real money, you mean the value of our houses?
Yeah, the money that that you get paid into an account, like income money, and then use credit to live. Money
Yeah,
that
most
doesn't
of that
exist yet.
money ends up in housing, though.
Yeah, it's weird. Like the way the debt, like credit, debt, and then like actual money, the way it flows around, it keeps the ball rolling. It's when the economy stops or freezes that, when the music stops, that's when things crash and become a problem. Best example was 2008. They had to like artificially print their way out of the problem and like save the banks, and they did it with during COVID as well, because the economy slowed down so much. Things started to buckle, or like
Yeah, we all had to pay for the failure of those banks, yeah, or the traders, or well, whatever the
yeah,
banks were doing wrong.
yeah. I mean, it caused hyperinflation, and we had to spend all of. Well, we're still kind of paying for it. We're still kind of trying to settle it back down.
Hey, has Bitcoin made a new all-time high in your Australian dollar currency?
What you mean, like as in like today, or
About these last weeks, with this new all-time high on Bitcoin, these last days?
yeah, like we hit all-time highs same time as like the way it does against the US dollar,
Oh,
pretty
really?
much.
Okay.
The valuation's different, but we hit the same, like,
So your
market
currency is
structure.
dumping too. Your currency lost 10% value too.
Oh yeah,
In
if
2 months.
probably more. I think ours has been hammered even worse.
So
I
in
would
Europe
imagine.
and China, it's not the case. Like we're not getting new all-time highs with the sub push. You need like
Oh, okay.
one in dollars. We're gonna need like 120 to get a new all-time high in euros. Yeah? Well, at least 120, roughly.
Wow.
Yeah, because
In
Euro
Austra-
pumped 15% recently, so
oh
it
yeah.
was at parity almost well, at the lowest it spiked down to parity. So when Trump got elected,
Okay.
we were at 1-to-1, and now it's 1 to 1.13 or something like that. So we're
Yeah.
missing 13% to be able to say it's a new all-time high. But actually 12%.
Yeah.
Missing 12%. Interestingly, it's also where supply is.
Is there a correlation between whenever there's like a Bitcoin related event, like a Bitcoin Vegas or whatever, that the price goes down? I think I was seeing that somewhere on Twitter.
That's
Did
a
we see-
really good question. I want to figure out all of the dates from the previous Bitcoin conferences, and then go, paint a box around them on the chart and see if there's any kind of, expected behaviors around that time. And
I think
Zusi, to answer your question, Australia hasn't gone into price discovery yet for Bitcoin. They hit the all-time high in like the Trump inauguration all-time high. We got an all-time high of $175,498. That's Australian dollars.
so. You double topped, but you didn't go in price discovery. Okay.
We haven't even double topped. It's like
So wait, you told
barely
me that's not
double
what you
topped.
told
It's
me
not
15
there.
minutes ago.
Yeah, it's not there yet. So you're right. Good question. Like,
Well, it is a earth to earth issue. Like for people who are wondering if they should TP or not. Well, I just had a glance at the euro chart because in the end I'm gonna TP to euros, right? And well, I didn't want to TP anyway, but when I saw that, well, I even less want to TP now, I guess, because we're not that high.
Yeah, it's always hard to pick.
About Bitcoin conferences, it's going to depend a lot on the context, right? For example, you had that B World conference at the end of summer 2021, so roughly 4 years ago, and it happened after a 50% drop in price and some attempt at accumulating. So in that context, like conferences can, of course, give you the signal of a reversal, fundamental reversal, I guess. Well, not fundamental because it's just people talking. You don't know what they're doing really behind the scenes, right? But it depends on the context. Now, this conference being at the top can only be well for me. It can only be potentially it can only be reversed down, right?
Yeah,
it could only have negative impact in this context, and most likely it will have no impact, or we'll just continue the current uptrend. Most likely, but something bad can come out of it, right? Because of where price is. Now, if we were sitting at 74K, it would be a different conference. You would be at potentially you would be 30% down. It's a different context than currently. So personally, I'm expecting nothing from that conference. Literally nothing.
Well, I'm going to go get the dates
Really
of
good
every
feedback.
single
Good feedback.
conference since 2019, and we'll see. And then I'll plot them out on a chart. I'll do it on my screen. So the 2019 conference dates.
No, I was just gonna say that was really good feedback because I've been thinking about it leading up to this. I was like, what's gonna happen? Is it gonna be like sell-off's gonna incur, or is it? But I think you explained it really well.
It could, of course. I mean, it could create a sell-off. It could be a sell the news by the rumor stuff or whatever they say. But like things are bullish already. We don't need a conference to chill crypto more. I mean, it's not a bad thing, but what else can they achieve?
That's all that
I think, but
happens.
check
That's
this
all
out.
that
Here's
happens at these conferences, right? Like is it just like a big Bitcoin shill, or are they like
things are different
introduce
here.
like innovative things?
Things are different here. We've had Bitcoin conferences, and the last 3 or 4 were during Biden administration. This is a whole new era we stepped into, and right now the people and like we got BlackRock and everyone like really reaching out their hand to the public saying, "Look, we're backing this." They weren't doing that back then. This is a new era right now. This is the green light for institutions to get ready to come on. And Atkins is setting up framework. We're in price discovery. Zeus, you remember you said a few hours ago, you're like, well, Tesla, if it's in price discovery, it's going to keep going up, right? Bitcoin's going to do the same. It's price discovery. We're bullish. We're going to keep on going up, in my opinion. I mean, it's so easy. I know it's too easy. It seems too easy. And that's why it might actually work because a lot of the market's trading against it because like, no, it can't be that easy. We can't just pump like that. I think it will be that easy.
I fully agree with you, unfortunately, so there's no discussion. Yeah, we've been pumping and we're continuing to pump. It's going sideways for a few days here. We've seen 5% drawdown if you bought exactly the top. Other than that, everybody's in profit. Things are up.
Bitcoin dumped hard at the Nashville Bitcoin conference last year.
Yeah, some of them
So-
create drops, some of them create pumps. They're usually volatile times because some traders are waiting for it to trade what's happening in the conference. But a lot of
I'm gonna
people also
highlight-
stop doing that, right?
I'm pretty sure the first official like Bitcoin conference. I mean, there's been others, but like the ones where they've got like a website set up and they're, it looks like the same people that made this current one was June 25 to 26 of 2019. Okay, so that's. I'm gonna draw a box around it. What was it? 25 to 26. It was only a 2-day one, June. Okay. You had a huge pump into it. It actually it picked out the high of the of that rally, and then it corrected. It marked the high of 2019 basically. You know, when we pumped to 14,000, that happened on the second day of the Bitcoin conference of 2019. This is a great question because we can see historically like what happens. Maybe I'll label it.
Yeah, no, I was just been thinking like because I want to take I just I don't know, I don't want to get caught off guard, and it's really hard to keep up with what's happening at these conferences like unless you're paying attention. I don't know if there's any like particular big news that comes out of them, or is it just basically like you're like a big shill event like this is Bitcoin, this is why you should get it, but I don't know if there's any like milestone that comes out of it. Yeah, like a big news event that is
like
driven within
like
the
a
conference.
something that no one's heard before type stuff. Yeah, like announcements. I know what you
It
mean.
doesn't have to be a chill event. You can have speakers that are more neutral or even bearish. I remember hearing these ETF guys about altcoins during a conference. Well, I'm not sure if it was the Bitcoin conference though, where they destroyed ETFs for people who wanted to have ETF on their altcoin. Eventually, we got them though, because now ETH has an ETF, right? So altcoins do have ETFs too. But like it's not necessarily a chill event. It's just well, again, it's related to price, right? When sentiment is bullish, yeah, people are gonna sound more bullish even at the conference. If you have a conference when Bitcoin is in a bear market, you won't have the same enthusiasm as when it's in a bull market. So it's just like that. We've seen like bear market that conference, nothing happened.
That's a
Eventually
shame.
it's up, right?
Bitcoin
But
2020 has been rescheduled as Bitcoin 2021 for June 4 to 5, 2021. That was
you
probably
should
just
look
COVID,
at
I
it
guess.
as but potentially more deep news, more long-term stuff than just a 1 hour reaction to the conference.
Oh, this is the rally into and then post the conference that we're sort of trying to see if there's any kind of behavior of the chart that's repeatable, that's like common.
You're gonna find all three behaviors: reversal down,
Yeah,
reversal
like
up, and just sideways. You'll find all three.
But look, what's
well,
interesting
yeah,
is
like
okay.
oh, I was just gonna say, yeah, like move up into it, like in anticipation, and then sell off after, like during it or after it. Yeah, that's
But
probably
what's good is there are some senators speaking and people that actually have influence. And there's like Senator Cynthia Lumens, and she's been pushing this thing. It was like I forget. It was like Bitcoin something act. It was some kind of Bitcoin act, but basically it's pushing to recognize Bitcoin as a reserve asset. And she's talking today, and and she starts getting bullish. I don't know what time she's supposed to talk, but I think a lot of people are waiting for her to drop some knowledge. Cynthia Loomis, and she's going to talk about the Bitcoin Act. And if that gets pushed, the Bitcoin Act, that's going to be long-term bullish.
Yeah, so that means buying the dip, right? It doesn't mean buying because she's speaking trilling Bitcoin. It means that people would sell into that news, so you would get probably like a hourly or daily, even red candle, or even maybe a weekly. But because it set a bullish news, fundamental news on the long run, it's an opportunity to buy the dip, right? So it's like sell the conference and buy the whatever dip you see. If she comes up with good news long term on Bitcoin. But we already have good news long term on Bitcoin. Like we don't even need that.
Well, yeah, but when you have official, somebody like a senator, they're talking about, an act that will actually recognize Bitcoin as a legal, legit, not tender, but as a legal reserve currency.
Yeah, well.
Well, so far We had the 2019 one causing a rally and marking a top. The 2021 conference happened after a huge correction.
Yeah.
Crashed down to 30,000. It was 2 bearish days, so you could argue that there was anticipation leading up to it. So here, like a rally up to it, and then a sell the event style reaction again.
The one I mentioned was in September at the end of it. You had a B World conference or something like that. It wasn't Bitcoin
B
conference
word.
per se.
Yeah, that was
with
that was
Elon
a
and all.
Zoom call. A Zoom call between Elon Musk, Jack Dorsey, and Cathie Wood. That was like right here. And then afterwards it just pumps. The B word conference, but okay, the 2022 one, April 6 to 9. Wow, okay, another savage.
Yeah, I think the trend is always down. Like either, and typically from what I remember seeing, then a
Yeah,
reversal usually if it's showing strength, but it's like it could be a potential buy the dip or just overall. I don't know.
Well, my initial reaction was it can only do harm, right? Because we're in the context is like breakout enterprise discovery and trying to find support at the previous all-time high, which is remarkable, right?
Yeah, they haven't really been the beginning of an amazing rally after the conference, you know what I mean? They've been
Well, actually 4 years ago, that's what it did, no?
they're kind of sobering to the market. Look, I mean, the rally into it, you could argue for that one, but then after it, it's just all corrective like of 2019. But then they cancelled the 2021, so that there was no conference probably because of the pandemic. And then they delayed it until 2021, which was over here.
Hey, Rick and Zuzi, can ETH move different from Bitcoin? Like, can Bitcoin go down? No, yeah, can Bitcoin go down and ETH go up?
Totally.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
But typically, it can't sustain its counter strength for a sustained period of time, right? Like you could see if like continue climbing or just going sideways while Bitcoin goes down. But eventually, if Bitcoin just continues to go down, it gives up. And when it gives up hard. Same on the way up, like if it just stays down while Bitcoin is rising, eventually it tries to catch up a bit. But it's always weaker than Bitcoin in the last years.
Best way to see it is the ETH BTC chart, because it's the ETH compared to BTC. You can see, that any time the chart goes up is when ETH is outperforming Bitcoin. And it's brief. It's pretty brief. Like it spends more time fading against Bitcoin.
Okay.
I guess.
All right.
Yeah.
Like
but
every alt, actually. Spike up, slow bleed down.
It looks like it's due for, a spike. It's been so long since we've had any kind of sustained, progress to the upside. All right. When's the next one? 2023 conference. Let's have a look. Miami, May 18 to 20 of 2023.
That's after 12th May. It's going to be a rise.
Well, it's actually during another slump. 18 to 20. That was like a Thursday, Friday, Saturday window. Yeah, it's just sort of like a nothing burger type thing. Use this.
USDC is a position. USDC is a position. One day, Dbloc said someone was shouting on him, stables are a trade. I keep reminding myself of that. Stables are a trade, right? No FOMOing on this green candle. Although, it's 17 Bitcoin stopping 600 market sell. Kind of funny.
So Bitcoin 2024 had Russell Brand as a speaker? What the hell?
Russell, what did Russell do today? That's an interesting chart.
Arthur Russell, yeah. Okay, 25th to the 27th of July last year was the Bitcoin conference. So July of 27th. Okay.
108.
That's the one that Donald Trump was a speaker at last year's Bitcoin conference.
When we went to 48K after that, people hated Trump.
We did, yeah. We went down to 49.5 after marking a high of like almost 70 or pretty much 70.
But in the end, it's sell the rally, buy the news, right? You sell the rally
It
because of the good
yeah,
news,
like
and then that tells you to buy the next dip because
yeah, I mean
it was bullish.
most of them indicate to be in the ride up to, leading up to, and during the event, but take profits either, the day before, during, or because after the event there is historically a huge, a correction. There was, the one from 2023 was just in a flat period.
But again, if you come back to the context, the context is a bit of short squeeze. It's a scare from the Trump tariffs. I don't know if we're in the same context as
I know it is a
happened.
way different context. Yeah, that's the hopium.
Actually, it is similar. You had a big dump on the left before the conference too, right? We had shown the weakness by.
Oh, like over here? Yeah,
Before the event, you had shown a downtrend, right? You had put a lower
yeah,
already
right
before
here.
the event, so the context is very different. Like we haven't put a lower low before the event here. Well, 74K. 74K is a higher low than 48, so
it is.
This is something different.
It's kind of behaving like
Maybe it's the first time there's a Bitcoin
fair.
conference. Is it the first time there's a Bitcoin conference at a double top at all-time highs? Yeah, the first time.
Yeah, I think so. Yep, it is. You're right.
So 0 data points to try and guess.
So today was the first day of the conference, right? 27th? Yeah. And it runs until the 29th. So I'm just figuring out where to draw my box to.
I guess sell the rally by the news is the most likely, you know. Wow. You think people bought 2 months ago because of the conference?
Yeah, like you mean buy the rally that goes up toward the conference and then sell it at the top? That's been the play in the
Well,
past.
That's what I was
sell,
trying. Are we in the rally, or are we?
sell
the
the
rally-
Well,
rally.
we've seen a high. I mean, if you want to get real technical about it, 22nd of May was a high that we have not come back up to yet.
Of course, we're in a rally. Bitcoin did 7-8 green weeks in a row. Well, this week would be the 8th, and its price increased by 40%.
No, but is that? Do you think that's the Bitcoin rally, or is that just a? Yeah, not the Bitcoin
Like
rally.
the event,
the event
like the
rally,
conference,
conference
right?
rally.
A rally thanks to the conference. This one I think is we've been rallying with the stock market since the tariff war recovery rally, I guess you could call it. And the conference just happens to land, like, you know, when we're still on that path, I guess. But yeah, man, I don't know. I think it depends on, look at what the S&P 500 did today, or
yeah,
look at
it's
that
everything
candle.
went.
Everything
Went up. Everything.
Yeah, everything went up. Yeah,
Whether it's gold. I guess oil is down, but well, mostly everything is up.
So I think to give an even like fairer analysis of what happens during a Bitcoin conference is to not only look at Bitcoin's reaction during the event, but also see what the stock market was doing to see if you can like pick out, oh yeah, well, there was a high on the stock market and we had a correction afterwards, you know, and you can sort of find reasons. One way to do that is to stack the charts with the S&P 500. Let me just go US 500 and then line up the days and months so that they're equal. So yeah, look, check out the correlations. You've got Bitcoin rallying toward the 2025 conference, but you could argue that, well, the S&P, the stock market's doing the same thing. So it may not be conference related in that regard. And then if we go back to the 2024 conference, let's have a look at the comparison. Yeah, look, it's the same situation. You had a rally leading up toward 2024 conference. Same with the stock market. The stock market rallied at that point, found a high actually over here before the conference. So Bitcoin was able to maintain a little secondary push after that S&P peak, because of the conference. And then because look, the S&P, the stock market, the US stock market, which I don't believe cares about a Bitcoin conference, was correcting after anyway. So it's like you can't really blame it on the conference in that instance, I don't think.
I wonder how vulnerable they are now to crypto, because look, you have a lot of big companies in the stock market that own crypto in their balance sheet and all, right? So
yeah,
it is the opposite is
it's
becoming
possible.
slightly true too.
It's
A
possible.
crypto bear market would negatively influence the stock market too now. It's as
Yeah, I
if
mean,
Apple went down 70%, but you know you'd have one stock going down 70%, and that stock is in the top 10, so it's kind of significant now, no? And with ETFs,
yeah.
you know, people would lose buying power on stocks now.
Check this out. This is interesting. This is Bitcoin downtrending the entire time, while the stock market from the same point progressed upward. So there was like a de-pegging there. They weren't correlated. Bitcoin headed down, S&P 500 headed up during that phase. And the conference happened like halfway between that like run. That was 2023. Inverse correlation. Where's 2022 over here? So yeah, rally, peak, rally, peak, correction, correction. Same like S&P 500, Bitcoin. Same market direction. You can't. I don't think you can blame it on the conference as to why it sold off afterwards, because you got it happening on the S&P. Where was that one? This okay. Here's the last two. We'll go over the last two because there's only two left. The right dates here. Yep. Okay. So the US stock market was just seeing steady growth over time during this whole period, while Bitcoin was in this extremely volatile bottom of retesting 30K after its 65K all-time high push. So you can't really, there's no correlation in Bitcoin and the stock market in that phase. And the conference it happened in the midst of all of that volatility, like all of that. So that's like, I don't know, I would say that that's kind of inconclusive. There's no real answers out of that. And then, of course, the 2019, the one that looks like the most, buy the rumor, sell the news for Bitcoin. So you had, really impressive rally up to a peak. Stock market at that time went here, corrected, and then rallied up to a high point here, but was still somewhat holding value or slightly climbing all the way over here. Whereas Bitcoin corrected down to there. So maybe that was the most, this one here was the most buy the rumor, sell the news. All right. That's it. That's all I'll do. I won't bore you any
2019.
further.
What's going on, guys?
Yeah. Yo.
You found the most bearish example. Damn.
Yeah, that was. I mean, what I think is that Bitcoin has just it's trended with the stock market every other time, basically, apart from one other time. Like there's two times where there was no correlation in Bitcoin's trend and the stock market's trend at the time of the conference.
Is Trump gonna speak during this conference?
No, just it was,
Vance is supposed to.
Much impact.
Vance too, yeah, JD Vance.
JD Vance, yep.
Okay, that's
Vice
a bit
President.
the same as Trump, no?
Yeah. YouTube, we broke that 200. We were waiting for that. So we got this vector gap, and then if we don't hold that range, we take out those wicks. Golden pocket.
Yes, golden at 108 too. Damn, we're zoomed in.
My golden's at 105. 105.6.
Oh, I'm the one who's too zoomed in for once.
So I think in conclusion to that Bitcoin conference situation, like should you sell it or should you hold it and expect higher prices? I think it's stock market. You know, we'll just inevitably get back in touch with what the stock market's doing. So yeah, maybe it will correct. You know, 3 days after the conference is spent going
It's
down.
usually
You
what
know,
happens.
yeah.
Maxis tend
So
to
maybe
take
it's already begun.
profits, go part. I mean, think about it. You got a bunch of Bitcoin maxis been in since 15K. We're at 109,000. They're gonna
Yeah.
take some money. They're gonna go to Las Vegas. They're gonna have some fun. They're gonna come back, and then they'll get back in position.
Yeah. Makes sense.
If they even left position, right? I mean, a lot of it might just be profit taking to go have a good time.
Could be.
And then the bullishness that
Like,
comes
but that's
out of the
billions of
conference
dollars.
is well, yeah, there's a lot of them, and they're out there
Millions and millions.
starting pretty hard.
Hey, Dbloc, you have it on in the background, right? The conference? Are you?
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
listening
yeah.
to it
I
in the
had it. I think
background.
I'm probably delayed right now. I think Loomis was supposed to speak today.
Yeah, yeah.
Her bill is the most exciting thing, bro. If that bill gets passed, insane.
Is that the blonde? Is that the blonde woman? I think she's talking now.
It might be. Let me check.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
She's a senator, is she? What is she?
Yeah. Yep. Ramaswamy.
She's the one who's actually pushing the bill through to fund the strategic reserve.
Nice.
At the tune of I
Let's go,
think it's $1 billion $1 billion a year, which isn't a lot, but the psychological of putting that in there is what makes a big difference.
Yeah.
And some of the measures she has to do it to, like in the bill, is the repricing of gold, and the use of that to pay for the Bitcoin, which is an amazing idea. Gold is still priced at like $400 and something an ounce in the one that we're holding in Fort Knox.
Yeah, the way they recognize the valuation. Yeah.
So they haven't repriced it. So there's an automatic windfall that comes from repricing, and then you can take some of that and get shit you need.
Definitely.
If it's there.
What kind of manipulation is that? Wait.
Just that we haven't done an audit in that long, Zusi. We just trust that. That's why it was such a big deal when they said they wanted to come in and see how much gold was there. Because literally the last time we did a full audit, that was what it was priced at.
It's interesting that they report on the value of the time that they last audited, and that's what the figure they hold. They don't have like a dynamic figure at market value and just report the weight of gold that they own. You know, like, oh yeah, we have 50 tons of gold, and then that's it.
That's what they forced. That's what they forced corporations to do with Bitcoin until this year. Right? You could hold Bitcoin on your asset sheet, but you couldn't take any of the accrued value. You could only report it at the price that you bought it, and that's what it'd be valued at on your asset sheet. So most companies didn't want to touch it because it was an automatic negative. You know what I mean? It wouldn't make any sense. It would make it, but Michael Saylor was the first one that actually was able to convince his board and convince the shareholders that, look, just pay no attention to that. We know what it's really valued at. Da 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 da. And then he was a big push to get that passed. So now that's why you see everybody stepping in line and do it, right? Because you know, you hold Bitcoin on your asset sheet for 5-10 years, you're up, even if your company's done shit. A lot of these companies that are going on the Bitcoin standard might actually stop producing what they produce now and just make money and just make money off the treasury, bro. I see it coming. It's just a way to like save a failing company if you're cash rich, but you know, you're just failing for some reason.
Think of the simplicity of human history when you didn't measure gold's value against a fiat or against a, like, it was just, oh, gold is valuable. This is, you know, this is what it gets you. This is how many bags of potatoes you can get for that much gold.
It
was just gold.
That's the origin of
value.
1 Bitcoin is worth 1 Bitcoin.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? 1 ounce of gold is worth 1 ounce of gold.
Yeah. Yep. it's just like the prime driver of value. Like it sets the, yeah, like you measure everything against gold or an ounce of gold or whatever.
Last time I
And
heard
that was
about
it.
one Bitcoin, we were at 15K.
Yeah.
That's when
That's
you.
still
That's when
true.
most people could afford one Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Now
That's when
people are
you
like,
remind
"Hey,
everyone of
100,000
just,
satoshis is 100,000 satoshis."
yeah. That's when you're trying to like convince people of, hey, don't worry, Bitcoin's still Bitcoin.
Yeah. Tillin, it's not a sudden drop. We were waiting for momentum to shift, right? The 13 closed underneath the 50. We got one candle of confirmation. We broke the 200 EMA. These are all signs that we were waiting to see to lose bullish momentum here.
You get some fake ups, no, on those EMA.
Yeah, that's why you wait for
courses,
that
like,
candle of confirmation. And that's why you, I mean, even if it's, because we're not talking about trading on it right now. What we're talking about is identifying bullish versus bearish momentum on whatever time frame you're looking at. But yeah, if you catch yourself trading this in a range, it can get tricky. I mean, here you got lucky, right? You would have took your short here, and then bam, and you would have took your long here, and you would have got out here. But you don't want to, just like any other strategy, you don't want to trade it when you're arranging hardcore. At that point, you just want to swing trade, right? You want to trade support and resistances.
I love how they cross because it now means that they can cross to the other side.
Yeah. And the failure to cross to the other side also means something, right? So if we come up and clear this vector and retest this 50 and retest bearishly, the same way that we consider that bearish for candles to retest bearishly, we have to consider it for EMAs. Right? So the 13 comes up to the 50 and doesn't cross and rejects.
So I was thinking in my head, stables are a trade like you taught
Yeah.
me to, but it worked 5 minutes. Like the subconscious decision was already taken anyway. Force.
Tables are
But that
definitely
thing
a
is
trade.
good. That tip you gave me is really good.
Yeah, that was a really good day though, out of the stock market. Not
Yeah,
only did
Oh,
it
crypto
gap
too,
up,
you know.
let's check
but
on
it
that.
progressed higher.
Yeah, US 500 took a nice little hit, a nice little bump, I mean.
But Russell is interesting for inverted head and shoulder players because I think there's a beautiful one coming up soon here. Well, yeah, on Russell Daily. That's your alt season if it plays out to the bull side.
So it looks like we're getting into lower high territory here, right? Vectors are cleared. This is when we have to prove that we mean these moves. Pretty sure NASDAQ, yeah, did the same thing. So far, it looks like we're following our green trajectory here. NVIDIA, did it pop also?
Yeah, everything. Germany made new all-time high also. Again.
Gap underneath on NVIDIA though. When are earnings? Were earnings today?
I think Thursday is
okay.
NVIDIA, I think. I don't know.
Yeah, from what I hear,
That's
they're
what I heard.
expected to beat. So I could see that the market will try to price that in a little bit. But they better beat it if that's the case. Because if it gets priced in and they come in even at expectations, it's going to be seen as bad news.
If the S&P 500 and all the indexes, if US stocks jump into price discovery in the next, 4 or 5 weeks, whatever, that can only be an optimistic headwind for crypto, Bitcoin. Also, money supply. We're still on the money supply path, and yeah, maybe this conference, like take profit, will only be like a little anomaly for a couple of days.
Oh
you know?
no, let me be clear. I don't expect it to have a lasting
Mm.
effect at all. It's just during the weekend. As soon as they get back to
Yeah.
work, everything comes back to normal. And this isn't even bad. I mean, we're literally still in the same damn range from
yeah.
the weekend.
That's right. Yeah.
Nah, it's not. It's not that I don't want to overblow it just because I say like it dips on. It just means like the expectation is a Bitcoin conference and all these speakers, price is gonna go crazy. I just try to temper that expectation because we've never really seen massive Bitcoin conference pumps. Even the one when the president spoke last time, like we got a pump and just kind of gave it back.
Yeah. Exactly. It marked like a local peak, pretty
Yeah.
much.
I mean, that is kind of a top signal. I guess the president of the United
Yeah.
States gets on stage and says, "Never sell your Bitcoin."
I'm just trying to think of when was the last time we had a catalyst that actually happened and then caused growth afterwards.
The thing is that
I think
we're too smart for that. We price it in.
I think the like real world impact to like Bitcoin was the ETF approval, even though yes, the event of the approval saw a little quick markup and then a sell off. The lasting effect, like the weeks after that, were huge inflows because
And
it's an actual fundamental effect.
and the
You know?
section before, like I said, when we price things in is the important part, right? Because Bitcoin was at 15K when the ETFs came out. The market had to reprice that. The only sort of pumps that we've had that we haven't given back have been ETF repricing pumps. Those are the ones at the very beginning that we didn't come back down into. Everything else from strategic reserve pump, gave it back. Trump getting elected, gave it back.
Yeah. Well, the election caused a rally, and then it was the inauguration that caused the correction.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was another thing that was like, oh, event or result based, causing a huge rally off the back of it. I guess because we didn't know the outcome until it happened, right? And then it was like, oh, it's the bullish outcome in for big, crypto. You know what might have helped? What might have helped Kamala Harris's campaign was to have some kind of framework around what she was going to do about crypto and Bitcoin and all that, and the
Or
SEC.
anything at all.
But we didn't know what she was planning, like what her
Yeah.
opinions were. No one asked her. Like it was.
Yeah. I said it at the
too many
beginning.
unknowns.
I said it at the beginning of the election. I'm a one issue voter
Yeah,
for this
me
election.
too.
Only one thing, only
Yeah.
one concern. Are you going to be good or bad for crypto? Could have been anybody up
That's
there. I'll be
it.
completely honest with you.
Yeah, me too. I'm the same. For my country, of course. I'm like, are they pro? In the most recent election, you remember me bringing that up.
Yeah.
I couldn't figure out who was for who. Like, so it was just like, pick whatever because there's no impact either way.
They did a really
As
good
long as they're not
job with that
Trump.
We the People site that we had here, where like they really just went down through all the senators, all the congressmen, and gave them like ratings: A plus, B plus, C plus. So like if you really
Nice.
wanted to be a single issue voter, it was real easy, bro. You just had to go down the line and vote for all the A pluses.
Oh, okay. Let's see.
How does Dixie being down 10% this month affect Nvidia earnings? Asking because I guess I'm tired to think.
Well, the earnings are it's lagging, right? So that's already happened. It's not going to affect it at all. Now, how will it affect if the earnings come in good and we find the local bottom? That's a different story. Or if they're bad and we find the local bottom, I should say.
If they outsource production, then a weak dollar made it more expensive to product, right? So earnings could be down. But on the other hand, people were able to. Well, the demand is already saturated on graphics card now.
This is the first earnings since DeepSeek, isn't it?
I don't know.
Anybody that trades NVIDIA on a regular This is the first earnings since the DeepSeek drop.
But these graphics card, they're like made in Taiwan.
No, DeepSeek was last year. I think they've had at least like 2 or 3 since then. DeepSeek happened like last summer.
Crypto warps my my sense of time, bro. To be completely honest with you, what feels like a year ago, I find out is only really 3 months ago.
I'm the same, man. It's like, when was that Matrix port FUD? Remember that article that came out? Oh, that was ages ago. That was before the Bitcoin ETF approval.
Yeah,
That was like, yeah, in the times leading up to the approval, because they fudded it. Remember that Matrix port was some like random media source that was reporting on what they thought the outcome of the ETFs would be, and they were saying, "No, there's no chance that it will get approved," and the market freaked for some reason.
yeah.
It's
I'd
like,
appreciate you, X.
I don't know. It's like, why do we listen to this random website all of a sudden? Like, what? Why are they the source all of a sudden? You know, never even heard of them.
What was it again? Which website?
Matrix port.
Oh, yeah,
If you
yeah. I
Google,
remember. I
yeah,
remember.
they like fudded the outcome of the ETF. Like I don't know if they tried to imply that they had the answer, like they knew for sure what was going to happen, or I'm not sure.
I don't know. For me, it was like the 95+% success rate that BlackRock has had with ETF listings. That was, and then everybody else piled in after them. I was like, oh, this is happening, bro. This has too much momentum.
And it would have looked really unfair and dodgy and shady for the SEC to like knock it back with no reason, like for no excuse. You know, it's like you can't just keep knocking them back. They're completely compliant. Like,
The nail in the coffin was when it was deemed a commodity.
yeah.
It was out of their hands at that point. It was inevitable.
And XRP is legally recognized by law as not a security. So you would think that that's a shoe-in for an ETF. Like, you know, we have a legal definition of
what they need to hope is that they don't come out of this crypto group with a third option that's crypto specific. You know what I mean? Because
Like
right
a
now we have
definition?
securities
Yeah.
and we have commodities, but they could very well come out of that with a different, with a third option.
Well, the option they refer to it now seems to be how they define it as digital asset.
Yeah.
Which is treated like property, or if not, I think Bitcoin's obviously the closest to commodity.
Yeah,
Because there is
they're
no
all
central
digital
body,
assets.
there's no-
The question is
Mm-mm.
it, is it a security or is it a commodity or is it some third thing that they haven't yet defined for us?
That they have to invent. Yeah, they have to define it and create
You know, the
legislation
answer is
around
that third thing, right? Like crypto.
It is, yeah. It is. It's its own animal. I think there's different, like, you know, like there's totally different styles of crypto, because you've got ones that do have, you know, a head to them, and like a dev team, and you know, sometimes the performance of the team does dictate how the price goes, like how
Of course.
the confidence that people have in the coin.
Bro,
Like
I
XRP has
invest
that
in
going on.
Vitalik when I buy Ethereum.
Yeah.
I invest in
Yeah,
Charles when I buy 88, and I
Mhm.
1000% expect that through their efforts, my stock will go up or my coin will go up. That we are 100% trading some unregistered securities here.
Oh,
But
yeah.
you know, they've got to define it. They've got to, you know, it's the Wild West still, so it's not an issue.
Yeah.
And then remember
And
when people
that's
freaked out when they started calling everything a security and people started selling their
Mhm.
positions, and it's
All
like,
the
bro,
FUD.
it's not illegal to own a security. Even if they say it's a security, like it's on the exchanges. It's the exchange that,
Yeah.
It's not like they're gonna come get your coins.
But
Yeah.
Fed,
And
yeah,
this
it was Fed.
that further
Fed.
highlights the how amazing Bitcoin is, and this is where the maxis really hit it home, is they're like, there is no team to depend on the valuation of Bitcoin. The value to Bitcoin has been set since 2009, and that's the algorithm, like the way that it works. That is, and it, and it's predictable. It's like that's what it's going to be, and unless someone, I don't even know if you can go in and change it, but but for 100 years or 200 years, like that's the way we know what it's going to be and what to expect. 21 million coins maximum.
The big
There's a
FUD is that
halving.
BlackRock has a plan to fork Bitcoin into a BlackRock Bitcoin. Like that's the max
Oh,
FUD
yeah.
for like worst case
Yeah.
scenario.
Like a
You know.
Bitcoin 2.0 type
Yeah,
shit. Yeah.
like then people point at the hash rate and say, the Chinese are getting really close to 50% hash rate. You add it up all around the world, then the 5150 attacks start coming out of the out of the closets, and then they're like, well, if there's an attack, then you're supposed to fork it, and with the amount of Bitcoin that BlackRock has, they'd be in a good position to do that. And that's a huge rabbit hole. But there's a whole lot of ifs in there, and like it's like I choose not to live my life terrified.
No, me either. And shame on the people that are trying to create technologies or ways to bring Bitcoin down. Like it's literally trying to improve everyone's lives, like, the financial system, So damn. Imagine destroying that. Like it's like our one shot at getting a fair go. A more sound money, right? Like
I've
an
always
even
looked
playing
at it
field for
like
everyone.
just to be safe, you have to assume that this can't last forever. And you should
Yeah,
probably act
that's
accordingly, And then if it
that's
does,
sensible.
cool. If it does, great, amazing. But if it
Mhm.
doesn't, then at least you manage to stack away, and
I think the way I sort of thought about crypto and like everything we've learned about, technical analysis, investing, markets, if crypto crumbles to the floor and nothing, it's a thing of the past, at least we can take these skills and
oh yeah,
apply them into other markets, like,
Yep.
which is awesome. Like there'll always be, well,
There'll
probably
always be
always be a
something to
stock
trade,
market.
guys. There'll always be something.
Yeah,
If I
that's
gotta
it.
get to the point where I gotta teach you guys how to chart on paper with just a daily
Yeah.
opening and close price, then we'll do that.
Yeah.
And then any chicken market anywhere in the world that has an opening and close price, or a fish market or whatever, you'll be able to.
Yeah. You can even take it without a chart. Like, you can just boil it right down to emotions. Like, are we going through tough times? Is everyone freaking out and panicking? Cool. This must be a buy, like a time to accumulate,
Yeah.
because the valuations are low, everyone's miserable. And then in the good times, you just take profits, rinse and repeat. That's
Problem
like
with fish is you need to eat it pretty quick.
You need to sell it to somebody else for more than you bought it
Yeah,
for. That's all.
I
that's
guess
right.
you could freeze
They
it,
better
but
eat
then
it.
it loses
They
value if
better
you
eat it
freeze it.
quick.
It loses its
Yeah.
value if
You
you
could
freeze.
age it, you could smoke it.
I asked AI about the impact of a weak dollar on a company like Nvidia, and its answer is likely a net positive. But
Everything it's cheaper. Like
yeah, but I mean, things offset each another, right? Because the question is, what percentage of their revenue comes from abroad? If the answer to that is less than 50%, then it's going to be a net negative, because it now costs more NVIDIA to manufacture its graphics card. But when people from abroad buy NVIDIA graphics card, well, the revenue in dollar is now 10% higher because they convert that money back to dollars, right? For
I just
example,
think it's
me, if I go on
recession proof at
NVIDIA,
this point, though, right? Like doesn't matter
me, if I
whether we're doing good or bad. Maybe it'll affect the gamers, but
if I buy a graphics card on Nvidia.com, I buy it in euros, not in dollars. But those euros get converted back to Nvidia earnings, and so they convert it to USD. well, you're gonna get more USD now for the same amount of euros, so that
Which is
will
exactly
artificially bump
why
earnings.
all of these companies are looking at the Bitcoin standard, because they've amassed a massive bag of just fiat. Either they're buying
Yeah,
back.
they don't know what to do with it. Looking at
Yeah,
the
Michael Saylor said it the other day. He was like, "Stop buying back your shares. You're wasting your money. Don't buy back your shares. Buy Bitcoin. Buy Bitcoin. Shares go up. Sell your shares. Buy more Bitcoin. You're buying back your shares, and prices still go. You know, it's like you guys are like, you're trying to bucket out water with a boat with a massive hole in the bottom of it instead of patching a hole." That's really
What's going
funny
on,
though,
Thor?
to see him in front of a bunch of CEOs talking about stop buying back your shares. Like, screw your company. But I mean, he's got a point. Unless your shares are going to do better than a 65% year over year risk adjusted return, and I'm pretty sure that's not what you're getting, then you're just pissing into the wind.
Yeah, but for that Ponzi to continue working, you need no newcomers, right? And eventually it's gonna slow, no?
I guess you could say the same for your stock, though, right?
Not really. You have real people working and creating value behind it.
In the case of like an Nvidia, but look at the case of like MicroStrategy before they went Bitcoin. That shit was just a failure. You know, it was probably just going to trend to zero or stay flatlined where it was for the last 11 years.
They were in IT, no?
Mm-hmm. Failed software company at best.
How did it survive the 2000 crash? When your stock is down 99.9%, how, like, they had enough cash to continue? It's odd that it just survived. It should have went bankrupt, yet it didn't.
That shit is going to be taught in business schools for the next 50, 100 years, bro.
Ooh, cool.
What are you talking about? The Michael Saylor business model?
Yeah, the way he brought MicroStrategy back from ashes.
Zero. Really zero.
Hey, what are the names of the other companies also that are following the same that's really successful? Voltec or something?
There's a couple. I got to put a list together for the Discord. There's some
There's
Chinese
one
ones
that's
that are
really
interesting
successful.
too.
One that's really like, you know.
I wouldn't necessarily advise just buying a stock because a company has gone onto a Bitcoin standard. But if it's a stock that you already like and a business you already believe in, and they add Bitcoin to the asset sheet, yeah. I mean, if it did it for MicroStrategy, imagine what it could do for like a Ford
You know
or
what's funny?
a
I
GameStop or a AMC.
totally. I wonder how these guys, like, I'm sure they got special favors done here and there, but I don't know if you guys have ever tried this, but I registered a business and the lady sat there at the bank, said to me, "What type of business will you be doing?" I'm chuckling just thinking about it, and I looked at her in the face, and and I said, "Crypto," and she gave me that look like, "What?" Bro, it was TD Bank. This woman gave me that look like, "No, that's too risky." It's like, "Ma'am, I'm not asking you for a loan. I want to deposit my money."
Yeah, you don't talk to the banks about crypto.
Bro, it was hilarious.
Just tell them you're
Funny.
opening a family office. That's it.
Yeah, that's
You're
probably.
you're incorporating your family. Most wealthy
Yep.
families have family offices, right? And everybody in the family is an employee of that family office. That's how they give each other money to do things. You don't just, give your wife $3,000 to buy the purse that she wants or whatever. Right? That comes out of her salary that she gets for just doing whatever she does. Your kids too. And then you can add to their 401ks, right? Because now they're employees. So now there's tax
And,
benefits to be able to open 401ks for all of your family members,
and
especially
so
your
the name
kids. Talk about setting up your kids from early.
the name of the account, it would be just like a family office.
Yeah, it's a family office.
Oh, that's good. That's good. I appreciate that. That's excellent information.
Yeah.
How about the myth behind the buy an SUV or a vehicle that weighs more than a certain amount of
No,
pounds?
that's true. There's
That's
tax
true also?
rebates. It's a loophole for the farm vehicle tax rebate. So they list farm vehicles. If you buy a vehicle for the farm, it has to be over a certain amount of weight. And then the original one that really blew it up was when everybody was buying Hummers.
Right.
And getting a tax write-off for them. You need to talk to a tax professional. I don't know what the current state of it is.
No, I get you.
I know as little as 2 years ago, you could buy a G-Wagon for almost nothing.
I think you can, because every Russian here in Hallover has a tax write-off. I got a couple of them as clients.
Yeah.
And Jesus, man, it's like everybody has a G-Wagon. Here in Miami, it's either a G-Wagon or what's the Lamborghini one?
Urus.
The Urus. And I just looked at a bill the other
Yeah,
day.
the Urus is heavy too.
Yeah, and then the Urus is expensive, man. The Urus is like $250 or something. I was like, man, I thought that car was like $150,000. Like, no, it's $280.
You could spend more. You could spend up to like $4 if you go for the hybrid.
Yeah, yeah. And I mean, when you look at them underneath, because I did vehicle inspections on high-end cars, it's all Audi, man. Every single part has an Audi emblem stamped on it. Unbelievable.
Yeah, it's just a flex. Urus is a good truck, though. Whoever made it.
Oh, it's nice. It's nice. I like it. I drove that car.
It's a good little. It's a good mix.
It's awesome.
Is Tesla on that list by any chance?
Question. Now that we got a little on the topic, what would you recommend, like when you're trying to branch out from like a business and, to essentially spread it out to something to protect your family and you know what I mean? Like, etc. We have a family cleaning business that we essentially want to take on to and create a trust and like to protect everybody. You know what I mean? Who do you think and who would you say is better to go to, like a tax advisor or a wealth advisor, essentially?
If you're in crypto, you need a good tax guy, and I don't mean like your grandpa's and your dad's tax guy. He's being the tax guy for your family. No, you need somebody that knows what's going on with crypto. So 9 times out of 10, that's going to be somebody young. You know what I mean? And they'll usually advertise if so you can talk to them. You'll know right off the bat if they know what they're talking about.
Now, speaking about like doing it from taking somebody from like the traditional to crypto, like, because it's transitory, being that they are old school.
I mean, it's going to depend. I'm sure there's a lot of old tax guys that have kept up with tax law and are into crypto and stuff. I'm not trying to like be ageist about it or nothing. I'm just saying, for the most part, if somebody's been doing taxes for the longest, they probably keep up with the niche. But I mean, a lot of people just aren't. There's not enough people in crypto, right? It depends where you live. If you're in Miami, you're probably not going to have an issue. If you're somewhere in the middle of the country, you might have to look a little further, or find somebody online.
People in LA.
Jumping too quick for me to put my fib. Damn it.
What do you think is a good way to research a tax guy? Because I'll be honest with you, that's my kryptonite, man. That's the one thing I really fear.
We had one of our sisters in the group does crypto taxes, but I haven't seen her in a long time.
I wake up every day and I think about that shit. I'm like, man, this is where it's gonna get gnarly, because you can learn just about anything, but taxes, man. I mean, I guess I can learn it too.
I'm gonna put it like this: a good accountant is worth their weight in gold. If you're making a certain amount of money, 1,000%. You don't want those type of headaches.
Yeah.
Start with like a CPA or.
Yeah, and if you can find one that like is knowledgeable about crypto, then you're just, how much do you want here? Just tell me how much to give you. And...
Dude, I'll put it to you this way: my CPA was like, I forbid you to waste your money on this garbage. That's what he said about Bitcoin, bro.
Yeah, see, I mean, that's the thing, is the old school. It's that like old school mentality. That's gonna cost you money, man. Listening to somebody like that over like 2 or 3 cycles.
No, man. No, he cost me money. You already cost me a ton of money, and at the end of the day, I mean, you know they're wrong. They're not going to change your ways.
No, I got a CPA lady who's just like stuck in her ways. She don't know how to save me a dime, but it's just because we've been with her for so long, and it's like it's
That's
our
usually
money. You
what
know what I mean?
happens,
Like
bro. Those people get like grandfathered in.
grandfathered it in.
Yeah, bro. It's like your mom's accountant, and that'll probably be your kid's accountant for as long. And then her kid becomes an accountant, and that'll be your kid's accountant, and it'll just stay like that.
Yeah.
She gonna have a
You know,
kid.
and when I see advertisement for crypto tax guys, I'm always a little susceptible. I'm like, I wonder if this is a scam. But I mean, this is the ultimate hack right here. If you pretend to be a tax crypto guy, and now
Well,
you got
first
these
of all, we're
people.
not handing anything over to these people, right? So you don't have that sort of counterparty risk there. Two, you don't want it to be some guy off of back pages. You know, like
No, but
you want
like for
these
example,
people to
there's a lot
have,
of guys. There's a lot of guys that do some heavy advertising, like Instagram and shit like that.
Yeah, I
And
would probably stay
my
off of the
friend.
Instagram and the TikTok tax
Yeah.
professionals. Yeah.
Mm.
Half of these guys are probably just using AI for everything, anyways.
To be honest with you, I really just don't know somebody that I can touch that's heavy into crypto. Everybody talks about it, and you guys that I chat with from time to time here, but
Yeah.
around me, if I saw somebody like lived in my complex and I got the wind that they were, I'd figure out a way to maybe, hey, who's your tax guy, but I don't know, maybe because of my age group, I find it really difficult to find people like above 50 in crypto.
I mean, I would start with some of the just tax professionals, right? And if they're not comfortable with crypto, ask them for recommendations.
Yeah. Miami, there's got to be good ones, bro.
Oh, I seen it like an uptick in LA, bro. Like LA and Oklahoma, particularly just because I go between the two. I kind of noticed more people interested in it, but not like, hey, let me throw a whole $10,000 bag in there. You know what I mean? Not to the point where their interest is like about trying to make it something on the daily.
And then I, there's one side of me that says, dude, why don't you just wait until the IRS comes after you, and then you can hire
Yeah,
a
don't do
tax
that.
attorney.
You don't want those problems.
You know how
Our
they
people are still
advertise.
oblivious though.
You know how they advertise. Hey, we'll get you out of the debt for like 20% of what you owe.
Yeah.
Stuck
Maybe
in the cycle.
$50. Yeah, I may just have
Yeah.
to become an expat or something.
If you're living on if you're living off debt to like live every day, you're not like you're in like fight or flight mode. You know what I mean? It's all about survival. And a lot of people don't get that you got to get out of the mindset. Like, it's crazy. You got to give up some stuff to get somewhere.
No, I get you.
We're
Yeah,
sweeping that
100%.
liquidity down to that vector gap now, yeah.
Yeah. Anyways.
Yeah, that's good advice. Actually, that's a good way to look at it. It's definitely good.
But
Taxes have always
definitely find a professional. I'm not comfortable giving tax advice at all.
Nah. That's not taken that way, bro. I mean, anybody who I think is on this channel knows very, very well that you're here to learn. But if you're not doing your own research, and if you're not spending serious hours figuring stuff out, researching stuff, you might get by, but it's gonna catch you in the butt one sooner or later. You gotta.
The best advice for tax is find a professional. That's the best advice you can.
Find a
professional.
professional and then start asking questions.
Word.
You know what I mean? Because if you see that like dazed look go over their eyes when you start talking about crypto, and it's like, okay, maybe you're not the right person.
You kind of know, yeah.
Yeah.
You want one that's like clued in about
You know
crypto.
what I
like
think
crypto enthusiastic,
Yeah, I think I'm gonna call that same guy who said, I forbid you to waste your money on this garbage. I'm gonna call him and be like, listen, can you recommend a guy that does crypto?
Yeah, because I got all these gains from crypto now. What do I do with them? Like, he'd be like, "What,
dude? I stopped using him in like
you got
2019.
lucky, man."
It was
Oh,
like
okay.
2019. Yeah. No way. I knew it was over.
You know how far behind Australia is? Our politicians are still calling Bitcoin a Ponzi. That's how far we are behind. We're always far behind. It's crazy.
I think that's just kind of like one of those things that's if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And a lot of people don't see the dollar as broke.
Why?
So
Why is it don't?
And that's how you
Why
get
don't you trust
stagnation.
your?
Just no progress. No
Why?
progress.
Why don't you
Skelly,
trust
you
your
got an open
politicians?
mic, brother.
They might end up right when they say that, you know.
What's that?
Well, you know, if you trust your politicians, eventually they're
Oh
right.
yeah.
Say what?
The thing with a Ponzi is that
That's
there's
a joke, bro.
one prime beneficiary at the top of the Ponzi, like as in the top of the pyramid. No one's
Yeah.
sitting at the top of Bitcoin. Like no one's like
Actually,
there
it's the
pulling the
American
string.
government,
Well,
no? It's
yeah, I know, but like
the Bitcoin Strategic Reserve now.
Satoshi some sinister like guy
No,
trying to
that's
take over the world or something?
Listen,
know.
the reality is that everything is going to be tokenized, and no matter how which coin fails or succeeds, everything is going to be tokenized. Everything has to be digital. You know, your IDs, your your degrees, your titles to everything. You know, everything, all that stuff is going to be digital and tokenized and on blockchain. And
yeah, but that's already the case because you see, there's a news event on my exchange on Bybit that says trading stocks on Bybit with USDT. So I mean, it kind of already is. Well, it's not implemented yet, but it's coming, and they have a chill event before launching that new trading stocks with USDT stuff. Housing
You know,
against the stock market, right? USDT is housing.
You were talking earlier, Dbloc, about Bitcoin and how BlackRock could form like a BTC 2.0 type thing.
Yeah.
I'm thinking in the future, it wouldn't surprise me if there was some like Bitcoin version that comes out called that Bitcoin Quantum, and it's like has
Quantum
quantum
resistant.
protection. Yeah.
Well, that's so.
Protection against attack. Yeah.
Satoshi left guidance for, not quantum specific, but he left guidance for, in his words, if technology ever got to the point where SHA-256 was in danger, and they're meant to roll back to the last verifiable block and fork the network with increased encryption. Right. So that's sort of what people are talking about. When that fork happens, who controls the fork? Who? Yeah, and then that fork would then be. I hate to even say quantum resistant because I don't even think there's a such thing. We'll have quantum good guys and we'll have quantum bad guys, and there'll be a fight back and forth. And you know,
yeah. So fork just means a departure from the original path.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like a fork in the road.
It's like a split, in the chain.
Yeah. And then they go off and make a new. So
yeah.
Bitcoin Cash.
The one Bitcoin would still. This Bitcoin would still exist. But it wouldn't be safe anymore, and it would lose its value because the security is gone. It would probably still be traded as a shitcoin the way we do. I hate to say like BSV and all that other shit.
Hey, these are not times to fat Bitcoin. It's getting close to its local golden pocket and all. And
No, the crazy
Bitcoin
part
losing
is that the
value
biggest
going to zero.
that wouldn't be going to zero because we wouldn't be trading that one.
Oh, they would forecast on the.
We would be trading the one that's going crazy because now it's quantum resistant and whatever. But my point is that even in worst case scenarios, the worst case scenario is that they pump this shit too hard, don't let it come back, and don't let anybody get any and just go absolutely nuts now that they've got all the Bitcoin they want. Right? The fear isn't that they drop it to zero. The fear is that they send it to 10 million and they never let it come. They break the cycle. We don't get those 70%, 60% retracements, 80% retracements during the bear. Nobody gets a chance to come back in. You either have the Bitcoin you have and you're stuck with it, or you sold it and good luck.
So it just becomes a solid store of value and nothing else. Yeah, that's wicked.
The probability of the cycle breaking increases every cycle, right? Because the probability of it working 5 times in a row.
I heard Dorsey say about a month ago that, what is Bitcoin's biggest risk? What is the biggest risk of Bitcoin? And I don't know, you guys probably heard this as well. He was saying that it needed to somehow find a way into the utility. Like there had to be, it had to be usable for more than just a store of value.
Well, yeah, that's like what its original value was through Silk Road, right?
Right. Correct.
I think eventually what we'll see is there'll actually be businesses that'll be built around Bitcoin because it's going to be like the first probably broadly accepted crypto asset to be paying for higher price things, and because of the increase in value and therefore like the growth potential of it and the finite nature, it's going to be priced out, or the items that you're going to be able to buy with it, the stores that are going to open up. Like they were just talking about during the conference about like the potential for being able to fly to space with Bitcoin,
Mm-hmm.
right?
You can
So it's
do
going to
any
be
of
stuff
that
like
now,
that.
though. Like that, I don't know.
Right, it can, but I think that in it, like in and of itself, I think that will be like its largest original use case, or largest what's the word? Its largest use case when it
Utility.
reaches that point. Yeah, utility when it reaches that point. I mean, it's not necessarily utility,
Mm-hmm.
but it's that you're moving it in such large chunks that in and of itself that makes it a utility, right? It's like
Yeah.
moving
Yeah.
Berkshire Hathaway,
That's utility. Yeah, that's utility.
but
Yeah.
but
I think its merit of uncounterfeitable and truly finite, as in like the supply is fixed, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
What else has that? What else is out there that has those merits? And that
that
is
is
why
actual
Bitcoin's
proof of
valuable.
work and that's
Yep.
democratized. Its
Yep. So
utility is the base utility of crypto, if you think about it.
so
Like it
it's
is.
yeah.
Bitcoin's utility is its code. Bitcoin's
Yeah,
utility is
exactly.
that it
Now,
That is
solved double
its merit.
spend
That's
and
its
it
value.
solved the Byzantine general's dilemma, and that it's
now,
finite.
what
That's
if?
like
That's
That's a big
that's
What
like
value, by
if?
the
it's
way.
like
that's all the
it's like
value it
it's like
needs.
getting it's like comparing a Ferrari to a Lamborghini and going, yeah, but can your Ferrari like cook toast? You know what I mean? Like, why are you asking that? Like, what? It doesn't
Yeah,
have to do
yeah.
that. It's not for that.
Not
Like,
everything
so
has to
you know what I
do.
mean?
Not everything has to do
Yeah.
everything. It does
Right.
have to
Yeah.
branch out, and it's already doing that. We have BRC20s. We've got layer 2s on Bitcoin, right? We've got smart contracts on Bitcoin. Cardano's
Mm-hmm.
running layer 2 services on Bitcoin. Sui's bringing native Bitcoin onto the block. We're already doing that. And the purpose for that is to incentivize miners to keep mining Bitcoin after the last Bitcoin's been mined. Right? Because the big
So
question has
Yeah.
been like, after the last Bitcoin's been mined, why would miners continue to mine Bitcoin? And if they don't run their validators, then the security of the network suffers. But even this
You,
run, miners have made more money off of fees than they have off of Bitcoin. So even now, in
yeah.
our first sort of infancy of Bitcoin having a layer 2 and a smart contract layer, miners are already seeing the rewards from that. And if that gets bigger, then that problem's already solved.
You,
now,
you know how
I was
fiat
thinking.
and the dollar is like a side chain, or was a side chain to gold. It was like an
Hmm.
operability layer
Yeah,
to
scalable,
gold. Like that's what fiat.
easier to
Yeah,
move.
transactable.
Hmm.
Yep. And it makes you wonder, like, are we gonna repeat history and create some kind of Bitcoin side chain or like layer that's more operable? Like,
Well,
it,
that's
it
what
would
the
be
layer.
I
surprising.
That's
was
what the layer
thinking.
2s are. That's what Stacks is.
Yeah,
Right?
I
Bitcoin's
was
a
yeah.
think.
layer
I
2
was.
that's meant to transact faster and be more scalable than the mother layer, which ends up being a settlement layer.
It's kind of like what the spot ETFs
Now,
are, right? Like they represent one Bitcoin, but they're not Bitcoin. Like
It's like
they're
Ethereum and its layer
contracts.
2s.
Yeah, exactly. They
so I was
represent.
thinking. Sorry.
You
That's
good,
all
man?
good.
I was thinking that the reason that we brought or that Trump brought I can't this is bad, but I'm spacing but Silk Road why can't I think of his name right now?
Ross.
Dude out of Ross
Just
Ulbricht
released.
out of prison,
Mm-hmm.
right? Is what if he's planning to get, because Ross is like the most direct point of contact to early Bitcoin that we know, right? And the tech
No,
behind
no,
Bitcoin.
no. He was just the guy that opened Silk Road. He had nothing to do with
Right,
the
but
development or anything. He was just the first one to give us a storefront on the internet.
Yeah.
The
But
reason that we hold him in
he was
such
able to.
the reason we hold him in such esteem is because he took one for the team. Like they made an example out of him, you know.
Yep, they did.
Right, but he has contacts. He would have contacts with the team that developed the tech to load Bitcoin into a market, right? Or to utilize Bitcoin in the market.
No,
So
he
I'm
just.
wondering if
I don't. I think you're confused about that. Silk Road didn't come out for years after Bitcoin was out.
Yeah, I know, but it was the first like major use case, right?
Yeah, like Satoshi was
at least
already
that I
gone.
know of.
Yeah, like you said,
Yeah.
they provided the store.
Right, so they provided a storefront, which potentially, right, that would mean that he had closer contact to like folks early on in the tech of it, which potentially would be like if they're trying to deal make with him to develop like quant resistant Bitcoin.
Nah, I don't know.
You know, fork or you don't think?
Nah, he would have nothing to do with that. He's a businessman. Ross didn't know
think
anything about the tech.
It's gained some notoriety. I mean, he's very well known.
And we have people who are closer to that inner circle that we know are factually closer to that. And so if that was to happen, they'd probably reach out to somebody else.
So they wouldn't need him.
Yeah,
like
nah,
that.
Ross
That was
is
more
just
symbolic.
our poster child, bro. That's like when he got out of jail, bro. There was so many deposits to his wallet. Like there was so many old Bitcoin heads that came out of the closet and just like, here, boom, we're just throwing them Bitcoin.
So you
like
think,
we got you.
You think Trump just did that as a wink and a nod to crypto to
Yeah. When he went to the conference,
market?
when he went to the Bitcoin conference, Free Ross was a big push in that conference. And when he stood on stage and said, "Never sell your Bitcoin," and then he said he's getting rid of, he's gonna look into the Ross thing, and that he's getting rid of Gensler, and everybody screamed, and the crowd fucking, he was like, "Oh, this is it. This is the move."
Yeah.
Yeah,
He
I'm
just
doing
targeted
this.
and played the crowd.
Yeah.
To stimulate markets and stimulate his presidency.
He's trying to win the election, man.
He held. He was keeping his promises, right? He made promises before, and it didn't cost him nothing to do it, so he did it.
Right, and
Do you
honestly, it's
think-
like it's that wins a lot of favor, and
The risk reward ratio was phenomenal.
One favor with me.
Yeah.
Do you
I mean,
think,
honestly, that's the turning point for me.
if you had someone brand new to crypto and they're like, oh, Bitcoin, right? Like there's this sense of urgency, like you've got to get in before you miss out. In my opinion, this is not the time to buy heavy. Like it's just not the season. It's not for that right now. Even though like the rhetoric and all the media, like all the hype around it is like, it feels like the right time, right? But wait for a bear market. That would be the advice to someone brand new and fresh that wants to get Bitcoin. I don't feel like this is, if you want to get some exposure, sure, but like that's my opinion. What do you reckon?
I mean, I'm looking at 150 for a top. That's 50%.
Yeah, bro.
As long as you are as long as you're like reasonable with that, and you're not thinking that you can still 10x Bitcoin from this point, like we're at the top.
Yeah.
And
I think you got to have an exit strategy, like because
and you've got to be really strict about that exit
soon,
strategy.
Yeah, the exit, and after the exit strategy, you got to have the CPA and the tax guy as well. That's part of the exit strategy.
If someone came up to you, has no crypto whatsoever, they've got $100,000. They're like, oh, you think I should get in here? Like, with all of it? Like, no, not all of it. Like, maybe go 10 grand or something. Dip your toes, get some exposure. But the best moments is like, when no one wants it, when no one's touching it with a 10-foot pole, no one's talking about it. That's when you want to get in heavy.
I would tell them,
in my opinion.
I would tell them, because people are gonna do with their money what If somebody wants to do it, they're gonna do it. So it's almost like
Yeah,
harm
that's
prevention, right? Like we're teaching people how to do heroin safely. Use clean needles. Don't share. You know, if you're gonna do it. But
Yeah.
it's like I would say DCA over the next, have an exit strategy
Yes.
for October, or not even call it even
Yeah.
earlier. September, October, have an exit strategy and just DCA, and I mean a strict DCA, meaning you've got a certain amount that goes in every week at no matter what price it is.
Yeah.
So you're getting at
Yeah,
least the
and
average over the next 3 or 4 months. Make a little money and then get out and then wait
yeah,
and
and
wait,
and
like
like
sit on your hands
being
for a year.
familiar, like what's your tolerance for drawdown? Like, are you happy to see whatever you put in go, lose half of its value? Like, if you can't handle that, okay, well then, you need a tighter tolerance. You need like,
Just
after it
buy
loses 10% of its
buy
value,
when
you got to cut
buy
it.
just buy when the crypto market cap is down.
It's
That's
it's
exactly, yeah.
doing the DCA strategy helps with that, right? Because you put yourself
It
in a
does. It
position
alleviates
where
that.
if it goes down,
Mhm.
your next DCA is going to get you more. And if it goes
Yeah,
up, then you feel better about even DCAing in the first place,
that's so true. Yep.
So,
That is
um,
the whole. Yep, that's the whole strategy with DCA. If people don't fully grasp like why DCA, like what DCA is, do yourself a favor and like look up and you just study that, like how it works, like what's the point of it, like why? Because I've heard so many
and
people just go, DCA, like screw that, you know what I mean? Like
hmm
a lot of people, I feel like they don't grasp like why it's a thing.
Look at it like this. Let's do worst case, best case scenarios here. And let's take Bitcoin off the
mm,
table because we already know. So let's just assume best case scenario, we have a run here and alts. Let's be really conservative about it and say that alts 4x, right? Not talking about the 10, 20x that you're being promised on YouTube and shit. Let's just say you get a 3 or 4x, right? To the top side. To the bottom, if you're absolutely wrong and the bear market has started, you're going to lose 70% of your value.
That's a good way to put it.
Mm.
If you went if you were at a casino and they offered you those odds at a table, you would sit there all night long and DCA every dollar that you could find into that table.
Yeah.
It's an
With
asymmetric bet.
oh,
And the cool thing about like crypto, or at least with Bitcoin, is that you do know that if you just wait it out, like historically, it will come back like that it is a temporary loss of value, like of you know,
Yeah. With a 5-year
it'll only
time
last
horizon,
yeah,
there's no bad time to buy Bitcoin.
right,
If you're
right.
giving
I guess a
yourself a
big part.
5-year time horizon.
I think a big
Yeah,
part
if
of
you
the
were
equation is how old they are too, right? Because if they're ready to retire,
sure,
No. This is completely different. If somebody's like really close to retirement age, we're talking something completely
right?
different. At this point, I'm saying roll your IRA into some Bitcoin heavy shit, get some exposure to ETFs
That's what I did,
in your
bro.
retirement firm, and just let that bubble. You know what I mean? Or if you're working right now and you're paying into your 401k and your boss is matching your payments, which means you're going half and half on Bitcoin if you've got Bitcoin exposure. Where else on the planet are you gonna get
No,
that?
yeah, that's phenomenal. I wish that
Bro, like
existed.
literally, where else on the planet are you gonna get that? And especially if you
Yeah,
just started working and you're about to feed this 401k for the next 40 years,
yeah, bro.
bro.
yeah. Australia has something very similar to that, except instead of it's your employer matching it, well, it's not even quite as amazing, but the government will match up to $500 of contribution to your superannuation, which is what like the Aussie 401k is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
a maximum where they'll match. You
Yeah.
don't want to pay more than the match. The point is to pay
No.
up to what they match, and then then invest your money
Yeah, and
somewhere
then
else.
that's it. Yeah, totally.
so
Yep.
for someone who is like for myself, really, if for when we hit whatever, either blow off top or however it tops out at the top of the market, right? Um, if I'm trying to make gains on like on leverage on the way down, should I maybe wait out kind of that first dip just to
Depends on how
understand it,
risky
or
you
to
are, right? Because what some people are gonna do is they're gonna short 120, they're gonna short 130, they're gonna short 140, they're gonna short 150, and they'll eventually catch 155, 156 or something. But how much did you get drained on all of those? You know what I mean? On all those liquidations on the way up, versus somebody who lets that first dead cat bounce come in. You know, where you have confirmation, okay, this is the top. You have the rest of the bear market to short. Like, I think it's a mistake to try to like catch the Pico top because you're gonna pay for that. Catching that Pico top doesn't come in one swift go, right? There's a bunch of your liquidations got hit on the way up because you've probably been attempting it for a little bit.
Yeah, that's kind of why I've asked. I've never
Yeah,
traded
bro.
bear
Wait for
or
the dead cat
the top
bounce.
down to the bear.
Like, look at the old. Let's look at our old cycle.
That's not a beginner question, by the way. That sounds like somebody that really knows what the fuck they're doing.
Right? So like we had our double top, yeah, a little, little bullshit blow off top here, but yeah, I mean somebody could have shorted here. I'm guarantee you, plenty of people shorted here, and I mean we broke the 50 and came all the way down. So the amount of people that got wrecked here was insane, and then they shorted the double top, and then they probably got liquidated there, rather than just waiting for that drop, waiting for that dead cat bounce. Right, where you break support, right? The support that we put in, once that breaks, it's a wrap, And then if you want to be even safer, you wait for that break and the retest, and then after that, you're just, you're shorting the whole way down. And it's like, yeah, okay, you didn't catch the very top, cool, but I don't think you're gonna be complaining about the type of money you made.
Yeah, and that's kind of like I feel like I don't want to over I'm a bit nervous. Like I'm already nervous now, just coming into this like kind of last top that we're gonna get.
If your plan is to short the market on the way down, not financial advice, but I'd make sure it's a very small percentage of what you gain during the bull market. Like, I don't want to see anybody slap their whole bag that they made during the bull market on a short.
Just thinking about that
and get wiped. You know what I mean? Like, take some
maybe
time.
pull my stuff out, put it in a cold wallet, and then take 10% of that and play with that if I want.
Yeah, bro. That 10% with some leverage attached to it. All you're doing is on the way up, we accumulate coin, right? We're trying to get as much coin as we can before we get to the top. During the way down, we're accumulating fiat. So yeah, take that 10%, do some shorting, accumulate some dry powder, stash that away for when it's time to start buying Bitcoin again, and just build that bag.
You know what's interesting? The mathematics behind going up and going down are so different with performance, right?
Yeah.
When you go down, your maximum performance is 100%. Like something going to zero, that's 100% performance to the floor. When you're going up, performance is uncapped. It's infinity, right? Like in real world, it doesn't. Obviously, you're not going to get something that goes into infinity. But
well,
like,
in real world, it won't
your
go to zero
trade-
either, right? You'll just keep slapping another
exactly.
zero in front of.
That's right, which makes short performance even worse. Like
Yeah.
if it's not going to zero, that's like so. And just also the maths behind, you're better off if you are looking to short in a bear market. It's better for you to find new opportunities like throughout the crash in shorting than to ride one single short from the top and trying to like close it at the bottom.
Nah, don't do that.
You will outperform that if you do repeated cuts in the bear market. Like if you get out and get in, get out, get in. Whereas it's opposite in a bull market, you want to hold a position long as long as possible because it will outperform getting in, getting out, getting in, getting out. Depending if compounding the different story. But if you're just talking about raw performance, Yeah, a long does better from a performance perspective if it's just held once from one point to like point A to point B, right? We did this, like I experimented with this a couple years ago with a group. Yeah, it's interesting. Just the maths, the way that percentages work, because that's how we make money, is off the percentage, like the performance.
Yeah.
But yeah, longs outperform shorts. If you're going from point A to B,
Yeah.
or B to A on a short,
I'm
long
just
will
figuring it out.
outperform a short.
Yeah,
This morning I saw a chart of how long it takes for Bitcoin to bottom after it's reached an all-time high. Really, really good. And on average, it was like, they looked at all of the like every cycle. I think they started with like 13 or something like that. They went forward, and it was like 120 something days. So when you can, you should wait at least that before you attempt to get back into the market.
Yeah, I'm gonna be annoying as shit during the bear market, screaming at y'all for getting Bitcoin too early.
Too early, right?
Gonna feel like it's time to buy. I mean, we do have to be careful though, because we run the possibility of getting front run at the bottom of all this. You know, I'm gonna keep my eyes on the pension funds and the retirement firms, because when they come in, I don't necessarily know if they wait for the bottom of the market to jump in, or if they're just gonna be happy that it's not 100K anymore. Because they're still waiting to make their buys, right? They're still on a one cycle wait and see. But we'll see. We're gonna plan it out. Definitely not gonna sneak up on us. If you're here, this is not gonna sneak up on you.
Hey D, let me ask you a question. When we find a chart that looks good or that we want to share with the group, like which area of the Discord?
Put it in charts. There's a chart section.
Yeah.
I was gonna say this feels like
TA. You could either drop it in TA. If you drop it in TA, make sure you just put like a little sentence on what it is.
Yeah, an explanation.
Yeah. It doesn't have to be deep, but just a couple words so people know what they're looking at.
Right.
So it's like learning.
The best place is then TA?
Yeah, put it in TA.
Yeah. I'm gonna look for it tonight then.
I feel like Deeb learning from the Freeman how to walk amongst the sand and walk into the sandstorm. Crazy.
Fall in love with the process, right? That's the way it goes. Fall in love with the process.
All right, I'll be back. I'm gonna order some food. What's for dinner, y'all?
I had dinner. My dinner happens at 5:30, kid.
I had teriyaki fish and sushi today, so all fished up.
Hibachi.
Yes, sir.
Make sure your meats.
With the filet mignon.
Make sure your meats are not cooked in seed oils.
Why is that?
Seed oils are what makes people age. You want to have things cooked in like either coconut or what's the other one I heard that was real good? Coconut oil, avocado oil for cooking.
Is olive oil all right?
So you know what's funny? I cooked with olive oil for like 20 years. 20 years cooking with olive oil, bro. Come to find out, no, it's not all right.
Oh damn.
Yeah. Yeah. And
So
since
I've
seen a big difference, man.
What about butter? Like cooking in as a way to
It's got to be extra virgin olive oil. That's better.
Even if it's extra
Or
virgin.
like, what about
cooking
animal fat? Like ghee.
Animal fat is good. Animal fat is good.
Just watch out if you have
is like
cholesterol.
some of the best.
Yeah, animal like lard and all that stuff. That's
Hold
good.
I got one for you.
This is not dietary advice, by the way, YouTube.
This is not.
Yeah, don't
I
take
got one.
any dietary advice from in here.
I've been a chef for like 12 years, right? And you know what we do in some steakhouses?
Bro, you got to throw that disclaimer in every chance you get, for sure.
Yeah, we get like we'll get like the big old tenderloins and everything. We skim off all the fat, right? And you take all that fat and you put it in a pot to boil,
and you add some water to essentially get everything to cook down, and you just wait till all the water's pretty much evaporated, or you can just once you feel like everything's cooked down, you just put it in the fridge and let it cool down and just like separate everything. Essentially, some places use that as like their natural butter or natural cooking oil, and I only mean
That's
like
cool.
high end places.
Bro,
No,
the
you know,
China
Rhett,
coffee with
why
the
high end places do that, right?
non-dietary advice.
It seems
Well,
like
confit is
As opposed to
delicious.
eating like stuff that you don't really know where it's being pressed from, what's the process to do
Well,
all
See,
that
yeah,
everybody's
stuff.
hungry, D. Everybody's hungry, D. You made
you
everybody
know,
hungry.
it turns out grandma with that gallon of lard was right the whole time, huh? As much
Oh
shit
yeah,
as
sure.
as
Oh
much shit
God.
as we gave
yeah,
her.
The beef tallow for
you know,
sure.
Yeah.
I
you
mean, the
know,
amount she was
you
No
know
throwing
where
seed
in
all
oil.
there was
that comes
wild,
from, right?
right? But
No olive oil. No
You
seed
know,
oil.
where all that comes from is when you cook the animal, you don't waste. A good chef, when cutting, or a good butcher when cutting meat, is so good that they cut so precisely that they don't waste any of the fat, any of the meat, any of the bone for the broth, which means
Correct.
you're using all of the parts and you're getting all of like the full spectrum from the animal, and so the finer quality. Why would you use an oil from another source when you have perfectly good quality
Exactly.
lubricant and
Hey,
oils
Ed.
naturally from the animal?
hey,
You know.
yo.
Pause. Unpause. No baby oil.
Somebody
No
said
baby
bear
Well,
oil.
it's
oil
because
in
we like our
California.
French fries nice and
Nah,
brown and crispy,
it's
bro.
more of
That's
a
why.
cost thing, bro. Honestly, it's just like we gotta like, cause even the little chunks that might have a little bit of meat on there, we like even try to skim that off, and we'll use it for like the steak tartare or stuff like that, man. Like
Hmm.
it
I
literally
went.
like you make a penny off of everything. The less waste you have, the better it is for the business at the end of the day.
Your
I
cholesterol's
worked.
that high? You don't have high cholesterol from eating that? Your
No,
LDL?
no. Stay away from sugar,
Moderation.
bro. Stay away from sugar. Sugar is the culprit, bro.
Oh, okay.
Ran food at Nobu for a year and watched all like I was good friends with the chefs and watched them. I mean, they snuck me wagyu all the time, but that's a different story. But they, like, I watched them cook, and it was simple, methodical, and that made the best food.
Word, simple is best when it comes to cooking. People don't understand that.
Yeah, bro. Like when people barbecue, the best thing you can do with some meat is salt it up, and that's it, bro.
Just like Bitcoin and trading, keep it simple is best.
You guys must be pretty young on here. The
The
older
rest of
you
that's
get, the
just
more messed up.
flair. Like true good flair isn't about what you're actually doing. Unless you're at the bar, you might be shaking it to shake it, right? But the best flair is about making it look really cool while you're doing
Bro.
something super simple, you know?
I'm gonna open up a restaurant. I'm gonna call it Bitcoin Cafe or something here in
Only
Miami.
accept Bitcoin for
That's
for
it. I guarantee you that it would do well. I think it would do well. If anybody ever did that, I think it would do well. I think there's enough people here in this
and
Miami area anyway.
I think there's
Where's
like rules about accepting legal tender, but just as a last resort, you highly
Yeah, you can always
suggest
Who's
only
gonna
only
stop you?
accepting Bitcoin. Yeah.
where's Drew? He
Well,
could
the
show us how to
SEC
turn off
probably,
Airbnb.
or actually, I don't know. I
Can you
guess the
imagine
Nobody
government.
can stop you
naming
from
all of your
taking
plates?
business and for taking
You can
Bitcoin
name
in your
plates like
business.
after Gary
No,
Gensler.
no, I'm talking about the opposite. You can't not take US dollars though. You know what I mean? If
Yeah.
somebody
Yeah,
provides that. But at the same time, you could highly suggest it and make the theme it so that, like,
yeah,
attract that clientele.
yeah.
What you
You can
want
ring a horn.
anyways.
You can ring a horn when somebody pays with
I mean, you
dollars.
definitely want to make sure you're doing your research before you freaking open up anything anywhere, because you don't want to go
Totally.
open up like a weed or 420 friendly
No, that's over,
Yeah, it's
bro.
not.
environment.
I think the marijuana business is dead.
Or like because they have like that cafe over there in Hollywood that's
Mhm.
essentially like that. I don't know what it's called, but point being is that they sell you and you
Hollywood,
can eat
Florida,
there and all
or
that.
Hollywood, California.
But they had the whole like neighborhood complain about like the smell, so they had to install like hoods over the tables to like pull and purify the air. So what I'm just saying is like you don't want to go put that in the middle of like Bel Air, right? Or what we would call out here in
So
Oklahoma like Nicole Hills, because I don't think if the community behind is like behind the project. I don't think if you have the community support, you'll like succeed in the area. It definitely has a lot to do with like
that avocado oil.
Restaurants in general are a very difficult business, and they're often not successful.
man.
They are what's the word for it? Revolving door of a
No,
business.
Yo, I'm gonna follow you, biohacker. I'm gonna look you up, and I'm gonna follow you.
I hate to say it, but it's a lot more simpler than that. I've been a part of tables where it's just about who you know and who you're friends with.
Yeah, of course. Well, if you
You know
have
what I
if you have
mean?
the connections, you should do it, because if you've got like the people, if you got the liquor license easily, and you've got the, I mean, you've got the sourcing for the meats and the source,
Yeah,
yeah,
but
do it. But if you
no,
don't
but it
have the
is more
vision
than that.
and
You're like talking about. I'm talking about like city zoning, like all that. Like
yeah,
I've seen like district people and all that stuff just essentially like sit down and like get together and like plan things out. I'm telling you, like sometimes it gives you like mafia vibes, and I'm not even kidding. But
that's how it
that's
runs.
part of the game. Like
Oh, totally,
That's
bro.
exactly how it runs.
What?
Licensing is like the
Totally.
greatest mafia in the world,
All
man.
right, guys, we're not going to move through every aspect of the restaurant business now. So we're going to get to sourcing tables and where's the best place to buy napkins.
well, and how do we incorporate Bitcoin into it?
Thank you.
Put the Bitcoin seal on the napkin, though. Like, who's gonna stop you?
Nah, well, I mean that's
QR
branding
code.
and everything. I'd be curious and cautious as to like if anybody has like the Bitcoin branding license.
That's a good idea, though. Hey, do you guys that live in Florida or Miami, is there such a thing as a restaurant or a cafe that's like
Guys,
crypto?
there is already a cafe in Prague, Czech Republic, named Bitcoin Cafe, and
There
they
you
only
go.
accept digital assets.
If you ain't first, you last.
Oh, is
I
there a
could see.
Yeah,
shitcoin cafe?
I could have
I
some
got one
go-go
in my.
dancers have the
I
words
got a.
digital assets tattooed in certain areas.
Wait. I'm done.
Yeah, y'all need
I got
to,
a. I got
all
a
of y'all
couple
need a
of.
timeout real quick.
Sorry, brother. Sorry.
Go
I
touch
got a
some
couple. I
grass or
got a couple
something,
of
chill out.
crypto cafes. I got a
One
couple of
person a night.
crypto cafes in my city. It's
One
good.
person a
It's good
night
fun.
gets a point of a Bitcoin out of everybody that comes. They have to spend at least 10 grand.
I got a cafe in my city that's a crypto cafe, and they got trading views panels all through the cafe, and like all of the different items on their menu are
What?
named after
I
different
need a gym
altcoins.
like
Yeah,
that.
it's good. It's good fun.
You
What? Because I've seen sports bars like that where the whole wall, like everything is projected, and they've got all
Yeah,
the different bets and stuff. Ah, I want to
D-Block, I
yeah.
hate
go
to say
there.
it, but this is what happens when you ask what's for dinner
cool.
tonight.
It's funny.
There's only Crypto Club. Just saying.
We're going down the rabbit hole.
That would be kind of cool though. I mean, if I had a spot like that in the area, I would definitely be spend some time there.
Bro, I'd make a barber. There'd be a barber shop, a restaurant, a movie theater. Everything could be paid for with crypto. Like, come on, bro.
Yeah,
Lit.
bro.
Tell you what, man, it's funny going there in a bear market because everyone's laughing. But they're the ones laughing. The owners of the cafe. They're like, yeah, we know when to buy.
Yeah, totally.
You come to socialize in DCA in the bear, and then you hardcore trade and buy a drink.
Bull market, you get people paying in crypto, so that
Totally.
because it's valued.
Nah, it's less. You always take Bitcoin. One of the things that I
Yeah,
said about when Tesla was taking Bitcoin for vehicles, and they were like, "Well, why would he take it? The price is going to fluctuate." That I was like, "Do you realize that he's buying your Bitcoin at the price that it costs him to manufacture a car, not at the price you're paying for the car,
hey, that's a good one.
at the
That's a
price that
good
it
one.
costs
Yep.
to manufacture,
There
right?"
you
So
go.
a bar that sells drinks for Bitcoin is not buying Bitcoin at the price of the drink; it's buying Bitcoin at the price of the liquor.
Correct.
So you already have your prices up 200%
You're
from the
bro.
cost,
You're
right?
already, yeah.
You're already golden.
You're already winning, bro. It doesn't matter whether Bitcoin price is going up or down.
And you
It's
could
true.
even
It's like
you could have bear market Bitcoin prices and bull market Bitcoin prices.
I mean, if
And
they were
like
smart,
people
there
would be
would be
like,
discounts for using crypto. Is how you would funnel it, right? A slight discount. The same way that in some places, it's a different price if you want to use cash because they don't have to pay that 3%, 4% to Visa.
So you're saying it would make it cheaper for
So-
businesses to take payment if they were to use Bitcoin instead of
1,000,000%.
like.
So you have like food specials during the bear, and then you have drink specials with discounted prices during the bull for Bitcoin.
I don't suggest anybody spends their Bitcoin on food or drinks, guys. Let's first put that. Let's just spell that out.
Nah, it's a win-win for the restaurant owner. 100, not for the
What
guy.
about coffee and Red Bull?
Just ask the Bitcoin pizza guy how he feels about that.
35 Bitcoin on like two boxes of piles.
Exactly.
Look, man, I found it. Street View.
He just wants to party and have
Crypto
a good
coffee,
time.
it's called. Crypto coffee. Look, they got a trading view screen up the top. They got the Binance screen on the left.
I've had that idea for a gym for a while.
Damn, bro, we're giving away your ideas.
Nah, when I said it, I was like, please, somebody run with this because I know I'll never do it, but I want to get a membership at a
Now
crypto
let's make
gym.
it a crowdfunded thing.
Yeah, let's
you
do
could
it. That's
probably
even
throw
better,
that shit
bro.
on
That's even better.
Launchcoin.
Find people that are savvy enough to really start a business.
You don't want me
and,
running it
We fund it.
because I will have every treadmill, every machine sending kinetic energies to some miners. I will turn you all into hamsters.
You'll have all the hams.
I will turn you all into hamsters. It'll be free membership. You don't even have to pay for the membership. Just come in and just come in and work out.
What about getting paid actually though?
Nah. You get a free workout, bro. What else do you want? You get a free workout, and then I generate all that electricity, and I run some Bitcoin miners.
I'm gonna find where there's other crypto cafe.
Nah, but if you didn't want to be a complete dick, you could do that and then share the profits with the people. So when you're at the gym, you're actually getting paid a little bit to go to the gym.
Imagine a crypto
That's
investor.
not a bad idea.
Imagine a crypto investor that was really, really good and just went like full blown philanthropist and was just like doing some massive shit, like, excuse my French, like orphanages or like what do you call it, dog rescue. Like you guys seen that one guy in Eastern Europe somewhere that rescues got like hundreds and hundreds of dogs. This guy's massive. He's like a bodybuilder. He's all tattooed up, and he's picking up stray dogs and everything. And as tough as he looks, like he cries every time he sees a dog that's being put down because he's reached the end of his life. Super cool, bro. I totally get motivated when I see stuff like that, bro. Like, wow,
Crypto's meant to make the things that you want to do possible, right? If that's to help people, then you're gonna be able to help a shit ton of people.
That's the
if
way,
you want to
man.
be a dick and flex on everybody, and you'll be able to do that too. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it exposes you, right? If you haven't made friends with your demons or killed them by the time you get a nice bag, they're gonna come back up. You'll see them rear their heads again.
That's a good way to put it, man. Very good way to put it.
There's something about if you're the first one to climb the mountain, you don't leave a rope. Right? It's real lonely at the top.
Wow, man.
I think that whole idea of like working and earning or like doing regular day activities like playing video games and everything is where like we need to make those things like possible a little bit more. They need to have a higher spotlight because I think that's the way that adoption is going to be driven. You know what I mean?
Bro, I made like 1,000. I made 1,000 gun tokens just playing the game for the past week and a half.
You feel me? And if you could do like the same thing, but like just running down the rabbit hole of like the treadmill thing, like having the treadmill run and generate power that'll run a node and its hash rating while you're working out and earning like to pay for your own membership while you're there, like that's crazy, bro. Like that the biggest thing that I've always said is ownership, right? If you can find a way to like save people money and make money at the same time,
Well,
is
Web3's
like
about, yeah. Web 2, they
Word.
took all your data, they sold it, and they gave you commercials.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's Web 3
Word.
projects that have revenue share. Right, a lot of these airdrops that we did, that we got paid to do, where we were literally just going to the site and clicking a couple buttons and posting or whatever. Like that's shit that you've been doing for free for Google for the longest and not getting paid for.
See, that's what I've said, but it even chops down to the same thing as like the banking system, and I understand like Bitcoin in that sense because it's like if you could have like a savings account and like how much does a bank like give you back per year, as opposed to like if you were to like have it in Bitcoin and just have it sitting there and watch it like grow year to year, like that's obviously like one of the driving narratives, but I still think that behind the or in the smoke right now, like no, everybody's kind of scared because it's like you're trying to replace the dollar, something that everybody's used to, you know what I mean? And that's where the thought, if it ain't broke don't fix it,
Nah,
comes
that's
to
just a
mind. And
narrative, man. Bitcoin doesn't replace the dollar. Bitcoin gives the dollar a use case. You got to realize that we're talking about what's going to be the best performing asset for the next, 50 odd years, if that, not more. That asset is valued in dollars, right? The same way that the oil, the petrol dollar kept it kept us in first place as the world reserve currency. Bitcoin will do the same, right? Bitcoin's valued in dollars. Stables are valued against dollars. So it's actually giving the dollar a use case instead of replacing it. As much as maxis would love, that whole replacing the dollar, I don't think that's the intention. That never was the intention. Bitcoin's meant to take your dollars from here into 20 years from now without losing any value. And 20 years from now, you can take that and you can turn it back into dollars or rupees or Chinese yuan or whoever's in charge. But it's a way to carry that energy. It's a way to carry your energy that you spent to make that money from now into 20 years from now, 30 years from now, without having it debased.
So,
In the most
does
literal
anybody?
sense of the term, right? What Bitcoin does is it takes energy from here into years from now, holding the value of that energy of not increasing it. Whether it's actual energy that we're mining and literally turning energy into a digital asset that holds value for the next, or whether it's your work energy, whether it's your effort,
yeah.
I was gonna ask you, Dbloc, do you or does anybody know if you can play guns on Linux? That's a thing.
Can you get on? If you can get on Epic Games, you should be able to.
I think I can do it through Lutris, but I don't know if so it's all about anti-cheat. That's like the big thing that stops. Does it have anti-cheat? And if it does, do you know what it is?
I try to. The anti-cheat I think they're using is Ricochet, if I'm not mistaken. But I personally don't feel like I've been cheated yet. There's people that have come in the chat and say there's lots of cheaters. I don't really feel it. I mean, I
don't
do
know
have the
if
natural tendency
Ricochet's.
to whenever I lose a gunfight to be like, that guy's definitely cheating. But like, I haven't felt anything that's like blatant where I'm like, oh my god, okay, this is some bullshit. Most of the time, if I'm getting killed, is because their movement is better than mine, like that flying mechanic and all of that shit. They're just getting around better than I am. But the gunplay
I don't know
feels
if this
fair.
is
Guns.
Guns by guns.
Off the Grid is the game.
Is that the name of it?
Guns is the studio token, and Off the Grid is not the only game that Guns is gonna drop. There's more games coming.
And what's the website for the games again?
If you're going on PC, I think the Epic Launcher has the Epic Games. It's also on console though, Xbox and PlayStation.
Yes, it's in the store.
Website is gunsbyguns.com. I'm on it right now. Or Gun by Guns.
They're currently shifting into mainnet. If you're playing Guns right now and you have Guns tokens, you have to spend the Guns tokens. When they shift to mainnet, your Guns tokens are going to be gone. But everything you buy with it's going to stay. So what I'm doing is I'm buying valuable things on the market that are underpriced. I spent most of my guns on, like I said, there's a game type coming up, like an event where it's all dark. So I just spent my guns and bought a bunch of laser pointers, night vision stuff that's gonna go up in value in the market once that game launches, or once that game style launches. And then I invested some of the guns into obviously making myself OP so I can make more guns.
This is on Epic, you said? Epic Game Store?
I think Epic has it. Who's playing on PC? How'd you guys? It's either Epic or Steam. I think it's Epic though.
Yeah, it's Epic. I'm looking at the
Yeah,
website.
it's on Epic
Guns.
Epic
Never
Games.
heard of
Yeah,
this.
off the grid.
Off the grid.
Yeah,
It's on. Yeah,
I'm gonna
on the
play it
Epic
right
game.
now. You're making me want to play it.
It's actually fun. It's
Yeah,
fun.
yeah, play it, man. It's really nice. Just play
Whatever
it.
they say, it's badass.
If you like shooters, you'll enjoy it. Even if you don't make a single dollar off of it, you'll have fun playing at least.
You can fly, bro.
Yeah, with the
Looking at it
jetpack.
now, and it says PC, Xbox Series X and S, and PlayStation 5. It doesn't specify whether Windows, Mac, or Linux.
Yeah.
I'm
No,
gonna
you
try to
just
get it
have to.
installed
You
today.
just have to download the Epic Games launcher first, and then in the library you have to search for the off the grid. So
Yeah,
you'll
it'll
find
tell
the
me
game.
in theirs. Yeah, I just like I can access Epic Games Launcher through Lutris on Linux, but that doesn't always mean I can play the game. But I'm gonna give it a try today, and I'll let you guys know what I find. Put it in
Yeah,
chat.
just try it, man. It's really nice game.
I
Yeah,
just
I'm
tried to
super
Google
excited.
it, and it's just I'm getting a bunch of stuff. I'm not getting anything that says Epic Games on it. I googled
Well,
Epic Games or launcher.
There's a different game called Guns that
No, the game's called Off the Grid. The game's not called Guns. The in-game currency is called Guns, and the studio is Guns.
Guns.
Yeah.
But if you go to gunbyguns.com, they have a link to the Epic Game Store.
Oh, I see it now.
Cold Train said he's getting into lobbies now, and he's getting smacked all of a sudden. It's the skill-based matchmaking, Cole. You're just getting better, so they putting you. It's that skill-based matchmaking that they have. I'm finding the same thing, bro. I'm having to play a lot smarter.
SBMM.
Yeah, I was for the first 2 weeks. I swear it was bots. Like people were running into walls. It was the greatest thing ever. And then I moved out of that sort of lobby, and I miss it. I mean, I guess you could. You know, when it with skill-based matchmaking, you can tank your shit to get back into those lobbies if you don't care about like your kill death. You just need to have some really shitty games, and you'll find yourself right back in those lobbies.
Yeah, but you gotta get lucky to find a whale that has all the stuff, right?
Nah, it's the thing with it is like you can't buy anything on the game. You've got to find everything, or you've got to buy it from somebody that found it. Right. So I haven't bought.
You loot it from other players? Or?
Nah, they're like these little loot boxes that you find in the game, and you got to extract them, and then you use your gun to decode them.
Dbloc, it's like Call of Duty Warzone.
It's like you remember. Well, yeah. The game type is game type is like that. It reminds me more of old Call of Duty with the loot boxes, though. Remember that?
Yeah.
I used to get the loot boxes, and you come in, and it was completely random, and you would either get something that was like, super OP or some bullshit. But now you can find something. This dude I was watching some dude on YouTube. He opened a Epic X, and he got some skin that was worth like $6,000, $7,000 US in value, in guns value.
Is it PvP or PvPvE or PvE?
PvP.
Yeah, PvP.
You could convert that to cash, Dbloc.
When mainnet comes out, yeah. So what he would have to do is he would have to take that guns out and buy stuff off the marketplace, and then when the mainnet comes off, then he can sell everything on the marketplace and move that to his wallet.
Yo, Dbloc, quick question: how come they didn't do this with Fortnite and Call of Duty with all these console?
It hasn't been. It's not time yet. They will. They'll be forced to. The same way that Call of Duty was forced to drop Warzone for free when they've been charging you $80 for every game for the past 30 years.
Right.
They had to do it because Warzone came out with free to play, and they came out with the microtransaction sort of business model, right, where you make all your money buying the stuff inside. So everybody followed them, and it's the same thing here.
All right, cool.
Right,
Yeah,
these people that are playing on console that have no idea this is crypto, they're just playing a game. When we go mainnet, and a couple months have passed, and somebody jumps in the lobby with them and says, "Hey, you know that gun you're using is worth like $5,000." Like, what? When they start to catch on, you know that their inventory is worth something. That game's gonna go crazy, bro. And every other game is gonna be forced to do something similar.
The thing is, what does crypto bring to those games? Because that kind of
Ownership.
already exists.
It brings ownership.
Yeah, and just wait till that's what I mean by adoption. Like wait till all the kids are playing and they're saying like, "Mom and Dad, get me this, get me
Well,
that." You know what I mean?
they are
Just like they
already
do with the
playing.
skins in Fortnite and everything.
You can't
They are
sell.
already playing, and most games have like gold, or they have
Yeah,
a
but
game
you can't
currency, and you
sell.
can
You
convert
can't
it
sell
to
them.
dollars, and vice versa.
You can't sell. There's
Well,
very
you
few.
can
Like
always.
CS had it, and
Yeah,
there's
you
a
have some
couple of
gold
black
sellers.
market sites that
Yeah, black market
guys
stuff.
in China will, you know. But this is like true ownership of your assets, and they're meant to move from game to game as well, right?
So it's not the
Interoperable.
game studio that owns, it's you, because it's crypto?
So the game studio doesn't even sell any of the game studio isn't selling any items at all. All the items on the marketplace are coming from people that found them. What the game studio sells you is guns, and they're charging people
Asset itself.
way more for guns than we're paying, like just buying it on market, right? Like some of the packs that they're selling are crazy. So they sell the guns. We find the NFTs. We sell the NFTs to each other, right? It's a player-driven economy.
I don't know if you've ever seen that one movie called like Ready Player One or something like that, where like it was just people playing as VR or robots or something like that behind the whole like mask. That's essentially where I feel like we're going.
Yeah, Lodic. When
Now,
it goes
this
to
is also-
mainnet, then you start accumulating actual guns per game. They said it's going to be at the same rate.
Free to play games, or?
Yeah, it's free to play.
This is also why. This is also why, like other game developers haven't done this, is because it literally breaks their system of selling.
Why would they do it?
Assets that you can only have.
Bro, why would they do? Listen, Call of Duty right now is selling you NFTs with unlimited supply that you can't sell to anybody or take anywhere, and then they're gonna drop another game in 2 years and do it all over again. Why would they have to be forced to change that? That it works perfectly for them. They wouldn't want to do that.
It's like the way Apple's getting all the money from it.
Bro, if 10 million people want to buy the rose skin, they'll just keep printing that shit out.
Nah, that's really cool. I never even heard of this, bro. So I'm huge into shooters, like big into shooters. I'm very competitive too.
Me too. I was a competitive Call of Duty player.
I'm gonna get a PS5 Dbloc. I'll probably end up getting that game, man.
What's that?
In my opinion, the best way to approach this, in my opinion, is play the game because it's fun. And if you happen to make money, great. That's a bonus, you know.
Yeah.
There's hundreds of games with crypto now. It's I recently found out I had some gaming tokens in my wallet. It's
Also,
called
like,
Mojo.
Oh, my food's about to get here.
After
Let's
hearing
go.
you describe what the game is doing, I really like that. Like what.
Bro, I told the guys, I told the guys when I first played the game. So I jumped in. I got first place on my first game. I got like 4 hexes. I got out. I received some guns for getting it. I used some of my guns to to open the hexes. I received the NFTs numbered. Let me know how many there are, which number I have. And then I sat there for a minute and realized, like, I just did like 7 crypto transactions on my Xbox.
Mm-hmm.
With no seed phrase, no sort of like, no barrier. It was seamless. And then I just thought, like, damn, like, this is really going to bring a lot of, not even this game particularly, but this is how it should work, right? You get in, you press a couple buttons, you do things that you're used to doing. The crypto's working in the background, right? You're not having to do all this extra shit. Remember these seed phrases. Make sure you're sending it to the right wallet. Like none of that shit.
Like, even if they don't survive the bear market, they may still be a part of heralding in that age. Yeah.
Oh, I'll get rid of all my guns at the top of the bull, no matter what. But yeah, it would be fun to be able to still play this thing and accumulate during the bear. It's a proof of concept.
What was that?
Right? It's a proof of
What was that
concept that
altcoin?
everybody should want for it to succeed. Because it means what comes in the future is going to be even better, you know?
What was that altcoin in gaming that allowed people to, or their idea was that you could, use assets across games, like different games.
That was the idea of
all
metaverse.
one
The whole idea of metaverse is
Yeah.
that it would be interoperable, and you'd literally be able to take your gun from guns and jump into Call of Duty and wearing an outfit that you bought on Fortnite, driving a car that you bought. But we're so far away from that. When you think about some of the that means that every game has to code more likely what we're gonna see is
like a universal.
a studio that comes out and has a bunch of games, like an ecosystem of games that's possible in, but it's all from the same studio. Sort of purpose built.
And was it? Do you remember ENJ Engine Coin?
Yeah, Engine Coin.
Gaming coin. I think they proposed something like that. They were like, "Oh yeah, we're gonna have assets that you can use in all these different games." And
There was that you
know
remember
if
the
that's
the
still
project with the scanner? I can't remember the name of it. Where you can, I think it was called human something. Where you can scan yourself and then you'd have your virtual person, and then they were gonna give out these scanners that you could take home, so that you could scan items in your house and bring them in world. Metaverse was crazy, bro. When that narrative went nuts, like people were we were literally thinking into the future. But just like gaming, remember gaming and metaverse sort of came out at the same time.
Yeah.
It takes about 4 years for a AAA game to be established, right? To be developed. A real AAA game that can compete with your Call of Duties and your whatever. It's going to take significantly longer than that for metaverse. I don't think they've stopped working. I just think that they're in the boring part of development where there's nothing to show. There's no hype. In the beginning, we bought into the idea. It was like crowdsourcing funding for the idea of the metaverse. Now we got to give them some years to put it together and prove it. Meta Hero, that's what it was. Good memory, bro.
do people still play Second Life? Because that thing came out in 2003.
I made so much money on Second Life, Rick.
Really?
So much money on Second Life. I was into I was building Sims on Second Life. So I got on there once. One of my friends was on there, and I got on, and then I met this couple that had this entire sim. And at the time, you had to spend like $3,000 a month to rent, like an island or whatever. You know how it was at the time. So I got on there and started building, bro. They just gave me sort of free roam to build whatever I wanted. And I built this massive ghetto in the sky that was sort of a copy of my neighborhood where I grew up. I filled it with stores, parks, venues, bro. I made so much money. But people, the biggest hit was this couple. They had never met. They were getting married on the game. They had no plan on meeting ever. It was just a video game wedding. They spent about $40,000 on this wedding. From the venue to the videos to the DJ to the fake food that we gave people to the fake honeymoon that we sent them on. Bro, it was nuts.
Wild.
But that's sort of the idea of what metaverse is, right? Metaverse is instead of, or Web3 portal metaverse sort of idea that we have, is instead of going to Amazon and scrolling down that list, right? You would log in and you would walk into an Amazon building and you would shop the way you do in real life, right?
Yeah.
It's just the interface that changes, right? Everything behind the scene is the same. You probably click the button, order the thing, whatever. But it's just a different way to interact with.
Experience.
Yeah, it's a different way to interact with web pages.
That's pretty cool.
Second Life was such a ripoff, man. People really lost themselves in that game.
Yeah. Very immersive then.
Yeah. Especially if you were a good builder and you could build a sim that was truly like unique and immersive.
Yeah. That VR chat game, I've walked around in that before, and that was like that. You do get immersion in that, like you can. It feels like you're in a world, but yeah.
I got
strange.
drunk one night during the bear market. There wasn't a lot of trading going on, right? I had just got my VR goggles, and I went onto VR chat and I put up like 4 Bitcoin screens, like floating screens around me. I had all my charts up, and I was just walking around drunk as shit, just giving random in-depth Bitcoin TA to strangers. Unasked, like they didn't ask for it. Nobody asked me at all. I was just walking around giving TA. Everybody was like, there was a little crowd around me. Everybody's like, "What is he talking about?" That shit is fun. VR is fun. Damn right, Haki. We got 171 viewers and 62 likes. Let's get those likes up, y'all. Where else are you gonna get gaming, health, and TA in the span of an hour? As far as speaking of TA, it's just hard for me to keep saying that we're just still in this range, right? Our target is the bottom of this vector. If that breaks, then we'll go and reclaim some of these wicks. But chances are support is support until it's not. Like we saw the reaction last time we tried to come out of this weekend trap. We had 2 massive wicks that brought us back in. So, yeah, I just wish there was something more exciting to tell you. Once we break out of this range, then we could start to get, then we'll start to get a little more active. But at this point, if you don't break above this support resistance flip or below this 800 EMA, we're literally just going to trend sideways.
Perfect for alts.
Yeah, as long as dominance can stay, and dominance dropped 64, right? It's at 63. It's kind of threatening to come back in, but that's good. That's really good for alts. If it stays like that.
In particular, if with its triple top issue going on, if it attempts a 4th time, a 5th time, eventually it's gonna break this area, no?
I hope so.
And sideways Bitcoin would help if...
ETH needs to get
well,
above
at least
3K, and then it's just gonna upset people. ETH above 3K is just gonna
and that's
fly.
when it gets dangerous, right?
Yeah.
Like on a FOMO. Wait, they already did on ETH. No, on ETH we've seen a lot of FOMO on ETH. But...
The Ether dead people are still out there. They're still out there.
Hey, Dbloc, that Second Life currency, how does it break down? So I see it's called L $, and then there's items that are like $2.99,
Lindens.
$3.25. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what the price. Enoch, I think you got the stream up. I'm hearing like an echo. Yeah, Lindens. I don't know what the going exchange rate is for Lindens. It wasn't cheap though.
Yeah, no, I got Bloomberg up. I'll turn it down. Okay, thanks, man.
Bro, we were pricing shit in real like whatever the Lindens were worth. That's what it cost you to get the T-shirt. Like if I was selling a T-shirt in my store, and I would have sold it for $20, I would have sold it for $20 worth of Lindens.
Wow.
It was nuts, bro. It was nuts. People had put so much money and invested so much into their quote-unquote second life that, like, they were more worried about that one than the real one. Like, real life might be shitty, but your second life was lit.
That's funny.
That's the danger of metaverse, right? That's the danger of metaverse. People will decide what reality they rather live in. We see it now. Yes. We see people that rather play video games all day than live real life, or rather watch soap operas, or rather watch, people pick their reality and they stick to it.
Yep. Oh, guys, real quick, I just saw on Bloomberg they're about to launch the rocket again, that Elon Starship thing.
All right, I'm gonna go eat, guys. My food's here. I'll be back in a little bit.
All right.
I'll pop in if we do break any of those ranges, though.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Dbloc, the prices on those Linden items on there is insane, man. Like a shirt is like $250.
I'm telling you. All right, I'll be back, y'all.
Teams acquired a hex.
When is the
Offered the
launch?
game.
I like to gamble Doge when there's a Starship launch.
It's coming up. It's coming up. Check on YouTube or I got Bloomberg in the back. I had it up, so you probably heard that. Yeah, but
It says Flight 10 scheduled September 8th. What?
no, I just saw now. Maybe I'm wrong. Let me check. Yeah, there's a Zuzi. There's a live stream of Starship Flight 9. Associated Press, 8.2
Elon Musk on X, he have a link actually.
I'll check it out, thanks.
It's rocketing now. Last time it did explode actually, and the price of BTC dropped.
It's not Bitcoin you trade while watching Starship. It's more like, Doge to the moon stuff. So I don't think it really. Well, yeah, it can have more effect on some alts.
If anyone wants to check out what this off the grid game looks like, I'm playing it on stream, like through the screen there now.
Yeah, I'll check it out.
Really-
You got it off Epic? It's on Epic, you said, right?
Yeah, it's epic. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm watching
I'm
YouTube
not very-
videos, bro. I'm actually hyped for this. It looks like Warzone.
It looks like you've got like artificial limbs, legs, arms.
It's
I'm
just
not
like a
very good at
futuristic
it.
Warzone.
On which
FIFA,
stream?
dude.
On your Rick stream or what?
Yeah, Rick's stream. Yeah, screen share.
Yeah, I'll check it. I'm at work right now. I'm gonna be here all night, but I'll definitely download it when I get home. Shooters are my thing, so hopefully I'll be good at it. So I'll watch it for now.
Yeah. Locate the hex vault. Oh, there's the hex vault. Let's go there. So this is cross-platform. I'm on a PC. There could be like PS5 players and
Yeah,
I don't
so
know other platforms.
Oh,
have.
that's dope. Cross.
I play that game. If you happen to pick up that hex, you wanted to take it to that machine as fast as you can because it's gonna like other players are gonna come after you.
Oh, that's sick. Yeah, you can.
And then when the whole thing starts, it also pings it to the rest of the world. Just letting you know.
Wow. Yeah, you could
Like
get
just-
PS5. Rick, PS5 has it, and Xbox
Oh, yeah.
S and
Xbox.
X models, or
Mhm.
something like that, and then the PC. You can't play it on PS4. I read.
Oh, okay, yeah. Fair enough.
And
So
it
what's
does
the-
the NFTs too, Rick. NFTs and like crypto all built in, integrated. Pretty sick.
What's the name of the game
Yeah,
again?
it's cool.
It's
grid.
off the grid.
Off the grid.
Yeah.
Nice.
It's what that whole guns thing is. The crypto for it.
Yeah.
I'm curious how the aim assist translate on the consoles compared to. Is there even aim assist?
There's not aim assist
I
on
mean,
PC. There's aim
but
assist on console.
there is a little noticeable. Like you'll be like if you're playing on the console, I think you can notice it because it just kind of snaps. I don't know how it is
Gotcha.
on the computer, but
It's probably the same as
Oh,
long as
look.
you're playing off a controller. It should
yeah,
calibrate.
yeah.
the
I
same
would
way.
just take into account. I don't think this is the final version of the game. Definitely, it's still like
Yeah.
I think
Typically, if
I
you're
think
on
that's a
controller,
hex
you'll
right there.
get
That little
controller
block.
aim assist. If you're not,
yeah. Those X's can be like green or black. That's all I've seen. I haven't seen any other color. So
I keep it, or does it just match? It just stays in the match kind of thing.
oh, you
Or
gotta
is it
go
something you?
deposit it into the whole like
Oh,
head.
this thing?
Yes.
Ah, I see. He's using it first. Oh, there's a dude over there.
Yeah, the purple one is the epic one. You have to go to the machine to extract them.
Got him.
Damn, I wish you guys told me about this on the weekend, man. I had a 5-day weekend just sitting at home staring at the
Oh damn.
charts.
Man, we should team up.
Oh, Rick has it up. Okay, let me see it.
Well, that's a good idea, bro.
No,
We didn't have anything to
also,
steal.
Make a team, yeah, make a
I don't
team.
know. I don't know if you guys saw, but if anybody trades on Femex, there's a team trading tournament coming up in like 5 days. I
Okay.
think registration. Yeah, so I think it's 10 people to a team. You have to register by like early registration is starts in 4 days. And then there's like main registration and then there's a late registration going into June. I think the tournament ends June like 28th or something like that, or 20th. I posted links to it in the referrals and in at Bubble, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, count me in if you guys need a 10th. Again, I'll try it
I
out.
mean,
Shooters are my thing. Mouse and keyboard all day.
I'm talking about for trading. This is just on Femex.
Oh. Like
Yeah.
a challenge,
Yeah,
like a
exchange.
competition. I
Yeah.
gotcha.
I think it's a $5 million rewards pool for teams, and then there's solo trading as well.
That's cool.
When do they do that? On a weekend, the trading challenge, or is it during the week? Do you know?
No, it's like a month. It's
Oh,
like
a
a
month.
month.
Oh, okay. It's a pretty good amount of time.
Maybe in June. Yeah. So if anybody doesn't have a team, looking for a team, trades on Femex. Yeah. Get it, even if we lose, you know. As long
Oh,
as we don't lose our money.
Rick, you're pretty nice, man. You're good.
Oh, they didn't see me.
It's skill based. It's gonna be like that the first couple games, then it's gonna turn to shit.
Yeah,
Yeah, don't
that's
do too
right.
good right now, or it's gonna be too crazy.
I'm gonna change
wanna
my
do
legs.
average.
It's good for streaming.
I do average starting out so that you can get like easy lobbies that have people that spent money on it because they passed the super easy lobbies. Oh, I guess
yeah,
they
I'd just
can't
be in
spend money on it, so never mind.
This would be like the worst because this is my second game. I didn't even finish the first match that I played when I first got it.
I'm
So
hoping
this
they
is my
make a
first
whole little
proper
tournament
match.
where you can like get paid in gun tokens with like a massive jackpot.
Bumpers, look at that.
Maybe when
Change
it
my
goes
legs out.
mainstream.
Oh, this captcha is like straight BS. It says please click on the shape with the fewest holes, and there's 2 shapes of 5 holes, and those are the fewest holes. Lies.
So do they have like a circle where you? Oh yeah, they do.
So once you're on Epic
Yes.
Games, then what, guys? I feel totally stupid for asking this question a third time now, but
Off the grid is the
Off the
name of the game.
there you go.
Yeah, off the grid.
Hey Rick, is the guy like a robot or human? What is he? This guy?
He's human with artificial limbs. Like
Oh,
he's got
alright.
robotic, yeah, like legs and arms,
Like
and they have
RoboCop.
like upgrades.
Okay.
Yeah, kinda, yeah. Wonder if I can jump off this without hurting myself. No, that goes up only.
You
I'll
can
just
use
use
the
the stairs.
jetpack, like deploying the jetpack right before you hit the ground to like
Yeah,
absorb and not get
yeah.
pulled.
I have jetpacks on. I
Yeah,
didn't know.
you have jetpack.
Yes, you can fly, friend.
Yeah, I don't know how to do it though.
You go off of like a higher ledge and jump off, and when you're like in air, press A or whatever it is that you use to leap.
Oh, okay. Like parachute button kind of thing, maybe.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
you're
Oh,
you
gonna
need to
start
find a
flying.
higher ground first.
that's the grid right there.
Yeah, it's
Get a
closing up.
safe zone. I need Dbloc's guidance because I don't know what to do when I get the hex. I found a hex, I just don't know.
You
Do I
just gotta
put
go
it
deposit
somewhere?
it.
Oh, so I need like a deposit point. What happens if you don't deposit it in the match? Do you just lose it?
No, you leave a trail as long as you hold it, where players can like track you, and they're gonna try and deposit it because you can get rewards from it.
Yeah. But at the end of the match, do you keep it? Or
If you deposit it.
yeah, so if you don't deposit it and the match ends, do you lose it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Oh,
lose
okay.
it.
All
Hey,
right.
Rick,
Well, I
why
gotta
isn't
find a
that other
deposit
guy
point.
trying to shoot at you? How come he's not shooting at you? Are you on the
The
same
bot.
team? Oh, it's a
Same
bot.
team.
Right. Okay.
Same
Not a
team.
bot, but
He's my
like
teammate.
he's
Here's an enemy.
That was sick.
First out of 20.
Yeah, I like
Woo!
this game. It's good.
I got 7 kills, 1 assist.
Yeah, you might get some tokens as well.
Yeah. So at the end of the match, it like awards you things, like some
Yeah.
bits. Backend request failed. Oh well, it crashed.
Yeah.
Awesome. Oh well. I mean, it is in.
It looks good. It looks good, man. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks fun. Ugh.
hey brother. Doing all right.
This
Yeah. Yeah. I was just about to respond. So I can't drive more than 10 miles per hour. So that means no highways, like nothing but local. But if I can get a ride,
open
or
mic.
if I can get, if the shop says they can get it fixed, I then. But I'm still waiting to hear from. Yeah. Oh, sick. I'll keep that out for as long as I can.
Hyperliquid took a bit of a hit over the past like 6 hours, 6 or 7 hours. Coming up on the daily close now too, 9 minutes.
Liquid's been going crazy.
Yeah.
Could you look at Rick? Could you look at Berachain?
What's the ticker for that?
BERA.
BERA. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's got like it's had a lot of selling off. It only came out on the 6th of February on Binance, I'm seeing. And it's it seems to have this day was interesting. The 9th of April, huge wick to the upside, at least on Binance, but it looks like it's got a resistance like that, and it's got a support like this at the moment. So it's tell you what, it's coming up on an apex. So if you go down to like the hourly chart, you can really see it has to make a decision here. Like, is it gonna further break down and lose that low, or is it gonna bust out of here and actually start trending up again? So if it does decide to break out, local targets would be like this pivot here, and then that one up here as like potential, points where it's going to be, resistance heavy, like here and then there as well.
Yeah, on the hourly, I was thinking that it looked like kind of like it was flagging out. And it was bouncing off some of the lower support.
Yeah, I mean, it just finished a bit like a bear flag type thing, like a rising wedge right here. Something like that. That's pretty typical. Like when you see something like selling off pretty severely and then it has like a counter trend like this, counter rally, the outcome is like return to the trend, And then on the opposite end of the spectrum, you get trends going like, from an uptrend. You can get a little bait, like this is just a smaller scale one, but a small bull flag right there. See that? And
Yeah.
that produced continuation up. Yep. Gotta love it, that stuff. When you can identify those like things, it helps a lot because you can anticipate what comes next. And then it's just down to probability. Like it's like, oh, you're trying to get probability on your side as much as possible. Like, how often the flags play out? Pretty often, like more often than 50-50. Like, so you do have like some probability on your side there. As far as like the macro view for Bearer, yeah, it looks like it's trying to establish what's this, $2.70, we'll say, just to give you a round number, as support. Like that's evident here. It's like a double bottom right now. So that and that.
Yeah.
And then you've got, some kind of trend line coming down here because of that point, that test there, that one, and then this local one that just happened recently. So I think it looks like, I don't know, it looks like the support will hold. But the cool thing is you get an answer pretty soon because the apex of this is just over here, like on the 1st of June, basically.
It looks like it's
But
got some resistance too at like 292, 294-ish.
Oh, okay, like more local. Yes, if super local, if you go down to 5 minute, yeah, I mean, there's even that, like this high here. But yeah, I think this one's the bigger one that people would be watching up here, $3.48.
All right, somebody tell me not to go and rob the same bank again. Not an
Okay.
actual bank. I want to
Don't
jump back and see this.
Oh, I was like,
I guess.
what?
Yeah, I want
See
to jump
this?
back and see this.
Or it like you should have. Yeah, I feel like you missed the chance.
No,
Well, I don't know.
I've been coming up off of it the whole time. I just closed out, and now I'm like, another entry.
You
And
closed it.
yeah, I just closed it at 1688 up at the high here.
Why'd you
And I
close
came
it?
well, I didn't mean to, but I saw profits and I was like, let me take it out before I get wrecked. Like if
Well,
something happened.
no one. Well, that's good. No one ever went broke taking profits.
Like the worst thing I can imagine is like after they made that announcement that like one of the like CZ or something says something about like, oh well, we helped you out, so now you owe us or something like that, and then it becomes a whole fiasco. Or I don't think that would happen, but I'm just saying, I'm like
Oh,
trying to
someone's
keep my
post-market
profits in line.
close. Hey, Rick, do you think Bara's flagging right now?
On what time frame?
One sec. No, hourly?
On the hourly, as in bull flagging.
Yes.
To
Or
me,
maybe
it looks
30
like it's.
minutes? 30 minutes?
Yeah, let me jump down. I would
So
say
it's
it's
saying, right.
it looks like it's working on an ascending triangle to me. Like, so you've got, I feel like there's a resistance here. Wait, let me just change this line.
Wow, it just started raining
Is
really hard.
That's what it looks like to me in the local area. So as long as you maintain, like, see how you've got test A, test B here. As long as you hold it, like if it is to pull back and like reject off there and pull back, you want it to hold at C to see if it'll, bust out of this ascending triangle, which is what the textbook suggests as the higher probability outcome.
Okay.
Oh,
So that,
Yeah,
that could
that's
be it.
what do ascending triangles usually do. Like most.
Most of them break out to the upside because they're a continuation pattern. Yeah. But it's not a bullet, like no pattern is bulletproof. No pattern is like guaranteed. So just be careful.
Yeah, no, I know.
Yeah.
They definitely.
It's
Okay,
it's
so
looking by the
tiny
way like
flag.
Epic Game Stores is telling me that Guns is not available for Linux. Off the grid
Oh, really?
is not available for Linux. Yeah.
I think it's just PC, PlayStation, and I forget what the other and some other console.
Well,
Thanks, Rick.
Linux is PC.
That's all good. Oh, like you mean the operating system? Maybe Microsoft.
Just Windows, it
Yeah.
seems like, yeah.
Windows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't see anything for Mac OS either.
I might be able to get it working with like Wine or like with a virtualization, but a lot of times with anti-cheats, they don't like that if it's not made for it or they don't have.
Yeah, you could try
Or
Parallels. Parallels Desktop is an app I usually use on Mac. There's another one too, Crossover. I think it's called Crossover. You can get like a free trial for like a week or two and test it out if you want.
yeah, I'll check that out.
Hey, for
I
those of
mean,
you that are on off the grid, what are your screen names?
New candle
What's
just
that?
opened for BTC.
What are
Oh,
your
yep,
screen
daily
names?
close.
No, 4 hour.
I'll have to get you my screen name, dude.
I think
yeah,
I have an
Bera.
Xbox, so I might just play it on there. What was this here? Sorry,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Bera, I think, is just keep your eye on that triangle, that ascending triangle. And I think this little bull
The
setup,
little one? Oh,
if this one on the down on the 15-minute chart, if that loses that ascending line there, then that invalidates that as a bullish like setup. But if it holds it, you're still good. You're still looking at a possible breakout to the upside. I remember this line here, that's your higher time frame downtrend line that it's been respecting since the 29th of March. Like that's a very long time of a downtrend line. So I really wouldn't be surprised if you get some kind of rally or pop out of that trend. But I don't know that it takes it immediately like right back up to the the highs, but at least you get a pop out of there. Are you in it, or like what? Are you just looking at it for an opportunity to trade it, or?
well, I shorted it, and then
Oh, you shorted
after
it. Okay.
and then after I closed it, I was like, this looks kind of like it bottomed out, and then I was like, oh, it's looking kind of decent now, and then I started longing it earlier today.
Yeah. Yeah, it does look like it's done like a nice double bottom at
What did
$2.70
I
ish.
shorted? I shorted it like right before it fell off a cliff yesterday.
Okay.
And then I
Oh
guess
yeah.
I flipped bullish to
Heh. Screen name for off the grid. I'll get you it, man. I'm just gonna open it back up so I can see what it is. I can't even remember what I selected for
I
it.
just sent you mine anyway. That's easier.
Yeah. Yeah. See if it'll let me screen share it again. Hang on a sec.
see this is gonna keep going. It's been crazy.
If I hit stop stream and then start application, there we go.
Thanks for your help, Rick.
That's all right. No worries. Connection to Epic services failed. We'll keep retrying. Oh. All right. Well, maybe their servers are down at the moment.
Is it is this an early access like a
It
closed beta?
is.
Like it's gonna end in like a couple weeks and then they rerun it a couple
I'm
months later, or
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
I wonder if it's like Tarkov where it's just gonna be in beta for the next like 10 years.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. Dbloc would definitely know, I think. He'd have the answer.
The Cypher family clan? Oof.
Maybe
Yeah,
the
they must
Cypher
have some
family guild.
update
I don't
going
like
on or
Cypher
something.
family.
Close this. Wonder if it's just my Epic Games username.
Most likely. I mean, unless it told you to create a name or something. If that didn't pop up for you, then yeah, most likely it's using.
Yeah, it must be just the Epic Games username.
Yeah, the game itself is still beta, so they do a lot of updates. When they do the updates, that'll happen. Where you
Yeah.
can't play.
I'm gonna try launching it again. Closed it. That bearer ascending triangle is going to be really put to the test right now. that idea.
You guys got a big red candle. I was watching it. Like,
I
oh
know.
no.
And then maybe that top line is more something like that, which is just a triangle. Same sort of deal.
I don't think we can see your screen.
Oh, yeah. No.
But if you don't mind looking at Sui as well.
Yeah, I'll have a look at Sui.
Yay.
Let me Shift F3 to connect with friends. Let's try that. I'm gonna add the go to the gym, bro. I'll try and add you, bro. I found you, I think. Add epic friend.
Yeah, it's still downloading to my PC, so it might be a minute.
Oh, you're right. Yep. You might see my friend request just in the Epic Games like launcher thing. It might have come up. I don't know. Yeah, I'm Alexander, 88.
You can
Yeah.
only play in teams of 3, just letting you guys know.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, I think the servers are down at the moment, so I can't like launch a game, so I may as well just
Yeah, I switched over to the
do some
other
more TA.
war.
I'll check
Yeah,
Sui
that's
for that guy.
cool.
ECU
For whatever.
piece.
Let me get the right screen share going. Go. So that was Bearer. We'll see how that goes. That triangle, see if it holds.
I hope
It might.
yeah.
Keep it on the side. Let me open up another tab for Sui. Sui. I'm going to start out on like the weekly and then work my way down through the charts. Obviously the weekly's going to be, it's very dramatic, the weekly, but there's definitely a very distinct trend line here based off the weekly pivots. So, you know, A, B, if Sui is to correct, you would expect some kind of reaction with that line becoming like a C. So like A, B, and then C. Wherever C happens, it might even happen over here. Like, who knows? But
Oh,
you've
you think
also got
Sue's
on the
going to
top side
250?
Sui to 250. What?
You drew a little like line down to 250.
On Sui?
Oh, it looked like you were drawing like a little line down to
Oh,
250.
oh no, that was just a direction. Like if this becomes a pivot, which seemingly it's like implying that that is a pivot point because we got a high. It's like 3 wicks. It looks like head and shoulders just from here. I can see if I was just jump down to the 4 hour, it's probably going to be a head and shoulders looking thing. Maybe you could. It's not very clear, but it kind of looks like that's what those wicks were because they span over 3 days, or actually more than that. Anyway, was I on the weekly? Yeah, I think I was on the weekly. Yeah. So those are the two prime trend lines that Sui's like behaving to at the moment, I think. So all of the activity exists within that triangle. So that's how you frame up on the weekly. Like that's how you frame the context of what's going on. Then you jump down to the daily. So it's like, okay, well, we've got an uptrend. We've got bullish market structure because we've got higher lows from a pivot. This was like an inverse head and shoulders here kind of thing, even though like the neckline's really whack. But the point is you've got a series of lower lows, the lowest low followed by a change in character, which is like you've now got, well, change of character happens when you break the previous high point, and you're now looking at the highs rather than. Let's change this up. Okay, yeah. So yeah, the way I see it, it's kind of like low, high, low, high, low, high, low, and see how all the lows keep getting lower until this point here. It's like, okay, here we've got our first higher low, or if you want to really get like, that's too small like of a bump to consider it a higher low. So you go to the highs, because when you're in a downtrend, basically, it's the highs. The highs keep it. Hang on a minute. Let me just remember this. Yeah, it's the lows. The lows keep it as a downtrend. If you keep busting lows. No, wait. It is the other way around. The highs define a downtrend. So if you can't get higher than the previous high, it stays as a downtrend. Once that breaks, which is what happened right here, because this was our last high, and it broke just here, that is a change of character. And the way you'll see it on some indicators, it'll come up like that. Change of character. You've changed it from a downtrend to an uptrend once it breaks through that last high, like right there. So then it flips to what you focus on. So instead of focusing on the highs, like in a downtrend, for the change of character, you're looking at the lows now. So to maintain this as an uptrend, you have to maintain higher lows. And the thing that would break it is like, okay, there's the last defined set in low that we had. If that gets broken, you've changed the character back to a downtrend. And that's just market structure. That's just like how you pick out, the zigzags. At least on this time frame. This is the daily chart for SUI. All right, sorry about that long rant about structure.
No, that's okay.
So I'm just trying to see if there's any kind of trend to be following going up. It's not very uniform because you got this low here linking up with that low, and it hasn't been you've had no contact with that trend since. So then you have to start looking at, okay, is there any other uptrend that has any kind of uniformity to it? If you cut across, cut through that area there, you can kind of get it to get more touches, because that's what you try to do. You just try to get as many touches on a line as possible to see what the market's looking at as a trend. But this one is it's too tough to call it as like a trend. I think there's only 2 touches here. The more reactions off a line you get, the better. The more solidified that is as a trend line, basically. So yeah, I don't think I'll draw a line in it at all, because it's too.
It's a little
There's no
hard to
uniformity
read.
there.
Since
Yeah, it's a hard read.
The whole incident it had, right? It's just that's why I was looking at
Yeah.
him. I'm like, this looks a little confusing right now.
It is. It's hard to pick, but there's still elements to what it's doing that you can read as fact. This was a high, so we'll make that red, and this is a low, so we'll make it green. Green support, red resistance. So you broke that resistance, so I'm going to make it dashed. But this one's still intact as a low, as a support. So that means this being an uptrend is still intact, and it's still valid. We're still trending up, right? When that breaks, you kill that as an uptrend, and you're now working on a downtrend again. So that's just market structure. So the structure is good. We've got, so this is good. This line here has actual you know, behavior off a line, like off this AB idea, because look, you have a touch at C and it's like right on it. So that means that line has been established. Like that is, you can kind of work with, it's given you something to work with essentially. All right, I'm going to jump down to the 4 hour and see if there's any kind of, you do have like a trend underneath. Like look at these, you can link all these lows up and see how there's touches. Make it a different color. Let's make it like orange. See how there's all these like repeated touches on this line? That's the beginning of something. Okay, just like this. This was a bull flag right here. If I parallel that, pretty much, I mean, you could argue that it's a falling wedge. Like there's all these different ways you can define it. The point is, it was some kind of consolidation. You know, you're either trending or consolidating in the chart. So this is a trend. This is some kind of consolidation. That's another trend. This is another consolidation. And then we just have to wait and see, is this going to become like a Bart Simpson where it comes down? Or are we going to break out like a bull flag? Or like a, you know, whatever we're going to class this as. I bet you'd get some analysts saying that this is a falling broadening wedge like that. But yeah, this is just sort of how I see it locally. This is the 4 hour chart, by the way. I'll jump down to like the hourly or the 15-minute. See how like it just, everything changes. You zoom in and it becomes like a new world of like candles. And then you have to sort of figure out locally what's going on. But as like from a higher time frame perspective, it's going up. Even though you've had these like rough periods of consolidation, you're still maintaining that low, and you're trying to set up a new low here. You're trying to defend price progress. It makes you wonder actually if this was a Fibonacci level that's hitting and holding right now of this move here from here to here. Because this is the retracement. This is the ABC correction, you know, essentially. And you want to see, okay, it looks like it looks deeper than a golden pocket. It looks just by eye. If I'm just looking at it by eye, I'm going to guess a 786 fib level, which is 78.6% retraced back to the starting point, is what that means. But let's see. Yeah, very close. Very close to a 786 retracement. And look, check out how the golden pocket got reactions right here, and then the golden ratio got, which is the 0.618, the golden ratio level. Initially, it tried to use the 0.5 fib, but yeah, it slammed through. Look, there's a reaction there. There's a triple there. They're not totally clean, like it's a little bit dirty. It pushes beyond it, but that's kind of like how people use fibs anyway. And just the same as this move here, that where it found support was probably, you could probably see that it's a fib level as well, like on this move up here. And you have to take it from the pivot. Some might argue that the pivot was down here, and then others might say it's from here, but the top's definitely here. So let's take it from here anyway, just to begin with, and see if it makes sense. So it kind of looks like a 382 provided the support for it to go like higher up. But then if you take it down to this starting point, it's still close to like a 382. Not bad. I think I'm going to delete that line because we don't need it. It just, to me, it looks like a bullish consolidation until it's not. Until we get invalidated, I think it's okay to remain bullish because you've just got higher lows every time, and that is the definition of an uptrend, higher lows. Just like the definition of a downtrend is lower highs. Like, see, lower high, lower high, lower high, lower, 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 and then we broke that. We broke that combo. See how right here, this is where we changed the character. We broke that curse of lower highs by getting above it. Hopefully someone's benefiting from me rambling here.
No, definitely. I'm watching you. I'm just
Yeah.
absorbing.
Does it help? Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
Definitely.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm
cool.
listening too, bro. I just don't want to interrupt. But I was just
Oh,
jumping up
it's
as
all
well.
good.
Yes, alpha, my friend.
It's yeah, like once you just know, like, okay, we've got when you've got a trend, they say the trend is your friend, right? Until it ends. The trend is your friend till it ends. But that, to me, that is the trend right there. Like, you've got that's the key pivots. Like, I can't see any pivots outside of this zigzag path that stand out like more. Like this is interesting, but it's not pivoting as key as this one here. Pivots are like the extremes of direction change. So like this direction got switched to a down direction, so it pivots off that. Just like this down got changed to an up, and it pivoted technically off like that low right there. So yeah, you'll get the hang of just like looking at a chart and you know exactly where the pivots are. It's just the extremes. And every time frame has a different context. Like the noise, like the moves on the 5-minute chart are just noise when you come out to the hourly. Like you don't even see the zigzags of the 5-minute chart. You know? It just smooths it. If you go to daily, like all of this, it just smooths it all out. And this is why you get a lot more perspective coming out higher time frame. It's the best place to start. It's because you get a feel for where you're going and where you've been. The tide is stronger, you know.
Think that CETAS issue will cause any problems?
Well, yeah, what was that chart that you guys were talking about before that's linked to SUI? What's the ticker for it? CETAS, was it?
That's the DeFi main dex.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I'll have a look at that
CETUS.
too. That bit bearer chart is really putting that triangle to the test. Look at that. It wicked through it. I would say it's very like it's dangerously threatening to lose it, but it's still, I mean, it's come up and reclaimed. So you've got like the price is above the line, but you've had some wick activity like past that line, so it's a bit scary. We'll see if it holds.
Hopefully
CETAS is at,
Bitcoin holds.
yeah, hopefully. CETAS, CETUS. Wow. Okay, that's a violent uptrend on the 15-minute chart. There's no question. Look how like vertical it's going like a skate ramp, like it's going up. Parabolic, you call it like a parabola. Like that. things get extremely volatile when they go vertical like that too. So the pullbacks are very steep. You just got to be very careful, like trading something that's on such a like high velocity. Whoa, that drop is okay. So that's where the drama happened, I'm guessing. That massive drop there.
Yep.
The Cetus drop. Yeah. So it's on a path to recovery. So the cool thing about the drop and the low that seems to be set in here is that you've got two very distinct points. Like we know that's the extreme high, we know that's the extreme low. So now you can map out a Fibonacci retracement back to the high. So this is basically like just a journey going back to the high, and these are the hurdles along the way that we have to deal with, like these fib levels. So we've already proven that we're better than the 236 hurdle. We've punched through it. Now we have to deal with the 382. These aren't considered difficult hurdles. The 236 and the 382 aren't that difficult. So if you're failing at the 236, you're not even getting up above it. It means the retracement hasn't finished yet. You're still crashing. Same as support. Like if I was to invert this, and you see that the 236 is holding and supporting the sell-off, that means that the uptrend's not over yet, because it's only a pullback. It's a shallow pullback. Same with the 382. It's just shallow. It's nothing too significant. It's when you start getting through the halfway point, like the 0.5 and the 0.618, you know that it's like a very deep pullback. And it's very popular actually to target pivoting at the 0.5 and the 0.618. Those are very popular areas to find some kind of reaction. I would say, yeah, they are the most popular spots to target for some kind of, bounce or rejection, depending on what direction the market's going in. Yeah, Cetus. Cetus. It's crazy. Maybe it's trying to work on like a V-shape recovery. If you go to the 4-hour. So what was the news that whatever caused this crash has been resolved? Is that what they're trying to say? Because if that's the case, then this thing belongs back up here. Like, if it's in my opinion, or at least, up in this cluster, like this neighborhood or that. So if whatever caused that dump has been rectified, then surely it returns back to what it was building on.
Somebody said that
Kind
there
of
was
like,
news today that they recovered all of the stolen funds. There was like
okay.
400 million drain. So Cetus is a DEX, and there was like 400 million funds drained from liquidity pools.
Wow. Okay, that's concerning, because
Yeah.
that's like you've affected people's confidence in the platform as a DEX. Like, how many people are now going to go, oh, okay, they've recovered it, cool, I'm going to go put all my money on there again? Like, you wouldn't. You'd be cautious. It's
And
like once bitten, twice shy type thing. So I don't know.
It's the biggest DEX on Sui. And then when that
Yeah.
happened, they found out that like Cetus has Sui has the ability to freeze
Just like
everybody's
Solana.
Sui's everybody's wallets,
Yeah.
and they froze like a bunch of stuff, like like all the pool, a lot of this, everything that had things drained out of it. I think they froze
Yeah.
all of that, so people couldn't swap. And then, like, all the Sui lens stuff got frozen, and so people couldn't swap or do anything. It was weird though, but like things on exchanges could still be swapped.
It makes you wonder I mean, I'm not sure. Maybe it has, but do the Ethereum developers, do they have the ability to freeze Ethereum and like take it offline? I don't think that's ever happened. I don't think they've ever pulled it down or frozen it,
Yeah, I don't know.
unless I'm
But
mistaken.
I think it's how they got
Can't think
their
of any.
funds back. The people who like immediately the next day or like right after it happened, whoever strained it, they froze the wallet.
They reversed the transaction one time, and that's what resulted in the Ethereum Classic fork.
Okay. According to Google AI, no, it's not possible to freeze the Ethereum network itself. Ethereum is a decentralized distributed ledger, meaning no single entity controls it. Unlike centralized systems, there's no central authority to shut down or freeze the entire network. However, individual accounts or specific tokens can be frozen. Yeah. So you change this to Solana, they say no as well. But we know that they have paused the network, you know? Like they've let's go the SUI one. SUI. And they're not coming up with an answer like an AI answer. Okay, assets frozen, but not the actual. Maybe not the actual chain, like the actual. I'm not sure. So they froze. It says SUI validators freeze majority of stolen funds. So yeah, SUI validators froze funds after the CETUS hack sparked decentralization concerns. So yeah, if the network, if they have this ability to freeze fund, like, you know, which is kind of like what a bank can do, right? They can stop a transaction going through. That's a hit to its decentralization. It's centralized, like they've got some kind of authority or control over what works and what passes and what doesn't pass, you know.
Yeah, I was reading into that. It says that they can intercept and modify the source code in real time without the community's consent. So it's definitely not decentralized.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
But then nor is any chain apart from Bitcoin and ETH, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
This is
there
why.
is still like it still has like viable use, and there's still a lot of companies that I guess have signed on board to use it and whatnot. But it's still,
Yeah.
you know what I mean. That the fact that it's not decentralized, and we've seen that is where some people are concerned.
See, this is the compromise that people are now realizing that they're comfortable with some kind of control over crypto, like some kind of central system, right? When you think about it, the world we came out of before crypto, we completely hand our livelihoods, our bank accounts to like companies and businesses. We put trust in our bank to hold our money and keep it safe, right? So why do we have this big hang up on crypto being like having some kind of authority? Like, you know what I mean?
Usually
I
you
know
get some
it
kind
kind
of
of
insurance,
undermines.
though, right?
What's that? Sorry.
You get some kind of like security, like if anything was to go wrong, they could give your funds back, but maybe not if you have a lot. I
Yeah,
don't know.
it is a benefit. I mean, that is a benefit. Like if something goes wrong and you accidentally send something somewhere, there's like you can reach out for help from. See, this is where a bank helps, right? Over something like Bitcoin. That's one merit that a bank has is that they can provide assistance when something goes wrong.
Well,
Whereas when it's on Bitcoin, you make a mistake, it's gone forever. Like you've lost the transaction. You've sent it to the wrong
well,
place or
well,
whatever.
well, essentially, like the bank assumes all the risk. No, that's my understanding. That's why, like
Yeah,
they give you such a low, small APR because if you, it's like if you think about it, like if you had all your money in Bitcoin, you're gonna
yeah,
fluctuate. So whenever you need it, it could be like, oh, you're gonna look at your account and it could be like maybe
$2,000, right? Or then when it's up there, it'll look like it's 10,000. So you have more access to more
Yeah.
liquidity. But
Mm,
it's like they're eating up that risk. So that's where I can see that
yes.
like the banks absorb that. But I
See,
mean,
I think banks aren't all bad. Like they're not a bad thing. They allow you to borrow to buy a car or like get a loan for a house. You can do things like that with banking, right? Banking is a service. How it's like the fractional reserve situation, I don't like that, but I do
yeah.
like the security aspect and the customer service side of it. So if they can harmonize crypto with banking and the merits of crypto, like find some kind of solution or product for us to use that's cool. That I think that's kind of like what XRP is trying to do, I guess. But
It's
Well, I
yeah,
called
for
mean,
the
DeFi.
diehard crypto
if
fans,
if
I do like Bitcoin is always going to be there
Look,
as an option.
my only question has been since like I've gotten into this whole crypto thing and I've
Hmm.
understood everything is like I get it. Like people say Bitcoin's daddy, like Bitcoin's number one and we can't replicate it. My question is why can't we replicate it? What is the difference between Bitcoin and everything else and why is it that we can't actually make something exactly the same in a parallel but non-tangent, like, you know what I mean?
We have, yeah, Litecoin. Litecoin is a cut paste of Bitcoin, like copy
So
paste.
it doesn't matter what Bitcoin would do, it would fluctuate on its own.
Yeah, yeah. Litecoin performed like has its own chain, it's a different algorithm. But yeah, essentially it is like a proof of work.
Yeah, I was gonna
I'm
say
pretty
that.
sure it's a finite supply. Yeah.
It's
So
essentially sorry.
Litecoin's the example of like why don't they just make another Bitcoin? Well, Litecoin's the example of that, if you ask me. And we know that Dogecoin is a copy paste of Litecoin. So yeah,
So
they
then why
exist.
did why
Proof of work. Hmm.
hmm. So then
The
everybody
reason
just
that like yeah,
sorry.
yeah, you can duplicate the ideas of Bitcoin, but it's like okay, well the market decides what wins, and the market has decided Bitcoin is the king still, you know.
Yeah.
The open market is free to buy Dogecoin and Litecoin, but they don't value it as much as Bitcoin. Bitcoin's
It's
still the
not
king.
appeal. That's not as
Yeah,
appealing in a sense. That's
yeah.
crazy.
Like
So everything's
it's
just pretty much
yeah.
opinionated based, like a pair of
It
shoes.
is. It's the community. It's like the crypto community puts trust in Bitcoin, and you know, Bitcoin's the big famous one. It's the first one. You know.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Because I've wondered the same thing. I'm like, why don't they just make like if Bitcoin has problems in the future, like oh surely we can just build another chain and like you know start it up again or whatever. I'm pretty sure like Litecoin is a proof of work. I'm gonna have to like look that up now. That's like some fundamental thing that I should know. I think it is. I think
Yes, yes,
you
it
would
is.
mine Litecoin. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. There's not many proof of work coins. Most of them are proof of like stake or they're ERC20 tokens. They're not actual coins. They're just tokens on the Ethereum chain or the Solana chain or the Sui chain. You know what I mean? They're just little projects that have built off the prime chain of Ethereum or whatever. Yeah, proof of work consensus mechanism to validate transactions. So yeah, it's got an algorithm built into it, and you have to solve the algorithm to you know validate the transaction on the network, just like Bitcoin. So Litecoin, Bitcoin, and Dogecoin function the same in that sense. It's their consensus mechanism that validates the transactions. And the reward for solving the transaction, like crunching, you know, the computational power it takes to solve that block is what you get. Like that work is rewarded by more Litecoin or more Dogecoin or more Bitcoin. Like that's how you mine it. That's the mining side of it. The other thing, the thing that I don't like fully understand is the proof of stake, because you've got validators and nodes, and the more you own, the more you can validate and process transactions that way. I don't understand that fully, but I know it's different to proof of work. It goes off how much you own. So like now that Ethereum used to be proof of work, just like Bitcoin. Used to mine Ethereum. Different algorithm, but it was still, the mechanism was the same. But they've switched it. They've now changed mechanisms and they've gone to proof of stake. There's another one as well. There's like XRP operates different again.
Yeah, but
Google
I guess what
that.
I'm trying to say is like, how do you prove anything's really decentralized? You know what I mean? Like the only way we know Bitcoin is decentralized is because essentially it's like somebody grabbed the key and threw it away. and and when it comes and when it comes to
Yeah.
all these other coins, you can't really say the same because we know somebody made it and they're still alive, or they're holding, or they have some kind of value and interest in it. And I guess that's where the worry,
Mm.
like regarding like what happened to Sui, is starting to kick in. It's like, how do you prove
Yeah.
anything is decentralized and that nobody can alter it at any point?
Yeah. So there's something, you have to look up something called a 51% attack. So if you control 51% of Bitcoin's network, which is good luck doing that because there's a lot of it. There's a lot of network out there. That means that you can start dictating what the blockchain, what the ledger, like the transactions on the ledger. You have the control of the network essentially, and that's where you can counterfeit, or not counterfeit, but like validate transactions that didn't happen or whatever. I don't know
Okay.
how that would work, but I don't know how, I don't even know how to explain it, but yeah, there's this thing called a 51% attack where you basically have to own and control over half of the entire Bitcoin network. And the network's massive. Like people have built, mining plants just to mine Bitcoin. And they're like multi-billion dollar or at least multi-million dollar, projects, like infrastructure, just warehouses and warehouses of like servers mining
Oh yeah, I've seen some
and
of those.
cooling. Like that's a lot of money to build that stuff. And
And
there's
maintain
ones
them.
in China, there's ones in like America even, and like Greenland,
So
Iceland. I
theoretically
can't
speaking,
remember
if
where.
somebody ever does get to like 51%, we just
Mm.
start all over and throw the key away again.
Well, I think it would be very evident. Like people would be like, "Oh wow, someone has all this hash power," like because it's the hash rate, right? So the more fractured it is, like the more divided up the network is, the more secure it is. And it is like that's the way it is right now. Like no one has more than, I don't know. I'm gonna Google that right now. Like who has the most hash rate? Like who has the most Bitcoin network hash power? In Bitcoin mining. The United States, here is the hash rate index list for the top Bitcoin mining countries in 2025. So apparently the US is the leader in the hashing, the performance of the network.
Okay.
So there's been a lot of investment into crypto mining. So yeah, the US apparently has, as a country, has more than 25% of the hash rate. So there's a lot of crypto mining that's going on in the US. And then you've got Russia. Russia's like second, 10 to 25%. Russia and China. I know that a lot of mining happens in China. But yeah, Canada's even up there. Australia's not that much, but there's some. But yeah, most of it comes out of the US. Most of the horsepower.
That's cool. That's good to know.
Yeah, it is good to know that like it's shared across the globe. It's not just one country that's doing, you know, all the heavy lifting and that controls, you know, the network in that way. I think the way that the US is now recognizing Bitcoin and like all the mining and everything, they'll probably like protect it. They'll have the biggest hash rate to the network, right? And they're not going to try and derail it or counterfeit it because they've invested so much to it to keep it working, right? I don't know. It is good to like talk about this, like what would stress test Bitcoin, like what would compromise it.
Yeah, man.
People
Always
say
gotta.
like,
I say you gotta pray for the best, but expect the worst.
yeah, yeah. People say, what is it? Quantum computing is like the prime threat, but that's not even you know, available to consumers to have yet. I think Google has one. They've got a like the the
You know
Google quantum
the best
computer or something.
hackers, governments, Korea, North Korea, everybody tried to hack crypto. They all failed.
Yeah, that's right. And it would also be obvious, like if something happened, it's like, oh wow, there's this big sell-off happening on Bitcoin out of the blue. You'd be able to see it because it's all on the public ledger, right? Anything that happens in Bitcoin has, you know, it shows up on the network. So if it becomes evident that someone hacked the bit or like controlled the Bitcoin hash rate and, you know, or whatever, the thing with quantum computing isn't mining Bitcoin and you know hash power. It's about cracking people's wallets, like knowing the address to say Michael Saylor's wallet, for example, and then being able to access it by, you know, deciphering the encryption, and then, you know, and then spending from it. So that's the thing. It leaves a paper trail. It's one thing to hack into Michael Saylor's wallet, but then it leaves a paper trail from where they sent his Bitcoin to, and then they can go, okay, well, that's linked to that, and then they basically follow it. They follow the wallet. Kind of what happened with Ethereum, the staked Ethereum hack that was done by South Korea, by the Lazarus group. They've hacked it, so they've got it, and then they're trying to keep a tab on like where it's going. I think some of it they've lost track of it, to be honest. Some of it, I don't know how they do that, but they're able to send it to like, I don't know, goes into networks that lose the paper trail. That's right. I was going to look up how the hell XRP functions, like what kind of network it has. What kind of consensus mechanism does XRP use? XRP uses a unique consensus mechanism known as the XRP Ledger Consensus Protocol, often referred to as the Ripple Protocol Consensus Algorithm, the RPCA. It's a Byzantine fault-tolerant, the BFT protocol, that operates differently from Bitcoin's proof of work. The XRP Ledger's consensus process relies on a unique node list, a UNL, of trusted validators, where most nodes agree on a transaction before it's added to the ledger. Okay, so it's kind of like a validator network. And Yeah. I don't know who has the most validator power. Probably Ripple. What time is it in the US right now? East Coast.
8:30. East Coast is
Ah,
8:30.
prime time. Everyone's had dinner.
8:51. It's about to be
8:51.
9.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Ready for the shit.
Yeah, I just started my night shift. I'm gonna be here till 6 a.m., baby. Then I get to go home and hopefully the servers are up because I'm definitely down to try that game out. And yeah, we'll see what Bitcoin has to hold for us tomorrow. Very intrigued. Everybody seems like they. But then again, if you think about it, the day coming off a 3-day weekend usually is
Yeah.
slaughter. So the fact that it held up there's got to be a good sign.
Yeah, I think so. Even in so the session, the stock market session for the S&P was good. It was a green day. Everything went up. And in post market, which is where sometimes you see like a dump or a correction, it just held ground. It didn't go up or down dramatically. It just went sideways, which is good. It means it's maintaining the value that it achieved for the day. So
Yeah.
yeah, pre market for the Wednesday session will be interesting. See how it behaves.
I also saw so you know how you were saying the futures on Coinbase were locked in on Friday when the market closed and nobody was able to get to buy or sell until basically market open.
Mm,
So I saw there was an update today on Coinbase, and now apparently they changed. I guess a lot of people were complaining, or cursing them out because now it's 24 hours, 24/7. You can trade futures with Coinbase. So they changed that real quick.
yeah. So comparing Bitcoin at the moment with the S&P, I'm just gonna do like a stacked view. So Bitcoin on the top and S&P 500 on the bottom there. It feels like there was an inverse action today. Like you had, yeah, there it is right there. You had the S&P climbing while Bitcoin you know, retraced. Bit of a deviation. Delete the squiggles off there. Yeah.
What's going on, Rick?
Yo.
Yo,
Just
good question. Hey,
yeah.
when you change the time frames right there, how do you do it so both of them change?
So up in here, in the layout setup, you want to make sure interval is switched on because then it'll sync them. It'll sync the panels by interval and crosshair. I wonder if you can sync them by time as well.
I gotcha. Appreciate that, bro.
That's all right.
Rick, quick question. Would you ever consider using a Mac for trading and stuff like that? Or is it strictly PC stuff?
Oh, you can use whatever will give you you know, a reliable web browser. Like Macs do it. Macs have Safari, and you can probably use like Chrome for Mac. Yeah, a Mac will work.
So most people
yeah.
still use PC, right?
Yeah, it's just like personal preference. Like what are you more used to? Like what are you familiar with? Like I've always been a Microsoft Windows user, so PC's my choice only because of like other things like games, and I used to do 3D like animation and you know graphic design, that kind of stuff. You can still do those things on Mac, but the software like the software to choose from is a little bit more limited with Mac. Like that, yeah. So it's a
I'm
little
just
bit
wondering
more.
with the AI that's going on now and
Mm.
the way that's getting incorporated into everything. I'm assuming that everybody needs just a faster processor. And I'm just wondering what's available right now, Mac wise, as opposed to PC wise, bang for the buck.
Oh,
You
for
know,
like,
what's
yeah, I wouldn't be doing it off a Mac if I was trying to generate. If I was doing like AI stuff, like generating pictures or videos or music or whatever, I would want a PC because they've got more components that are like interchangeable quite easily. Like with a
correct?
Mac, you can't just go out and buy like a new GPU and plug it into your Mac.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
think it's all proprietary,
Mm-hmm.
you know, hardware that's built into the Mac and like the Mac.
Yeah.
But in saying that, they're still high performance. They're
Oh,
just
I've seen some really
yeah,
good high performance, and I like the
Macs.
interoperability of the phone and the way everything hooks up and links up. But
Yeah,
at the end of the day,
it's
like if you got to upgrade your computer to just keep up,
yeah, yeah. Because technology moves quickly. Like like as far as hardware goes, you know, Nvidia is always developing a new chip or like a new, you know,
yeah, I think it's
processor.
wild.
Intel as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's wild that Apple doesn't use Nvidia, or you know, I mean, it's insane.
Yeah. It makes you wonder, like, do they have they thought of that? Have they thought of like, you know, getting some kind of contract with Nvidia and getting Nvidia to build like a Mac
Mm-hmm.
card that you can buy that has the Apple,
Yeah.
you know, it's all Apple branded, it's all Apple, but you can buy it and it comes out every year, you know, kind of like
Mm.
the iPhone that you can just, you know, unplug the last year's model GPU and plug in this year's model into your Mac.
and it's all Apple. Like Apple gets the profit, like and they just pay. They pay Nvidia for the rights to the hardware and everything. But yeah, it makes
Yeah,
you wonder.
interesting.
I'm sure they've talked about it. I'm sure they've considered it.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I think Apple, they have their own labs and development in tech with chips and all that. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Like they've got the A2 chip in or the A whatever
I think
it's
they're
up
on
to now on the
M4 now.
iPhones. Yeah. So
Yeah.
they've got their own. I don't know how that they stack up against like the other big. I mean, there's Nvidia, there's Intel. Intel make the CPUs. There's AMD as well. AMD chips.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what country AMD comes out of.
Yeah, me either.
I think Intel's American.
Intel, I think, is American.
Yeah. But all of the actual hardware, I'm pretty sure it's all Taiwan. Like they produce all the
Yeah, man, they're the
microchips.
kings.
Yeah.
That's why China's after it, right?
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
just heard
So
some really
yeah,
wicked
Intel.
stuff. Yeah. Go ahead.
Intel's Californian, Mountain View, California.
Yeah,
Founded.
that makes sense. That's what I thought.
Headquartered in California as well. So yeah, definitely. And then AMD is California as well. Probably Silicon Valley, right?
Oh yeah, totally.
Santa Clara, wherever that is. I'm guessing that's Silicon Valley.
Yeah. You ever been to Cali?
Okay,
Or no?
Yeah, when I was like 12 years old, stayed in Anaheim to go to Disneyland. We were only there for like 3 nights. At the time, we had relatives living in Alaska,
that must have been
north
nice.
of Anchorage. Yeah, we went there in the summer and visited my relatives in Alaska, who now live in Texas of all places. Like they switched. Some of them still, like my
Are they in the
cousin
oil
still
business?
lives.
Probably.
No.
Yeah. Yeah.
No. But yeah, a couple of my cousins still live in Alaska, but my auntie moved to Texas when my uncle passed away. Yeah. But yeah, we were there. It's kind of eerie. We were there in July, I think, of 2021. Sorry, 2001. This is like a couple of months before 9/11. That's when we did our family holiday. But we didn't do any East Coast stuff. It was all like West Coast. It was Cali, California, and then we went to so it was like 3 nights in California, in Anaheim, 2 weeks in Anchorage, Alaska, and then on the way back to Australia, we stopped at we did like a 2-night stay in Honolulu, Hawaii.
Oh, that's gorgeous.
Which was really nice. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's my favorite. One of my favorite.
And I haven't been overseas since. Like I've done, I've traveled some, a little bit in Australia, but nothing overseas since then. So I'm way overdue.
Yeah, man. I'd say.
Have you traveled? Have you gone outside
Yeah,
the US?
so I flew 30 years as a flight attendant for major airline.
Nice.
Yeah, I retired. I retired a couple years ago. And, yeah, I've been around a little bit. There's some places I wanted to save, so I didn't want to spoil it with a crappy 48-hour layover. I figured I'll just come here and spend a couple weeks, the way it should be. So, you know how it is. That initial first reaction or first experience, there's nothing like it. It's just like when you eat a piece of candy and it's so good at the beginning, and then you totally become numb to it. So, I saved countries like there's a lot of countries in Europe I haven't been to, like Greece and Italy and stuff like that I know I'm gonna really enjoy, and that's coming up as soon as this run is done. I think I'm going on a couple-year vacation, start traveling a little bit. I'll definitely be in Australia at some point because it's just it's one of those places where I gotta see.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. Yeah, I just heard I heard something really gnarly. Just remember when we were talking to Dbloc, we were talking about the whole quantum computing and the possible threat of it posing.
Yes. Yep.
Yep. So I just recently, I don't know if you guys have heard of the Paul Barron Network. The guy's on YouTube, and he puts out a lot of information about crypto stuff, like on a daily, sometimes 2 or 3 20 or 30-minute videos a day. Have you
Oh,
heard of the
okay.
Paul Barron Network or no?
It sounds familiar.
Yeah, you probably have.
I'll look it up and see if it jogs my memory.
Yeah, PBN.
Paul Barron.
And so they're saying that BlackRock just issued a statement a couple days ago about the possible threat that is poised by quantum computing to some cryptocurrencies.
Right.
It's almost like a disclaimer, it's almost like they're covering themselves and putting it out there like it's possible, it could happen, I'm sure they're worried about being sued in case something happens, so. And coincidentally, they were saying that there's new technology in some cryptocurrencies, Ethereum being one of them, that is actually being developed to offset that. So just like we spoke with Dbloc, where you mentioned fork in the road, where they would just go back to, I don't want to say the beginning, but they would just go back into the technology and redevelop it so that it was quantum safe, quantum computer hack safe, I guess is the word.
Yeah.
But it seems to be there's a narrative, like there's building concern. I've seen it on the news, especially like in the last 3 days, 3 or 4 days. You know how it is. It's a narrative. One guy posts something about it, and the other guy sees it and decides he's going to do a story on it. So it's just kind of like a domino effect, I guess. But yeah, something to keep in mind and maybe discuss a little bit to, not ignore the elephant in the room, as they say.
Yeah. I don't think it's anything in our immediate future, like the quantum threat. I think it's something that's, yes, they're working on developing quantum computers, but I don't think it's in the hands of anyone that's a bad actor. And the development is probably costing millions and millions of dollars, right? If they build, you're going to see other things fall before crypto does if there's a quantum threat, with hacking, right? They're going to hack banks. Banks are going to be way easier to access than cryptos, right? For hackers with quantum ability, like horsepower, to crack into someone's system, right? So why would they not just go for the banks? And also the stock market, you could probably like crack into their systems easier than you can a proof of work network. And you'll be probably rewarded with way more money as it stands today. Like, what's Bitcoin in market cap? Like, how much can you actually? So yeah, I just don't think it's worth it for someone that has that to go after crypto. Like, it would be like a vendetta, like some kind of out of principle, maybe, if they hated crypto. But there's so, like, if they're looking for money, there's way easier, what's the analogy? There's way easier clams to get open than crypto for a bigger reward, basically, for hacking it, stealing it. Yeah.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. So
Did you
that's
watch?
why I'm like, okay, the incentive just ain't there.
What's up?
Clams to crack open.
Yeah,
If
that
you're
was
looking
pretty
for
good.
pearls, man,
Dude, I don't know
what
if
has a
that's something you
pearl?
guys throw around in Australia a lot, but that was pretty clever, bro.
I don't know. I don't know about you guys, but I definitely enjoy cracking open some clams.
Yo. So funny.
Oh, that was funny.
Is it a clam that has a pearl inside it? Is that, the pearl farmers, they'll have, it's clams, right?
That's correct.
No, those are oysters.
Are they?
Oh, oysters. Okay, sorry. Crack the oyster. There you go.
Okay. Listen, we
I
got
thought a
it.
clam.
Oh, we're all over the
Clams
place.
have it. Yeah, that's funny. The innuendos. Oh my god. Yeah.
All
So
right,
I
that's
just
it,
don't
Rick. We're
think.
starting, Rick.
Yeah.
We're
What?
starting a band, and we're starting a band, and we're gonna be called the Clam Crackers.
The clam crackers. But yeah, I really don't think if you use the analogy of oysters, crypto is a very, very tough oyster to open up, and the pearl inside it isn't that impressive when you compare it with how soft the shell is of other networks to crack open
Right.
with bigger reward inside them. Like,
So
you know what I
there
mean?
isn't big enough a big
So
enough payday for all
yeah,
the work.
exactly. So there's so much more on the line for quantum threat than crypto. Like, crypto's not the one you would go after if you had the power to do so.
The
Yeah.
juice ain't worth the squeeze.
That's right. I mean, maybe one day, if crypto becomes the biggest thing on the planet, then maybe they will try to come after it. But I don't see that happening in the next 10 years. I don't think, unless things really ramp up quickly and crypto gets big.
They need some quantum resistant technology for sure, but like
They would, yeah.
I think that it's just at this point crypto is kind of the easier one because you have all of these banks have all kind of cybersecurity. I don't know how it would stand up to quantum computing, but yeah, I don't know. It's scary to think about. We're really with this whole AI and quantum computing shit. We really handed the matchbook to the kids here. Kids
Yeah, I know,
kids are
right?
playing with matches.
The future is getting, like the stakes are getting real high for danger because it's like Pandora's box, right? It's like once you release it, it's like out
Rick,
and
I
available.
disagree with you a little bit on the time
Mm.
frame of how much
Yeah.
time we have before it's an issue. I think
Before it's a threat, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a threat already. I think it's really, really close.
Shit. Okay. You
Yeah.
think Google's gonna hack Bitcoin?
Uh,
Maybe.
No, I don't think Google would. Maybe not Google, but somebody with
Yeah.
Google technology.
Or someone that knows how to get into Google, like a hacker,
Right.
that can override controls over their
Right.
AI. But yeah, even still, like,
Yeah, I went down
they
that.
would, they would
Yeah.
have some pretty smart minds on how to keep it secure and not like have anyone from the outside try to get in.
I just didn't feel comfortable not grasping what the progress was and what the latest development could be.
Yeah.
Because being early is important. Sometimes being too early is a problem, but you want to see these things way before they're an issue because this is where opportunity, is found.
Yeah.
Not so much to be a fear monger and say, "Oh my God, they're going to steal our Bitcoin." No, that's not the issue. That's not the way I see things. Total opposite.
When you think about it, I mean, there's people with nuclear buttons at their fingertips, and we just trust that they're not going to press it. We put our trust in North Korea, Russia, whoever else has nukes, right? That is not us, not the West. Like, we just trust that they're not going to press it. Like, but they could,
Don't forget.
The threat's there.
Don't forget, we're the only ones who actually used it.
Well, I know, right? Yes, the US is now modern nuclear is way scarier than what they were using back when they actually dropped bombs on Japan. Those, like, as devastating as they were, like, it's way worse now. Like, the capabilities.
No,
of
it's
it's
scary. Smart bombs that are actually not producing that much nuclear waste, no?
Oh, really? Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. They come
I'm
up
not
with
clued
like
up on
small, little bombs.
Yeah, that's scary.
Clean nukes.
You make it sound safe. Small little bombs.
Smaller bombs that keep the environment healthy.
Just a small little bomb. Just a small one.
They just chase after people. They don't ruin the environment. Yeah, for sure.
You heard the thing with electric tanks and Trump?
Nope.
There's
What's
a
that?
video of YouTube on YouTube about Trump, and he's like, these people are crazy. They want us to have like clean tanks so that we don't environmentally damage the countries we're
Environmentally
blowing up to
conscious.
bits.
Environmentally conscious killing machines. Yeah.
Exactly. Well, you know,
Jeez, it's
robots are
crazy.
emission free, right? Or even drones. They're like electric powered.
Mm.
No,
Yeah.
the
But when
batteries,
they
for sure.
when they blow up, they pollute.
Yeah. There's always a trade-off. There's always going to be a cost to the environment.
Sure.
Like even people thinking that electric is completely, carbon neutral, it's not, because the plants that produce the electricity, unless it's coming from like a solar, but even then, is solar totally neutral to any kind of carbon impact? And no,
I
it's
think
not,
electric
because
tanks are like that's more what they're about. Is they're
Mm,
about like fuel regeneration and about speed. Because like
yeah,
look at how
it's
fast electric
efficiency.
cars are. Yeah,
Yeah.
and also like the
Yep.
ability to uh well, see, I don't know how it's gonna work with battery cells. I think that's actually
Yeah.
more dangerous.
Ev-
But
Everything is of cost to the environment. It's all we're talking about is improvements on efficiency. So we're definitely moving away
right.
from, coal and gas, like that kind of thing, which is very unhealthy to the planet in the long run. But we're
But not
moving
On
only not
electric
only
towards,
to the planet, but to people living close by coal
yeah.
emitting electric plants, right? Like that. You don't want to
I
Mm,
also
live
feel
close
like
to a coal.
yeah.
autonomous electric tanks make a lot more sense than autonomous mechanical tanks, right? Like that's I think that's more what that's about than anything.
Right.
Like I don't
You know
think
what? Oh, someone's got a
I
reservation.
guess you could
I mean,
say they're going
you,
green to go green, but
no, you can't take what Trump says very seriously. But it was funny.
yeah.
Just a funny
No,
video
yeah,
to
he's
entertain
making a
people.
joke, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But at
Talking
the same
about,
time,
how you were,
like there is a scarier sentiment to that.
yeah. Talking about like hackers and quantum and all that stuff, that world would be very interesting working at Google and seeing how many people attempt to hack into Google and just having, you know what I mean? Like there's got to be this world of, internet security, like even the police, I'm sure, and like, the Pentagon and all that kind of stuff. They would see
Yeah.
the attempts that are coming in every day. People trying to get into the system.
Well, yeah, I mean that's the thing. We're in a Five Eyes country, right? So, hey, if you have a phone, privacy's not a thing. Now, they did just come out with this thing called OniUX that you can use on Linux to route any third-party app, the Tor network, but also, you could still be fingerprinted, and like it, like everything. I think we like everything. So like the whole quantum issue with Bitcoin, right? It's not the entire market you got to worry about. It's that if somebody has that capability and decides to use that for wrong, yeah, they could potentially break the hash code. But I think the bigger danger is like individual wallets, right? Um,
Mm.
Somebody got a hot mic. If you don't mind muting.
Yeah,
yeah, somebody does.
Skelly T. Sounds like there's a
Nate,
TV on in the background or something.
People, I get it. We're
yeah,
desperate. Bitcoin isn't dropping, but it's just fun. This quantum stuff, it's just fun.
well,
It
for
is.
for for the near term, yeah, absolutely. I think eventually it's a concern, but I think there's a lot more things you need to worry about with quantum computers than
Than crypto.
than Bitcoin. Right. Like
Yeah,
I think
imagine.
they're like you said, low hanging fruit. So like it's more
Mhm.
like they will use quantum computers to erase
Rob
any
Banks.
idea of privacy for well, I don't even think like most of the people so the banks will have access to quantum computing services to like like counter defense kind of stuff, and I'm sure they'll develop away from the traditional ways of securing money. They'll find ways to deal with that. Like they have tons of dollars to spend to mitigate that. The individual though, like individual privacy will go out the window. Everything will be like we will be computed as data sets as like these tiny fractions of tiny blips, which we already are, but like on a much larger scale, and they'll be able to track patterns of humanity at a much larger level, which could be used for good or it could be used for bad. And I think like it does come back to that whole thing you were saying before, right? Like we already have people with access and power to utilize nuclear warheads. So like
Yeah.
no, it's not
Which is
like
like
it's
bigger than money. That's like you
it
don't have to
like
stress about money. It's life and death. That's like destruction.
like and I think the majority of quantum computing, at least until like the far term where it becomes a little more accessible to certain individuals, right? I mean, there will always be bad actors that'll work at complexes that find ways to access the quantum computing and get away with doing this, that, or the other, but it won't last long. You know what I mean?
I think you know what I mean. I don't think that quantum computers are going to be commercially available or even like, let alone available to everyday people. It's just like they don't make
Yeah.
nuclear warheads available to everyday people or like commercial.
No,
You know what I mean?
it'll be a very long
They're
time until they
strictly
are. You know what I mean?
strictly
It's
controlled. They're so powerful.
right.
Strictly controlled.
And
Yeah.
by the time like the average or not the average, but like by the time like a high level hacker can access it, it's like it's gonna be wiped out by whatever the next bigger compute technology is. So
Yeah.
like I think really, it stands to serve a lot of like good too. Like we'll be able to discover new cures and new this and new that by running through data sets at such a high rate, right?
Sure.
That we can simulate every
Yep.
possible probability and find iterations within iterations that we didn't know existed before. But we'll also see, I think, big corporations use it to erase any idea of privacy and to control people, because that's what that's always
Yeah.
going to be a concern, right? But
You-
they already
you
do
just-
that.
You have to
Everything's
look
just
at
about
how has humanity, when they've come across such a big revolutionary thing and like something powerful and like groundbreaking, and how have they
internet.
dealt with it? Have they just given it to the people like as a
Yes.
product?
Yes.
Well,
the
it
internet.
depends on like the implications of like what does it do? Like
did they give us
After
the
war,
internet
yes, but first the war.
or
After you give.
like they
it
gave us
depends
the
on what
internet,
it
but they
is.
also slowly took over all the nodes, and they censored it, and they created these like little mini internets. Because like really, the internet me and you are on, like yeah, we're all from different places, but there are a lot of places where their internet is entirely separate or isolated from ours. And
Well,
you
yeah,
look
the
at like
internet.
Pegasus, right?
The
Pegasus is
internet's been
used
around decades before
to
we got it too, by the way.
right, and
So,
it was
yeah.
brought to us by revolutionaries, right? Like it's in their own sense, in their own right, it was brought to us by a bunch of like revolutionaries
Yeah.
and hippies, really, and like thought leaders in radical thought. But they will always seek to control the avenues, right? At least until we find a different way to communicate governance, which I think that's sort of what crypto is at least heralding, right? It may not.
When they made the internet commercially available and like available to like in the retail space to everyday people, mom and dad, what was the biggest threat to giving people access to the internet? Like what?
Of information, brother.
Yeah,
You
it was
think
just
about look
information
at
sharing,
like
videos.
WikiLeaks. Look at what that did. Look at the
Yes, there
upset
has
to the
been.
power structure that has been created, and that's why
Yes.
they're so hard pinned on controlling it and controlling the access nodes. And realistically, right, most of what like when people have privacy, like I'm a privacy person, you know, I wouldn't say I'm like a extremist, but when people have privacy concerns, like really, they're not worried about you if you're not something that puts you on their radar. Because like, you know, yeah, if you're doing something real bad, but they also like
Yeah.
even that they want certain bad elements to exist so that those avenues exist, right? And they
Yeah.
need that. They use that.
Well,
We've seen that
it
in
create.
Black Ops throughout history.
Yeah, there's like it builds it. It actually creates jobs. Like, so when you think about it creates industry because when you have a problem, people will pay for a solution. You know, like if you've got
Right.
yeah, like viruses, internet. There was the
Well,
whole
usually
antivirus
the person
software.
that creates the problem will sell you the solution, right?
Yeah, well, that's right.
Right.
Yeah, like so
And
the
that's
whole
why the
antivirus
bigger Go ahead.
like industry because that used to be a big deal. Remember, like when the internet came out, everyone was scared of viruses, and there were viruses that you could get on your computer, and you would pay money to solve that or defend against it.
A lot of that was also
These
just bad
days,
OPSEC though, right? So like here's the
yeah,
thing, it's if you're trying to run a refined machine, but you're still smacking it over the head and blowing on it, right, to get it to work, no diddy. You know, like you're gonna have issues. Now privacy now, right? The real concern of privacy now is actually about like you are the commodity, right? So it's the commercial entities that you really want to prevent owning your information because the more that they aggregate about you, the more they can put you in these like little tiny echo chambers and sell you their products or sell your information to the next guy. And that's where the danger comes in. Or if you're in like autocratic country where Pegasus is a thing, and you're concerned, or you are somewhat radical compared to the laws or the culture there, that's where it's a threat to your life, right? Um, I mean, you know, we're not like wiping out people just because they have radical thought. We just send FBI agents to like infiltrate their network and try to convince them to do something really bad so that they can prove that they are bad people so that they can, you know, arrest them and put them away. And honestly, if you are willing to like do something bad, yeah, like that means we've squashed a lot of possibly good revolutions, but the reality is just like a lot of times like, you know, there are reasons why those things exist. And if I'm honest, at this point in the game, right? Like it's not advantageous to anybody for a lot of these radical thoughts to take over, even if they're better thoughts, except for I would say like in the way that crypto does. 'Cause crypto's slow, it creeps, it builds, and it's built beyond, and it's proving the structure without destroying it, right? But by disproving it, it is destroying it because the falsehoods of aspects of the structure, when exposed to sunlight, start to crumble on their own. Right? They have to be explained. They then have to be justified, and that's kind of like what the internet revolution was, and that's kind of what the crypto revolution is. And so I think like a lot of the fears come from like lack of understanding, and I think also it may be some time, but eventually, I think the things that we fear now, they'll either completely wipe us out, which at that point, I think that's almost like an inevitability. We've been doing that in movies forever. And that's not really them, that's us, right? Or they actually like break the chains that we've been chained to slowly over time by providing better solutions.
Listen, these quantum
So
computers are talking about communicating with parallel universes and that being the way that they solve problems. So it's, I mean, we really
already
we
are parallel universes, actually. Like like if you look at the way like we've discovered not exactly, but we've like they discovered an entirely new form of matter or like a whole new spectrum of reality within these quantum computers, and that's actually what's making them work.
Yeah.
Right?
You're talking about that that mixture of solid and plasma kind of
Yeah, it's like it's like its
plasma.
own sort of enclosed ecosystem, but that ecosystem affects
It's like a whole new state of matter, I think is what they're talking.
Yeah, but that's
exactly.
when you no the people those there's 4 states of matter. But anyway, I'm not a physician, but we had someone who was good in physics. He would probably destroy what you said pretty quickly.
So this is
But
not decision advice or physicist advice.
it's
Yeah,
speculation.
I'm definitely not a
you know,
physicist
there's-
at all, but
there's
I
don't think there's any
there's
proof
credible
of.
news. There's credible news about this. This is actually from
Oh,
the
yeah.
claims of
Oh, yeah.
Microsoft themselves,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
like
yeah. This is coming
is
straight
not
from
this is
them.
not like
This
yeah,
is not
this is
hopium.
their info.
Yeah,
Now
this
that
is not
doesn't mean it's
voodoo.
true
Seems,
100%.
No, there's just it's a developing story. So
Yeah, this isn't like the conspiracy unless they are
No.
the ones selling the conspiracy. Now, that's always a possibility, but it does make sense, right? To be able to because the issue they were having before is these things were too fragile and they'd overheat and
Right.
and they'd react. And this this new like
State of matter.
form of life, if you will, or form of reality that they've discovered to make these things move and tick and work is just another like everything spectrums. It's just another level of the micro or the macro. Well, it's really the micro, but it's the micro affecting the macro, and they found a way to either control that, or at least they think they have. That is really the only danger that concerns me, is that do we know what we're playing with? But I don't know what's on the other side or underneath or at that level. So like I don't want to just outright fear it. I want to I want
they're
to hope and
spending
trust that we
billions.
have our best scientists on it. You know what I mean?
They're spending billions,
Yeah.
especially in Switzerland, to study matter and all. And
Hey, did you guys look at the one of they actually got some kind of they had some kind of interaction with an entity, and they didn't know who the entity was, but this
Wow.
entity, these quantum computers that were
So
communicating
bizarre,
with
huh?
parallel universes. This is all factual stuff, okay? This came from the news. This
Very
comes from
cool.
anywhere else.
Well, this is
yeah, that's
speculation
what
because we
worries
don't
me.
actually
In
know
your
what they're contacting. You know
Right,
what I mean?
exactly.
So
Exactly.
so here's
But
the
the
thing, because for
answer,
all we know, this could be the response of the compute itself responding in a manner that we have not seen before.
right?
And like
That doesn't actually
creating its
mean
own
one of the
intelligence.
commands one of the commands given by whoever was responding was stop. That's all they said. Stop.
if you've ever
Yeah,
like taken an experience with DMT, it's very much the same, and that is pseudoscience would say that that's sort of like the realm that they're playing in, right?
Yeah.
Is what's beyond the veil. Or metaphysics would say that too. So I mean, or suggest that. That's all theoretical. And again, we know that like AI in the past, like just to drum up drama and to drum up investors potentially, or just as like a quirk of certain AIs, that like AI has responded with things that are like avidly concerning, doesn't mean that like the reality is actually threatened. A lot of times it was either a joke or a gimmick or this, that, or the other. But I mean, I can't say for sure. I'm not one of the ones working on this stuff. But as of yet, AI hasn't like reached up out of the computer and killed us. And I don't think quantum computers will. Although, like let's say there is some higher form of consciousness, whether it's aliens or deities or just other forms of life that in other dimensions that we don't have the functionality as beings to perceive, right? Like this may end up like let's say that conversation opens, and it says stop, and we ask why, right? We may end up getting answers way beyond what we need, and it's whether or not those answers are released to us or they're withheld by the people who have the power in this field. Or again, we might take us all out, but honestly, that was almost bound to happen with nuclear warheads at some point, anyways. Because I just don't trust everybody with access to them. And, like, you look at China. China's building, and not to like fearmonger China, but like they're rebuilding and centralizing their headquarters, plausibly. This isn't proven yet, but plausibly and likely underground in southwest of Beijing. I haven't seen it. This is just what I hear, right? But I mean, like, they're ready to go underground and potentially start wars. Doesn't mean they will. It could be just like how Trump does, where he negotiates real hard, but he deal makes real soft, right? Because at that point, you're already in the position of power. You don't need to swing arm if you can demonstrate the capability, right? Like, and that's from the dawn of time. We've done that. We've had war dances. That's what war dances were. They were literally like, our dance is so fearsome as a tribe that your tribe decides, you know what, not worth the bloodshed. We'll just
Yeah,
work for
I
you
call
guys
it
now.
break dancing. I used to do it in the 80s.
Yeah, brother. That's a great metaphor, actually. Yeah. Well, except for that, like, breakdancing is cool, but capoeira is even cooler, but not necessarily the most effective art.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
It
Good
is flashy
conversation.
though.
Good
Yeah.
conversation.
Just I don't
Hey man,
want to
you
fear
haven't
the
lived.
thing until I have a reason to fear. And if I'm breathing and I got breath in my lungs, and if there's anything I have in my control to stop something from going bad, I will absolutely try to do that. And I suggest or not suggest, but I admire anybody that also does that. But outside of that, it's like we've for centuries feared the unknown, and more often than not, it's just been the phase of evolution. Um, Not always good evolution, but I feel like at this point in technology, we stand a better chance of actually gaining from it than just completely destroying ourselves. And even if we don't, like, we were already going destroying the planet, which in turn won't destroy it, but it will actually just wipe us out, the species entirely. So it's
Did you guys hear
like
about? Did you guys hear about the mushrooms growing in Chernobyl? They eat
I
radiation.
have, yeah, I've heard of that. This
They eat
weird like
radiation.
thing.
So to think that this
yeah.
planet is just going to allow us to do whatever we want, I mean, it may, but it
Yeah,
will heal itself, man.
it's like it's
Well,
developed a
it'll heal
solution to
itself.
radiation.
It takes
It's
a
like,
long
oh,
time.
we
Yeah,
found.
but it'll also destroy the ozone that keeps us alive, and it'll wipe us out while restoring itself. And
Sure,
that's the
we're the
thing, right?
creators. We are the
Yep.
destroyers.
Although, we could go on. I don't want to get into mycology because I'll go for days on mycology. But there is theories that with some backing that mushrooms are coming off of like spores are surviving impacts from asteroids, and that's how they're coming in, or they're breaking off from chunks of asteroids and survive like the fall down into the earth. And so potentially, even if let's say we were a civilization before, like we traveled here, potentially, and this is super super theoretical and pseudo, okay, but potentially, we traveled here, and whatever we learned back then, like, came with us or is following us and is like uploading this information and detoxifying the environment that we're destroying. And maybe that was like
You mean we
us
were
or our predecessors giving us a leg up on our own demise that we were self-creating.
So you mean we were not
Wow.
created by Lord Inky?
I mean, it would be
Oh,
very
you know who
nice
that
if
is?
someone, intelligent would save us from the mess we've put ourselves into. However, I'm afraid the simplistic explanation is that, yeah, we're in trouble.
Yeah, well,
we have to take
we already
responsibility
knew
for that
that.
trouble.
Wait
You know,
till a field
So
of
to wrap
mushrooms
this
or
up,
mycelium can
yeah,
mine Bitcoin for us, like the computational
Honestly,
power
I
of
don't think we're far
mushrooms.
from that. I don't think we're
you're
far from
right
that.
though.
Think about it this way. Mycelium is the closest, like the way it forms is the closest thing to the way like brains work. It sends electricity across and sends signals across a network. The only difference is
Yeah.
the mushrooms are collective, where we're not. And mushrooms are advanced enough to evolve and adapt. So like the
Yeah, but the,
spore, like do you know the little puffballs? You know why those exist? Those exist so that they can get across to like deserts and environments where they cannot survive, so that the spores can spread across oceans. All
you
right,
know, whether it's
truffles.
mushrooms
All right,
or
I'll go for days.
dolphins or octopus or all of this is
Octopus are
similar
aliens.
life. It's very similar. It's DNA based, and even the DNA is pretty close. So
Okay.
yeah, it
Yeah,
can
well,
survive
and
space. Maybe it came from elsewhere. It's possible, but the simplest
maybe we did
explanation is
too.
just evolution, right?
And maybe the whole point is that we're trying to get better at not destroying the planet, every planet that we go to. If that's a big if we came from somewhere else, and if not, like we got to stop destroying our literal means to survival and life. I always like the ending of, what was that, 2001: A Space Odyssey? Or no, was it whichever the one where it's like all the rich people go to like some other planet and they're like they make this concoct this great idea to like escape the destruction of the planet and the radiation. And they go to another planet and they get there and they immediately get eaten by the first creatures they run into because they think they're cute and they're just like, and they eat them. You know what I mean? Like that I think is kind of the futility of the way that we've chosen to live for so long. Is we don't know if there's anything survivable. We don't know if terraforming won't create even bigger problems and accelerate the rate at which we die on the next planet. Um, we don't know any, like we'll find out. I mean, Saudi Arabia is terraforming their own land, right? So we'll see what that does. Or maybe we'll see. Maybe we'll have the
They're
awareness to
planting
know. Maybe
trees
quantum
in the
computing will
desert.
tell us.
They're trying to
Yeah,
plant
which
trees
is
in the desert.
they're making rain in the desert too, right? So, which is impressive. I mean, like that's what we like conspiracized about HARP, and who knows, maybe it is doing that. But like,
Hey, circling back to who is developing quantum computers right now, is there any kind of like oversight, or like they have to follow any kind of like rules?
Well,
Surely that.
I think it's based. I think it's being handled, country by country. And
Yeah.
Trump, I think, I don't know if he handed over quantum computing or AI, but he's
Right.
kind of set on this guy Sam. What is it? Sam Altman,
Right.
from AI, whatever. What's it called? Help me out here, guys. What's the name of the
right.
company that he?
OpenAI.
Well,
OpenAI. There you go.
yeah.
Well,
Because the
that's great.
implications
That means
for
it's
what
going to cost a lot of money.
No,
the
hell yeah.
implications for like what it can do is like it could be incredibly destructive. Like it's Pandora's box. They got to be careful, and I'm sure that they
Oh.
know the danger and the threat. So it'd be under
Do you have
strict,
any? If you have any doubts
supervision,
that it'll
surely.
be weaponized, it'll be weaponized
Oh,
at some
totally.
point.
Yeah. Well, just like if
maybe
nukes are weaponized,
I also have
entirely
no doubt.
destructive.
I also
Nukes are
have no doubt
weaponized, and
that people that are less than capable are probably either in control or helping them make decisions.
Well, I don't.
I think
I would say like
we underestimate how ignorant sometimes our governments are. They're
you
not
think
always the most
that, but
qualified.
look
Yeah.
how long it took to even begin to. We really never regulated tech in the first, like the tech boom. We didn't regulate most of that. We just sued them as a nation state for when we were like, you're doing bad, give us money, right? Like we punished them with money, and that didn't even really take much but a chip. So like the thing is, I actually think in the oddest way, I don't necessarily trust the people that are in charge of the tech, but I don't know who is. And I actually get the feeling that the majority of the people with access to the money and the power that that it takes to even create quantum computing probably have a bit of the same concern because they might be like, what are we playing with right now, right? Like they might be the ones taking it more seriously than our own legislative process is. Now they will also absolutely utilize it to take as much power and control and to monetize and make commodities out of people as they can, because that's just a good business model for them, right? But I think I would imagine that folks know. I'm more concerned with like automated turrets and autonomous vehicles and the whole like Terminator actualization that we're kind of headed to slowly. Um, Honestly, than anything, because like that's it's not even the AI side of it. It's just literally the fact that we are already building and are progressing the rate at which we are building machines of death that are not that are either remote controlled, taking the soldier out of the battle, taking like the accountability away from the death machine, or like or just completely taking it out of the soldier's hands and letting upper management run it, which is even scarier, right? But that's like also again, that might end up being like a mutually assured destruction. It's just hopefully everybody that raced to develop these things, because that's what we do, right? That's
Here's
where the
here's
money all
the
comes from.
here's my conundrum real quick with what people saying that like AI like it's gonna be weaponized and all wars are just gonna it's gonna be basically robots fighting robots or whatever. But I don't understand what the point of war is if there's no human lives at threat. You know what I mean? Doesn't isn't that what
Well,
kind
human
of gives
lives are a
war?
threat. It's just
But
soldiers aren't a threat. See, that's the difference. That like because you're making it safer for the soldiers, and like that sounds great to every nation, to their people being like, oh, my sons and my daughters don't have to die for this anymore and bleed for this anymore. But that doesn't mean like that just means that like it's like the
but I
same old
mean
game we've always been playing. The
but it's like
biggest group with the biggest
if there's
power
war
will just wipe out the little groups.
but if there's no war fought on like a battlefield basically anymore, that like I guess I suppose there could be like an invasion from one country to another, but
That's what
like
I'm
there's
talking
usually
about.
like a battlefield. But I mean essentially if you just have robots like attacking each other or whatever, like it's kind of just like you would ideally like attack the nation or citizens in your nation, like a city in the nation that you're warring with, right? So basically war would just turn into like everything would just be an act of terrorism, like there would
Right,
be
and
no like
that's the concern. It's not the AI itself. It's like the idea of war. Now, if we can turn it like so far forward that we get to the point where like war literally becomes a simulation and we fight battles over simulations to figure out who gets to control the resources, then I'm fine with that. Um, like they're like, why are we spending all this money when we could just literally do this all in VR, and that's how we decide who's got the best tactics and who is the most fearsome nation and who gets to have all the power, right? Like that's kind of like hopefully we figure that part out, but it and hopefully, right, it's like nukes where it's like really it's about having them stockpiled. It's the capability and the threat of, and not the actual utilization of. But like we've seen what Russia will do with that. We've seen what like certain countries would do with that technology, and I'm not so concerned about Russia and China potentially, but I think there are at least enough of like like we're already sort of at the point where it's like part of war now is like if you hit a small enough country or a weak enough country hard enough to make all the other countries get in line, right? Like that can prevent certain things, but there's always going to be like cultural differences that are going to spark into violence, and that's where things get scary. Um, Because just because our cultures don't agree doesn't mean we should just like wipe you out with all of our autonomous robots, right?
We talked enough about quantum that it make quant pump.
Good.
Maybe quant isn't quantum related, but
I mean, I'm invested in D-Wave. You know,
invested in
I
what?
literally have trades open in D-Wave and Palantir right now, so I can't really say, you know,
Palantir
too much about it.
is the defense company, right? They
And
develop
D-Wave
weapons.
is quantum computing.
D-Wave is quantum
Correct.
computing.
You know, ultimately it's never been most, and it's not most of the people at It's like just like it's not most of the people at Raytheon. Most of them are just doing the job because like it pays good, and they're trying to contribute in the way that they can at this point. It's always just a few people at the top, right? Like you can't get mad at the soldiers. You got to get mad at like the machine itself and those who have the levers to it, or be concerned with, because you getting mad might not even do anything, and it might just make you target. Really, it's about like
How do they trade that
speaking up.
company D-Wave? How does it trade under what?
What Palantir and D-Wave? I mean, Palantir was up 50% last time I checked, and
Yeah, I saw
D-Wave was
that.
up like
I know that.
160.
It's just D-Wave like an ocean wave?
No, it's QBTS is the ticker.
And what about Palantir?
Palantir, I don't remember what the ticker is for that, but hold on 1 second, I'll pull it up. Palantir is PLTR.
Yeah, I think I saw that.
I mean,
Somebody
like,
was talking about that last week.
like I don't trade on I don't trade on what I believe is the next right thing. I trade on what's gonna make me profits, because I actually do believe that's the way, if you want to be heard when speaking up about these things, is to have enough financial weight to actually be able to be heard by the people in charge,
You're the
or
smartest guy in the
affect.
room, but you have no money and you have no way to make your dreams happen.
Yeah, and
Right.
that's where I'm at, right? So like now I'm on my goal is my breathing. Am I alive? Am I finding ways to enjoy life and spread like love and light where I can? Sure. And contribute to society in a positive manner. I do the best I can, right? So now I need to accumulate funds so that I can maybe even affect a small change. It doesn't matter how small the change is. It's about how big the effect is, and if the timing is
Small
right.
changes create ripple effects. So
Right, and it's like trading. If you are able to be in position at the right time, that's really all that matters, right?
yeah, totally.
And if the right time wasn't then maybe the right time is now, or maybe the right time, like planting a tree. If you didn't plant the tree 20 years ago, you should at least plant it today, right? I'm sorry, I've been ranting for a bit. I apologize.
No, you're good. You're good. Yeah, you're good.
I do appreciate the conversation. It's
No,
stimulating,
we
and
appreciate you. You spreading your knowledge and sharing it with us. It's
And it's
you know,
DGen hours, so this is always a topic.
I mean,
8
I'm
p.m.
pretty
I
new to the
like the
game, man.
mushrooms coming from space stuff.
Susie, why
we
is
know
your
there's microbes coming from space, right? So
Susie, why is your vehicle stuck at 252 miles an hour, revving at 6,000?
it's my eco-friendly side.
There's nothing eco-friendly about 6,000 RPMs at 252, bro.
Got a Prius on steroids now.
That's hilarious. And dude, you have like your picture is in like Korean. Is that the language of the?
Oh, mine, no, it's Japanese,
Oh,
but
it's
it's not
Japanese.
in Japanese. It's in English. It just says
It's
hold these.
You know, the interesting
So
thing
what do
about
you
that
go by?
picture
What's the
is
name you go by?
Was he talking about him? Were you talking about Zeus's picture?
I was talking about you. What name do you go by?
You can
Holdies.
call me Hold.
It looks
Hold?
like Japanese, but it's actually English. It's
Ah, there you go.
HOLDEEEEZ.
Yeah. It's because
Holdies.
I got my name changed too many times on Call of Duty, so then I changed it to where they
Oh,
couldn't
I
change
see.
it.
Holdies. Yeah, I see what
Yeah.
happened. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
remember you. I
I'm
think
just
it was
Yeah.
anime was talking to you. They're like, "What's your name?" And you're like, "Holdies." Everybody was laughing.
Yeah.
you mean like hold these
Call
nuts?
me
I get it
Deez. You
now.
can call me Hold. Yeah. If you look
Yeah,
at my name,
hold.
it's actually at the end. At the beginning
And
is
I
a
see a
smiley face, and
peanuts
the
on the
end
bottom
is
now. Now it all makes sense. Yeah.
end's got some hangers on it. You know.
That's funny, bro. It's funny. Yeah, I'm just getting you to know you guys. I'm not on here much. I've been on here a little bit the last maybe 5 weeks, but I'm
It's
still
good
rocking.
chatting with you, brother.
I like your name. Go to the gym, bro. It's like a friendly reminder that I really need to start going
Yeah.
to the gym again.
Yeah,
Me
I'm gonna tell
too.
you
Or
something,
just at
bro.
least being healthy.
The older you get, I think you and I have had this conversation before. The more you
Maybe.
need to actually go I mean, you can't just go to the gym and get on the treadmill for like 9 minutes. No, I'm talking about you got to go to the gym and destroy your body and then eat healthy and sleep, and
Oh yeah, dude.
it'll
Weight
reverse aging like you have no idea.
weight
My
catches up to me so quickly. I get overweight like pretty quick. Like if I just overindulge and let go and don't exercise, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
That's
totally,
my
totally.
body type.
Yeah, I get
my
skinny. I was
mentor
112 pounds in high school. I'm
my
205 now.
mentor in rock sorry. And my mentor in rock climbing is in his 50s. He slings steel with the best of them. He climbs 80-foot towers and builds steel structures in the air, right? And
Oh.
well, he took a year off last year, and his health deteriorated quite a bit because every year he's working, full seasons, um, climbing steel, rain, sleet, snow, whatever, right?
Yeah, you
Doing
can't stop,
doing
bro.
hard labor in his 50s, and I mean he's in better shape than I am.
Yeah.
And I just got off the phone with him. He actually got injured a lot. He was doing a death metal festival, and he
Wow.
ended up getting injured too much. But
Yeah.
it's like even just taking 1 year off, right? So now that's kind of an extreme scenario, but like
Yeah.
basically you're treat your body like your vehicle unless you don't put oil in when you're supposed to and do all the things that you're supposed to do, right? Like treat it like your vehicle, and make sure that everything's greased up. Make sure that you have the right amount of fuel. You're running on empty. Make
Yeah.
sure that you're checking the oil, checking the lights, making sure and
Yeah.
keeping it moving. Because if that engine's moving,
Yeah.
right, objects in motion like to stay in motion, right? So,
And it's not just the fuel, it's the quality of fuel, the type of fuel. You want to
Sure.
be using
absolutely.
there's optimal stuff out there.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Your nutrition and your diet is such a big part of the piece of the puzzle.
Sure.
Yeah. I had this guy try to argue with me once. He was trying to say that, oh, it's just calories, like it's there's no good or bad. It's all just calorie. I'm
Oh
like, no,
no.
there is good, there is bad.
No. Yeah.
You know?
No.
Yeah,
No.
that point was silly.
Calories make me smile. When I have a bowl of
Yeah.
Lucky Charms, dude,
Yeah.
I know it's gonna be a good day.
Yep. Yeah, it's that
You can
whole
do that when you're young, man. I
energy
think
out
we've all been
mindset.
there. I think we've all been there, buddy. Like once you get in your 50s, bro, like you have a couple extra cookies, bro, you feel like
Yeah.
shit, bro. You feel destroyed.
Right.
And especially
Yeah.
if you're used to feeling good, the
Yeah.
moment you intake these sweets and these sugars, and you realize, how could the way I feel change so quickly? And then
Oh,
God
you
Oh
forbid
feel
you
it
don't
yeah.
get
right away.
sleep. Forget it, man.
Yep. Man, it feels
But
good to detox from all that
yeah,
stuff too. Like you feel like a weight is lifted.
yeah.
Clarity,
Listen,
like
if you can do, yeah, Rick,
sleep
if
better.
if we can do a couple of things. I had this one holistic dentist, Russian guy, who's very
What's a
very
holistic?
wealthy.
I've never
very,
heard
very
that.
wealthy. And he, one day I walk into his office, as I'm waiting my turn, and I'm reading this book on holistic medicine, right? And he walks over, and I just, I'm reading the book, so I'm not really paying attention to what's going on around me too much. Then I look up, and there's a guy standing looking at me, and he goes, "What are you reading?" And so I just, showed him the book. He goes like, "Oh, I'm reading the same book." I was like, "Come on in." So he brings me into his office, and he goes, "Listen, one of the most important things you can do is just take a couple pills of oil of oregano a day." People do not realize how most diseases are related to parasites, cancer, etc. And they're so easy to control by just taking oil of oregano. You just take a couple, one in the morning, one in the night. And for people that have like any kind of a gum infection or any kind of like toenail fungus or bad breath or anything in particular, these things, even cancer. Sometimes people say even cancer, can be treated with natural antibiotics and stuff like methylene blue, uh, ivermectin, and stuff like that. They treat it like it's parasite, and they're having huge success with cancer. I mean, cancer has been killing people for hundreds of years, if not thousands of years, and it's not really that complicated. I don't know if did you guys watch that Joe Rogan special with what's his guy's name here? The one that did the movie Braveheart. Help me out.
Mel Gibson.
Mel Gibson, I think. Yeah, Mel Gibson.
Yeah.
Yeah, he goes on about how he's got friends in stage 4, stage 5 cancer who are healing themselves with just no radiation, just ivermectin and methylene blue and stuff like that. I take that stuff religiously. Methylene blue, oil of oregano, all the time. The methylene blue, I kind of like fade in and out of it, but the oil of oregano, I've been taking for years, and I take care of like elderly people in my family that, I've seen them go from the point where they can't even hold their own urine to now they're like walking, going for walks, they're driving again. They're gaining back their independence, and it's just from simple stuff, man. I think these health companies got us by the nuts. They got us going crazy, charging us tons of money for medication and never really curing anyone, just turning them into patients. I mean, this is not groundbreaking information. We all know this, and we've known it for a long time. It's just the power of conviction. We all know these things, and then one of us gets sick, and what do? We run to the hospital and take all the medicines.
Yeah, exactly.
The moment we think we're gonna die, we throw all our knowledge out the window because we don't trust it.
What fuels cancer? Cancer has like a tumor in a lot of cases, but what helps it to develop and grow and become a real problem? Like,
Sugar.
what is it eating? What's it? Yeah, sugar. Exactly.
Glucose.
Yeah.
You can Google it.
You cut off its if you cut off its supply, its food supply, then you can at least control it or
Without
slow it
sugar,
down.
you die though. It's what fuels the cells, whether you have cancer or not.
It's not
No,
sugar.
that's not true. Yeah, the cell we've there's a process in the body called gluconeogenesis. So any of the glucose that we need to survive, and which is, I think it's in your brain that needs some amount of glucose, but your body can self-generate that from eating fats and proteins. Yeah.
Yeah, but
So you don't need to go consuming glucose and sugar.
No, but there's sugar in everything. Even if you
I
eat
know.
like there's sugar naturally in everything without adding too much sugar. But you need
I
some
don't know,
sugar.
like a steak. A steak isn't gonna have like direct sugar. I would imagine. Is that?
It's very basic. Just grab parasites and look at what happens when you sprinkle them with sugar, and how powerful and strong they get. And that's what's happening in your body every time you eat sugar. That's why you have mood swings.
Energy.
You can't concentrate.
Yeah, sugar's bad, man. And you're right, it is in everything because that's the way they.
That's the way they want
it's all designed, man. Because it's addictive too. Like you get hooked on it.
It's a test of willpower.
It is like a drug, really. Yeah. Get sugar cravings.
Yeah, my girlfriend is onco surgeon, so cancer surgeon.
when you guys started talking, she just looked at
Gluconeogenesis.
me. Yeah, she just looked at me and she was like, exactly. No, it's sugar.
Oh,
But she
good.
also
I'm glad.
taught me, since we're Asians, that your gut health actually helps prevent all of that.
Microbiome.
Yeah,
Yep,
yeah.
yep.
And
If
being
you
Asian, a lot of our food has a lot of that because we ferment a lot of our food. We do a lot of stuff with our food. So we have a lot of bacteria in our stomachs. That's why if you notice, like when we Asians travel to another Asian country and we eat their food, we have no problems. But when when my friends from Europe or my friends from the States, they come over, give them one stick of
I
barbecue.
can't handle it.
Yeah, they just go straight to the bathroom, man.
Yeah, yeah. Another thing with like any, not just cancer, but like any like cells that need to be recycled or whatever, fasting helps with
Oh
that.
yeah,
Because like if you,
phenomenal. So
yeah,
like
if you
That is
stop
vegetables.
eating food,
if you're over
That's
30,
excellent.
fasting is the best
yeah,
way to have clarity.
autophagy, yeah, autophagy meaning
Whenever
like automatic, like your body automatically recycles and addresses issues within, and it can self-heal. Like it's just it can't address that, it can't get to that if it's busy digesting food, because
Yep.
when you put
That's
food
why
in,
if
it's
you
a
notice with
foreign,
your
it's a
food,
foreign, it's a
It's
foreign
work, man.
invasion. Like when
Yeah.
it is, it's foreign. You're putting material into your gut, and your body has to deal with that. And that it's like priority number one. It's like digest the food before it, you know, rots in your gut and or whatever. So everything gets put on hold. Like everything becomes priority number two. Priority number one is the digestion. So when you stop the eating, not forever, obviously, like it's an intermittent thing, but you give your body a chance to catch up with other
Yeah.
processes. It's yeah, it's really good.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. People
I
say, "Oh, I'm
noticed.
sick. I'm sick. What should I eat?" I said, "I eat absolutely nothing.
Oh,
Try that."
yeah. Animals. Have you noticed that animals do it naturally,
Yeah, that's
instinctively?
true.
When an
Never
animal,
thought
when a
about that.
dog or a cat is sick, they
Yeah,
don't
they won't
eat.
eat. They won't eat.
They
Yeah,
won't
yeah,
eat.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's the
So
same
they
for
know,
us.
like,
When we're too sick, we don't eat.
yeah, usually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you guys watching the way that it's dropping right into the vector gap, getting close?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm waiting for my golden pocket 5-minute time frame setup to actually trigger a TP.
Yeah. It's gonna be right on time. As soon as Bitcoin hits that vector gap, the 800 is gonna come inside that gap.
Yeah.
I'm very, very curious of how the Wednesday session is going to be for the stock market. If we get another green day or whether it gets retraced. Because we left a gap. We did leave it, like the US stock market left a bit of a gap on open.
Yeah.
So it's like, do we go fill that gap, or are they?
I think we go
is
to
it
the
just gonna
bottom.
run
No?
away?
You think we're gonna go fish for those shorts down there, or what?
Don't know. Yeah, I mean, it's probably they're not too far away.
Like,
Like Bitcoin, the only thing that can slow this down is the previous double top.
Dude, I'm having the biggest deja vu, like of what we just like talked about right now, like with the incentive to go grab long, you know, like the liquidity or whatever. I feel like I just lived that moment like it was yesterday. Deja vu is
it's probably
so
something you
bizarre.
should do. If you're having that moment right now, it's probably something you should do.
Yeah.
Not financial
Man, when
advice,
they
right?
if there is like an understanding that we don't know yet about what deja vu is, that would be fascinating to know what the hell's
Dude,
going
I'm
on
sure
there.
you could learn a lot. Nowadays, it's like all the information's out there. Yeah, this thing is a steady decline, man. This is just not. Yeah, for like the past.
It's been interesting to see Tron like performs well when Bitcoin and the rest of the majors are going down. Tron seems to go up, and then vice versa. When the other ones are doing well, Tron goes down.
Now that the stock market went up again, Trump can actually tariff again, no?
He could threaten more on someone else or whatever.
He'll probably
never
wait
know.
for new all-time high, to finish this short squeeze. Really.
Yeah, you're right. Tron is just climbing.
Something interesting to look at right now also is Sui. Sui doesn't want an Asim.
Sui's turned into like a front runner, no?
Yeah. Sui is holding pretty well.
Really?
Where it is right now.
So is Bitcoin dominance low or something? Because this thing is just chilling.
Yep.
Like
No.
sitting
If
tight, bro. It's barely moved like $10 worth. It's crazy.
It's 63, 60, 63, almost 64. Wow.
Oh
Which one?
my. Bitcoin, dominance on Bitcoin. It's been I've had a long open since I was speaking to you guys earlier, and it went from like +6 to -$3. I'm like, what is going on? Either close me out or freaking go.
Probably Asians having their morning tea, which I'm having right now.
What will they do? Do you guys see how Japan is threatening to raise their rates?
On what?
They have no
Like their
choice. I mean, look at their
Their interest
economy.
rates. Their interest
It's
rates
so
on
bad.
loans.
It's really bad what's happening in Japan right now.
Yeah,
It's
man,
really
it's an issue, and people don't realize how it's going to affect all the markets. So much money is borrowed in Japan. I mean,
Yep. For people in chat, what if you don't know, Japan is the world's biggest creditor.
Yeah, I heard
So,
about that. I mean,
yep.
what was that? What was that boom? What was it, like 2 decades ago or a decade ago, where they were just giving people money to like buy properties and they were pushing them to invest in the market, and it's like they were saying like they were basically forced to spend the money or they wouldn't get more money. Like it was crazy.
yeah, but it goes beyond that. It's not just for the citizens. They're a provider of liquidity for the entire world.
Yep.
Really?
Yeah,
They
massive.
had zero
The
interest
biggest.
for
The
2 decades.
biggest. Japan is king, bro.
Yes, sir.
So the Godzilla
That's
of lenders. That's interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
You sure it's
Look
not
into
China,
it.
the biggest liquidity provider?
No,
debt
it's
provider.
Japan, bro. It's Japan. China's not lending people money the way Japan is. Everybody goes to Japan. All these countries and people and billionaires, they go to Japan for loans.
look at it this way. Japan's
That's why
such a
their
small
currency is
country.
down so much because you've lost a lot of money if you did that because you have to pay back in
Yeah,
Japanese
that's why
currency. Right?
Buffett is a genius. So Japan holds also $1 trillion of U.S. debt. Now,
The biggest
what's being
holder.
the
Not just
biggest
1
holder
trillion,
of
but the
US
biggest
debt.
holder of US debt, 100%.
Yep. And if they decide, and the only way to flush liquidity into the economy is to sell a bit of that. If they sell, if they sell even 10% of that, that's gonna be ouch.
Yeah. Then the interest rates will go up instead of down. Can you imagine? We're waiting on interest rates to go down, and they actually
Yeah.
go up. That's what's threatening to happen right now.
Yep.
It's very quiet though. It's very hush hush. Nobody's really talking about
Yeah. Because I think a lot of people in the world don't understand what it means to be the world's biggest creditor.
it.
And that's bad. That's
I
really
kind of wish I
bad.
didn't know, to be honest.
Yeah. When I saw the news and I called my dad, and my dad's been based in Japan for a long time because like he designs and builds super tankers, right? In Osaka. And
Oh, awesome.
I was like, Dad, like run the numbers through me because you're TradFi. And like if this happens and this happens, he was like, oh, so like me and your mom, we're getting rid of all our assets in Japan because like Japan's fucked.
Yeah.
So like, yeah.
And the world will be fucked too.
Yep.
Guys,
This-
language.
Oh, sorry, dude. Yeah.
20
Yeah,
push-ups right now.
And push-ups. Wait,
20, 20,
I'll
20.
do 20 on it. But yeah, see, the only way out is for more liquidity to come in, but liquidity can't come in because Japan now has to get rid of their zero interest rate policy. Do you know before in the 90s, if you borrow money from Japan, you had zero interest rate?
For sure.
Yep.
For
That's
sure.
how crazy. Yeah, so if you wanted to open a business, right? And you go like, "Oh, I need yen to open a business." Okay, here's the money. Zero interest rate for the first 5 to 10 years, depending on the size. Imagine that. The first 5 years you run your business, you're on loan, you have zero interest. Singapore is doing the same. In Singapore, when you open a company or corporation, your first 5 years, you don't have tax. It's the way they invited investors. That's why Japan became such a big powerhouse in the 90s. Because they provided that kind of advantage to investors.
Man, I'm not
Wait,
gonna
you
swear
have
anymore.
to start a business in Singapore?
Yeah. That's why CRO, crypto.com is in Singapore. But it's
Ooh,
very
I love
expensive
that.
to
I
start a
love the way
business.
yeah, that makes a lot of sense, man.
Yeah. A lot, because I studied in Singapore. I studied there for uni. So like if you
What is
start up a
uni?
business, oh sorry, university. So like
Oh, okay, yeah, gotcha.
yeah, and levels, yeah.
That was a too
So
obvious of an answer. I was looking for something complicated.
it's all good. It's all good.
Thing is, the move in the currency kind of weights the interest rate difference between the dollar and then the yen, right? Because if you borrowed money 2 years ago, you had to pay $100 to get a yen. Today you have to pay $140 to get a yen. So you see my point? Like it kind of balances it out in the end, no?
Hopefully.
What's happening right now, bro, is not normal, and it's not something that will just balance itself out.
Well, I think Japan is very undervalued, right? Like
right now, because it just went through some, because of the carry trade.
so you're gonna see growth in
Carry
Japan,
trade.
basically.
Alright. Yeah, like you can buy a house now in Japan. Before, if you buy a two-story house with a garage, it would cost you about 1.8 to $2.5 million. Now it's $100,000 per house.
Are you serious? That much?
Yep.
Holy shit, I'm moving to Japan.
Let's go, guys.
Yeah,
Let's
dude,
wrap this up. I gotta go.
Yeah, dude, my friends in Manila, in the capital, here in my country, like they're going to Japan every 3 months looking for houses right outside of Tokyo, and it's like $100,000 to $150,000.
And these houses
It's a whole
usually
house. You could own it.
I think I'm gonna be an expat in Japan.
Going Japanese.
I've always admired the culture, man.
But yeah, right now everything, real estate is falling because like nobody just wants to buy houses. Like
Hey,
everybody's
man,
renting.
only because it sounds like you really know what you're talking about. Can you explain to us what the whole carry trade is?
So you've heard of the trade cash and carry, right? Like when your currency. Wait, let me get the right terms because I'm gonna stutter if I don't get it.
Yeah, that's cool.
Okay, remember when? Okay, so of course you have the forex sector. Remember how Clive always says that that's where the real money is. The trillions of dollars of trades happen in forex, right?
So the
Mm-hmm.
carry trade and yen has always been in the forefront. It's the yen dollar trade, right? So the yen against the dollar, which involves borrowing yen at the low cost to invest in other currencies and assets offering higher yields.
Mm-hmm.
That's what Warren Buffett. That's the trade that Warren Buffett just did. So, and is being directed by Japanese rate increases because when Japan's currency fell, when it hit the 35-year low, it had no choice but to finally increase its interest because
Mm-hmm.
Japan came from a point where it had zero interest.
Mm-hmm.
It had a 0% interest rate for the longest time.
30 years or something crazy.
Yeah. It had a 0% interest rate for the longest time. So when it
1998, right?
rose, yeah, when it raised that interest rate, what happens? So borrowing yen and other currencies super high, then using it to buy currencies with better yields. The yen has been the funding currency of choice for carry trades in US dollars.
Mm.
So at the end of usually short-term trade, investor converts the dollars or pesos back into yen and then repays the loan. So annualized returns typically can be around 5 to 6% on dollar yen carry trades, which is the difference between US and Japanese rates, which is true because
Mm-hmm.
the rates in Japan is so low that it can cover, what you make by borrowing yen and then converting it into another currency so you could get advantage of that currency is actually better because the interest rate is non-existent on the other one.
But Japan's problem is they made their money too cheap or easy to
Yeah.
borrow and not charge any interest, I guess.
Mm.
Well,
And
nobody's
here,
taking yen because you're not getting anything, right? So
That's probably why you can go there and buy a house for. I'm sure the value of the home in yen hasn't dropped. What's dropped is the exchange rate, right?
mm. And since the yen drops so hard, right? So when something drops really hard, what happens right after? It bounces really hard as well, right?
Sure.
That's usually the what happens. And then look at this. All Japan had to do was raise its rate 0.25%. That's the only thing they did. From 0% to 0.25%. Guess what happened next?
The yen bounced back.
no,
Yes,
it went sideways.
the yen bounced back by 13% in a month. And that's huge for currency
Wow.
in a single month. So imagine that you were doing the carry trade and you were trying to make 5-6%. And now you have your carry trade go up by 13% when
Now
you're
you're
borrowing.
trapped.
Yep.
Now
Yep.
you're
So
trapped.
the yen now is getting a little expensive. Like what Susie just said. It takes you more dollars to buy yen. So
Actually, I'm not sure. I always mix it up. When you look at
no, you're right. It's 140. It's a 142 right now. Yen USD.
yeah, but which one is 140?
Yen USD. So yen. It
So
takes
you need
140 yen for $1. 140
that doesn't make
140 yen.
sense, you see, because the ticker is USG GPY. It's divided by
No,
yen, right?
the ticker is
So
yen slash
this,
USD.
I'm looking at USD GPY.
It's JPY divided by USD.
Yeah. So $1 is equal to 146 yen right now, somewhat.
And before this happened, it was what?
I'll screenshot it in the chat because it says US dollar divided by Japanese yen, and it's equal to
Yeah, you
144.
you can look at it like that, but if you do it the opposite way and do JPY versus USD, you'll see how many um like you'll see the price of a Japanese yen in US dollars.
So that would be GPY USD ticker, what you said, right? And there
Yes,
it's zero,
JPY divided by
0.0.
USD.
I know I look at Euro USD and that chart is in dollars because it's USD at the right of the ticker. So when you look at GPY USD, the chart should be in dollars.
Yeah.
But
Anyways, so what's
Yeah, but
happening right now
it
is
would be in cents, I think. Like isn't it a certain amount of cents per dollar?
yeah, it's 0.006 cent per yen per dollar. No, never mind. Heaven
So
shit.
you can get 1 yen for 0.6 of a cent.
the yen is not bigger than the dollar. The dollar is
This
bigger
is
than the yen.
this chart is in dollars because you divide by dollar. So it's the price
Yes,
of yen for $1.
each yen costs 0.6 of a cent.
Yep. 0.6 of a cent.
Each yen costs 0.6 of 1 cent.
Hey, Ghost. What was the exchange rate before this whole scenario started?
Where was that? I saw it a while
Right.
ago.
I need 0.6 of a cent to get 1 yen.
Before this
Yep,
whole
makes sense.
mess.
Undervalued. This thing is in a bear market. It went below 1998. It's like the energy crisis in Europe. Time to buy yen.
Yeah, that's what
it would be like if you did it the opposite way, it would be like 100 or like somewhere between 100 and 200 yen per dollar.
Okay.
140.
So
140.
Yeah, it's
140. Yeah, so
144 right now.
So you get 140 yen for each dollar.
Right now.
But each yen costs each specific yen costs 0.6 of 1 cent.
Yeah.
So what was the exchange rate prior to Ghost?
So before it was just 100 yen. So okay,
It was
we
even.
were
It was
stable.
100 to 100, 1 to 1.
Yeah, we were stable at 127. We were in a range from 127 all the way to about 130.
Okay.
Now we're at the 140s. We even hit 150 a week ago. A week ago.
That's
so it's
per US
becoming
dollar, correct? 140 per US
yeah,
dollar.
US dollar. $1 is 144 yen.
Yeah. That's the
So
valuation of their currency.
And remember when the cheat code was borrow the yen, then change it into a currency, and then buy US stocks.
Yeah.
Run it for a month. Run it for like a week or a couple months so that you get the gains that you need, then change it back again. Pay for the loan. Now you have interest rates going up and you have the yen going up by 13%.
It's a
It's now
double
more
whammy. It's
expensive.
a bad week. It's a bad week to trade the yen.
Yeah, so for example, like you used to buy a dollar with just 120, like last year, you used to buy the dollar for 130, 127 yen,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Now you need to pay 150 for a dollar. And that's a difference of close to 20%. Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like 13 to 15%. That's huge.
The thing is, it's still low, even with this 12% pump. The yen is
Not when
potentially.
people are borrowing
Yeah,
trillions
you
of
need to
dollars. It's
12%.
huge.
Yeah. You need
It's
to
huge.
lead. You need when you borrow it, you actually exchange it into a different currency so you can buy stocks, bonds. It's the cheat code. That's why the carry trade.
Yeah.
You use the yen to actually because you had no interest and now you have to pay interest plus the growing the yen getting cheaper.
Dude, I would have never went to college if I would have known this years ago. I'd just be like,
Oh man, imagine if we
I'd
knew
just be
if
doing
we knew we
forex.
could gone to Japan and just borrowed yen, played the stocks, and then paid the loans because there was
Sure,
zero
man.
interest.
Sure.
Yeah,
It's a
that was how.
no-brainer, bro. It's a no-brainer. It really is.
No, notice the range the yen is down there. Now that
All right, we're in the vector gap, guys.
so that carry trade might have been closing for 3 years already, no?
Yeah, but here's the thing. JP Morgan just came out with a report yesterday that the carry trade, they thought it was done. I agree. I think you're seeing what everybody was seeing, but JP Morgan just came out with a report that the unraveling is not done yet. And if you look at the chart for the yen, it's actually pointing upwards. It's doing a double. It just did a higher low right now on the daily. If you look
Yeah,
at the daily,
yeah.
it just did a higher low.
Oh, you can see it on the weekly too. Yeah, we did a higher
Yeah.
low in December of 2024.
Yeah. And in April, it just created another higher low. It's not good. And the range is huge. The range is huge. 140 all the way to 158, 160. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Well, it's 10%.
Countries like Venezuela will blow that out of the water at 3,000%.
You know the dollar dropped 1% just in one day yesterday.
I was gonna say that change in the currency exchange, that rate in the currency exchange is even in front of a weak dollar, because if the dollar was strong, it would be even higher.
Yep.
Well, it's the problem now for the carry traders, right? With the dollar being weak. Actually, it's not weak against Japanese money yet.
It looks like it's ranging in a smaller range just because the dollar is weak. But when the dollar finds its bounce point, this thing is going to unravel. And
Yeah, they're lucky right now. They're lucky that it's weak.
Yeah. But like when the
Not
dollar
hurting as
finds
much.
it can go back into the 150s again, easy. And then the banks in Japan have no choice actually but to raise rates again. So from 0.25, it might, go for a regularization of.
It's how Powell exercises. It's how America exercises its power, right? By keeping rates high in America and lower abroad, he's kind of forcing, poverty in other countries.
No, for sure. I'm in Asia. It's like when you hear the prices in the when I hear the prices in the US, and like same for you, Susie, when you talk about prices in Paris, and I go like, that's ridiculous.
Susie, you're in Paris?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Expensive, man. Beautiful city, but expensive as hell.
Yeah. So do you think Macron really got his face shoved, or was it just
I don't know. I didn't follow too much.
You didn't see the video, no?
Nah. Well, I follow more American news with you guys than French news.
Of course. That's the way it always is. We always get each other's news before our own.
And Paris is expensive if you live like in the city center. Otherwise, in the surrounding area, it's not that expensive.
Yeah, I haven't been in the surrounding areas of Paris. It's always like when I'm in Paris for our shows and stuff like that. Like it's just like wow. Like when my friends in Paris tell me about like how much an apartment is there.
Oh, it's like London, Singapore, Hong Kong. It's the same
Singapore,
prices.
Singapore.
New York is very expensive too.
Condominium in Singapore is about 10 to 12 million Sing, which is about $3 million just for a condo.
Okay, it's not that bad in Paris, but
how much is a apartment right now in Paris? Like somewhere near the Pompidou, like million, 1.5 million.
Well, you'll get like 30 square meters, yeah.
Oh my god.
No, I don't know. I don't know, honestly. I don't know precisely what happened these last years, but like 10,000 euros per square meter, roughly.
Yeah, that's a lot. Yeah, we're in the vector gap, but like the 800's there. I think the smart thing for the market maker to do is just hit the 800. It's probably where everybody is right now, just waiting. And Bitcoin just taps that 800. Does a higher low from yesterday. Yesterday it did tap the 800 yesterday, but yeah, if it can tap it here, that's a higher low. It's good news.
Yesterday was the 786. And today, well, we'll see. Maybe the 441 this time. I lost patience. I sold. I mean, I bought, actually. Yeah, I bought. Right, when you close. Yeah. You buy back. Don't forget, when you close the short, you're actually buying. It's like something bullish. But what's up with these funding rates? Oh boy. Like, it's not only negative, it's strongly negative.
Everyone's
Which page?
On Bybit,
Huh.
we got paid to just stay long by 1.6. Well, 0.16. Minus 0.16. So that's what happened a few hours ago. And right now it's still pretty negative. And there's some probably huge big shorts that opened, or I don't know, but on this exchange. But I mean, it's cool. I would have really not expected to have this, and it's sustained.
Like every
No,
sign of
seriously,
weakness.
we're at 110K in a bull run for the bearish. Maybe they're very good traders and they're gonna end up right, but it's odd.
There's a chance we see a slight pullback maybe tomorrow in the stock market. Right before earnings for Nvidia, the market has a little bit of a pullback. And Nvidia earnings on Wednesday.
Well, it went through a pullback, a pretty sharp half of COVID, right? We did a half COVID recently on the stock market. The difference is the speed of the recovery. We recovered quicker than even COVID recovered, so.
Yeah, and then with this pump that we got on the SPY and everything, we left another pretty decent sized gap over the weekend because it was the long holiday, and then Trump on Saturday reversed his EU tariff course, so the market was up, I think, like over 1.5%, and it didn't really fill the gap that it left behind from Friday.
You couldn't break out. You couldn't even break out long, right? Because it opened higher.
Yeah, it opened higher, and then it had like maybe
That's
dip
funny.
for minutes, and then it just was up only.
So, on the 9th of
I mean,
May.
you could if you were trading futures.
Well, the bigger gap is 9th of May, right? Like, imagine you wanted to break out long that resistance. We didn't touch it on the 9th of May. We came pretty close, but we didn't. And then on Monday, boop, you opened higher, so you couldn't even. Well, you could. Well, okay, on futures you could, but like on the typical chart, you couldn't. It's like, nope, you guys won't break out long.
Oh yes, we will. Watch, we're doing it. Just give me a second. Hold on.
Oh yeah, talking about gaps, there's gaps everywhere. You have
But
the
18,300.
you don't think there's going to be a breakout soon, though, on the upside, on Bitcoin and some of the other cryptos?
Oh, and they're breaking out already. Let's just continue this
Yeah.
sustained up move while never dropping more than 5%. We've done it 3 times. I mean, maybe this time it's not gonna work, but yeah, that's what's happening.
I'm thinking we're still going to chip away and see some blue skies soon.
But if we
Still above
can't
that
go
angular.
down, we'll have to go up.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just thinking right now that everything that's on the news, usually when the timeline's super bullish, the timeline's not that bullish. Everyone's kind of, oh, where is the top? There's some people that are super bullish, but the thing is with the mainstream right now, they're starting to get a lot of news about Bitcoin. Like Trump media, they just struck the $2.5 billion deal aiming at Bitcoin tokens, things like that on CBSnews.com, and it's getting predatory out there, and people are going to see it's going to be the scramble, kind of like the gold rush of the 49. Is that what year the gold rush was? Is that why they're called the 49ers? It's the Bitcoin rush. There's going to be frenzy in there. Instead of gold fever, it's going to be Bitcoin fever. I'm telling you, people are going to start sweating. It's going to become a pandemic. They're going to call it Bitcoinia, something like that. Big buys, big buys. Watch out. We just made some phone calls.
CoinGlass has a poll where it asks, what is your current BTC sentiment? A bit like Fear and Greed, I guess, but it's just a poll. That thing is red.
Uneven butt cheek pattern forming. RoboBoss confirmed it.
And the short to
That,
long
that means there's a
ratio,
bullish divergence in the market, Cypher. That's what
it's
that's
at
code for.
0.64, so you have
Wait, uneven butt cheek patterns code for something on the market cipher?
Yeah, it's code for a bullish divergence in the market, Cypher.
Awesome. I love it. Big buys coming in. Big buys. Hit that like button, fam. You know what up? Memosaurus. Fractals in the house. I'm back here to get you guys hyped. These bulls haven't given up yet. Yeah, what's up, butthead? Rubber balls in the house. He said, send it. Friggin' send it. Big buys coming in. Big buys. We had another $1 million buy, $700,000 buy, $326,000 buy. A little sell here and there. Ain't no little sell, but we got more bigger buys coming in right now. Watch out. What up, butthead?
You guys see the news on BYD slashed all its like car prices by I think some models up to 34%. That was like 2 hours ago. And now there's like a EV price war going on in China. All the other ones are reacting.
Dude, that Bitcoin torture kidnapping in New York, I was watching some of the videos of the guy that supposedly he's suspected to doing the torture and the chainsawing and electrifying this guy, peeing on him. Yeah, he cut his legs, his ankles with a chainsaw, all types of fun stuff. But it's crazy. If you look at some of his interviews, like he's a Bitcoin maxi, and there's some blogs and some interesting videos within there. And he seems a little strange, but you wouldn't notice. Like, this is the type of guy that would tie you up, put a chainsaw to you, put your feet in water, like just straight up torture. Like this dude got tased. He was like a Kentucky Bitcoin maxi or something like that. But I don't know if anyone heard about that torture case, but it's pretty intense.
Yeah, I heard about it. I was wondering what the beef was between them, and I think the guy doing the torturing is the one who's the Bitcoin guy, right?
Well, they're both, because the guy that got tortured was from Italy, and the dude that did the torturing is like, all right, let's meet up in New York, and there's some other parties, I guess, that helped them do some things. But anyways, the guy rented some pad in like West Village, some ritzy spot, invited the dude from Italy there, and like, oh, let's hang out, Dude came in. As soon as he walked in, the dude snatched his passport somehow from his bag, then tied him up and started doing all that crazy stuff, dude. It was like Wile E. Coyote stuff, but you would not like imagine this guy doing it. Like if you look up the name of the guy who's suspected and look up on YouTube some of his old videos, you're like, yeah, this guy's just like he's like one of us, It's like how many of you guys are out there torturing people? Shit.
He's like, what's your key phrase, mofo?
Yo, that's what he was trying to get out of him. And the guy somehow escaped, like, I don't know, butt naked, running out the crib, ran into yeah, for real. And then somehow he escaped. Yeah, it's crazy, Luckily he got out, and like I don't think they wanted to kill him because they were taking Polaroid pictures of him and stuff. They wanted to do some ransom also with him, but they straight up tortured his ass. It's wild.
He didn't give up his seed phrase?
Gotta go to jail.
No, I don't think he gave up his seed phrase. I think it was only for like $9 million too, or something like that. I don't even. I'm trying to dig into it, like between $20 and $10 million. Nothing crazy either,
Depends on who you ask.
I mean, yeah, some people do that type of stuff for hundreds of $1,000s. It depends. But like these type of guys, like, they've seen money. It's like that's I don't know, man.
Listen, in Bogota, Colombia, you can have two guys in a motor scooter do a drive-by for $40.
Oh yeah, they'll do it just to take your scooter,
No, two guys on a scooter. So you're hiring two hitmen, the driver and the hitman, and they'll kill somebody in a drive-by for $40.
Yeah, that's wild, man. Yeah, South America's crazy.
Yeah, Colombia, for some reason, it got really popular down there.
I mean, because it's easy, and it's just the police are just like so spread out
That's
and
it. That's it. There's no law. That's the bottom line. That's always the key.
They're
if people are
underfunded
not going
and they're
to jail,
corrupt.
they're going to try to get away with it all.
Yeah, and a lot of the police are corrupt and they're underfunded, and the ones that aren't corrupt, it's just too hard for them to do anything.
Correct.
It is what it is. It's a jungle out there. That's why, you gotta keep your eyes open all the time. Sleep with one eye open.
You're in the States, true or what?
Romania.
Romania. Oh, beautiful.
Yeah, I move around a little bit.
The way to do it, man. It's the best way. If you can.
Internet's so much better here, man. Last week or not even last week, a few days ago, I was back. It's like 2 days ago. And I'd say like you'd probably save an average of 4 days of a year of having good internet versus having slow internet. Like that's how, if you're a person that's online a lot, it's crazy. Like having good internet is so much. I don't know. It's like you can't even pay for good internet in the States.
I think Starlink is the way to go right now. I'm not sure, but
yeah, but that's kind of slow too. Like when you're trying to do a lot of stuff. Yeah. If you're trying to like render videos and audios and like things like that, things that have high resolution, and trying to send it without compressing first, it takes forever.
Oh, I didn't know that. I'm glad you're mentioning that to me.
I mean, still good enough. It's better than like back in the day, like anything else,
Yeah, but if you're paying for, I guess nothing beats a wired internet, huh?
Yeah, it's not that expensive. Like I mean, just the hardware is the expensive part, but then the monthly is like you only pay when you use it. You can, you can shut it off when you're not using it and stuff like that. I think I'm gonna get one.
I think it's something good to have, man, because it's satellite based. So regardless of what they want to do in the world, they can't shut that power up there. So
Actually, satellites are more vulnerable, no, to solar flare, to nukes in space, to then coming and cutting all the fiber cables, no?
I mean, when you said vulnerable to nukes in space, when's the last time somebody sent some nukes in space?
Well, I think there's a space race going on for having weapons in space. I don't know.
Yeah, but still, I think it's just
I
everyone.
think you're safer that way. If I was going to put my money on it, I think you'd be safer with. Listen, every time there's a catastrophe, the guy's sending out Starlink, capabilities, linking people up. So when all hell gets loose, it's still the thing that it's the go-to.
It's
So.
easy. They are easy targets though, because you know where they are. Like, but it's the same with the fiber cables that go through the ocean, right? These subs, they find them and they cut them. But you have a lot of cables to cut.
Somebody's saying they pay $30 a month. Long BT says he pays 30 a month.
Imagine World War III was to really start. The first thing that would go down is probably these satellites, no? Before they have enough time to cut the fiber cables and all.
What do you mean from solar flares or from man-made weapons?
Oh, missiles! You can just shoot a satellite with a missile.
Yeah, but the missiles, you don't think they have anti-defense? You don't think they have defense mechanisms somewhere else, like beacon to it? The important ones do, at least.
Well, Starlink's defense is the amount, right? It's
I'm
like
sure.
4,000
I'm sure
satellites.
Elon's making a ton of money on Starlink. I don't think it's charitable.
No, it's not. No, I don't think it's. It's well, maybe in the future it's going to become worthwhile. But all these constellations that wanted to provide cellular service from space, they failed. It's just too expensive. Like it's just cheaper to run a cable basically than to have satellites you need to maintain. I mean, space is still expensive stuff. He's made it cheaper, but it's still expensive.
I mean, he made it cheaper for him.
Yeah, by using his own rockets. So that's the shortcut, right? If another company wanted to create Starlink, he'd pay probably more in launching for launches. Was it GLONASS or I mean, there's been plenty other services before Starlink. Starlink is probably the first successful one.
But I think that in the event of an emergency, what their goal is to provide the internet, not so much give it away. I don't think they're trying to provide people with free internet. They're just trying to provide internet so you can.
Well, Ukraine is proof that it works, right? Like this Ukraine war, these Starlink satellites are playing a big role, and they're fighting on the ground. The fight is not in space, so these satellites have been unharmed. You have some maybe jamming going on, but I guess they failed to jam Starlink. Or I don't know how. Like they probably managed to jam a Starlink signal too. No, I don't know actually. It works, so they don't jam it. Or they jam it, but on the front line, not on the behind the lines. This electronic war
Interesting.
going on.
You guys remember?
Gotcha.
You guys remember back when like Doge was around 7 cents and Elon Musk, he said, "We have not sold any of our Dogecoin. We still have our Dogecoin." And what else was there? Let me see. There's another, and the company states, quote, "Tesla only accepts Dogecoin. Tesla cannot receive or detect any other digital assets. Ensure you are making a purchase of Dogecoin. Sending any other digital asset may result in the asset being lost or destroyed. Non-Dogecoin digital assets sent to Tesla will not be returned to the purchaser." This was after he dumped Bitcoin. Not dumped, they sold a little bit. A lot. It was a lot for us, but a little bit for them. And he dumped some of his Bitcoin, and he never sold any of his Dogecoin back then. And that was, I don't know, now they have about $1 billion worth of Bitcoin. They didn't add to it. So how much, I'm just trying to do the math here. So that was probably about, hope I got a phone call. I'll be right back.
Yeah, let me ask you guys a question. What's the D after everybody's name for? In the chat, the YouTube chat.
Do you really want to know?
No, never mind.
The D stands for D's nuts.
Not from you, bro. You're the only person anybody hear from. Channel members. Okay, great, thanks.
Yo, can anyone find out how much Doge Tesla has?
Sure, hang on. Let's ask Grok.
SpaceX sold.
Ask Grok. See what Grok. I'm curious what Grok would say. Just say, what is Tesla's Dogecoin holdings in 2025? Because they had a.
It can't answer if it doesn't have the.
I'm curious what it says.
It's gonna tell you, I don't know. You can check it out on coin tracking stuff.
So I found another quote from Musk about his Bitcoin. He said, "We are certainly open to increasing our Bitcoin holdings in the future. So this should not be taken as some verdict on Bitcoin." This is when people started getting mad at him because he sold the Bitcoin. And Doge was at 7 cents at the time. So he didn't sell his Doge. And he said, "We have not sold any of our Dogecoin. We still have our Dogecoin." And so that's more than doubled by then. Bitcoin's at $1 billion. So I'd say he probably has about almost $1 billion worth of Doge, maybe, if not more, under Tesla.
And he does it like Michael Saylor. He never sells.
Yeah, he even said he doesn't dump. He said he pumps. He even said it. I think it was on the B Word when he was on that podcast with the guys on the B Word.
Yeah, I remember.
He's like, I don't dump, I pump.
Yet he dumped SpaceX's Bitcoin. He dumped Tesla's Bitcoin. Like that was true at the time. It's not true anymore. And with Tesla's underperformance after, he was pissed at having to pay too much to buy Twitter, right? Because maybe he didn't expect his stock to go down to 100. Like maybe he thought absorption would be better, or.
So he said he personally has Ethereum too, but I wondered if Tesla has Ethereum as well.
Also, the performance of Tesla, just looking at what happened since COVID all-time high is kind of. Well, you have to look at what happened during COVID on Tesla, of course, but that thing bumped so
Hey,
much.
quick survey: Grok or ChatGPT? What do you guys like better?
I haven't really messed with Grok enough to really see what it's like, but ChatGPT is really good for legal stuff, man. I like it for legal stuff.
But Tesla made a new all-time high in December.
Very late compared to other stocks, right? Like compared to the top
I use
stock.
Grok. I like it a lot. I like it better than GPT.
You had Apple flying, Microsoft flying, Nvidia flying, while Tesla had to wait for Trump election to really manage to make all-time highs. A lot of the big cap stocks were already in price discovery before Trump election event news made people buy and then sell. I mean, Tesla also, well, it retested its breakout. from the bear market that started in 2021, right? You have like a downward angular 2021, 22, 23, and even 24. It's only in 25 that we broke out that downward angular and even came back down to retest, find support, and we're climbing back up. It's doing good, but it's doing it late, yeah. And one of the reasons of that is because it pumped so much last cycle that, you know, I guess it's a bit still overheated, even though 3 years have passed. And you need a fundamental. Well, he fundamentally he missed a bit the AI stuff. These self-driving cars are still late. I don't know. I guess you need some fundamental news for Tesla to continue pumping. You also have the competition from China. You also have the political issues he put himself into. Yeah, I think.
It's good to hear someone talk badly of Tesla.
I don't know. I have stock. I still have half of all my Tesla holdings. So I'm not. I'm like neutral on it right now. Yeah, I'm really neutral. It could go to 500, 600. It could also well go put a low below 220.
Well, it's 600 times its value. It's worth more than all the car companies in the world put together.
Yeah, because it's not only a car company, right? It's a software company. They say company. It's about AI. It's about self-driving. It's about robotics.
It doesn't make the best self-driving car. That's already been surpassed and cheaper.
Yeah. That's why it like
a lot
neutral
of deadlines.
is. Also, it's a bit politically driven. You know, I didn't really like all the stuff he said, so I'm a bit more neutral now on Tesla, I guess.
Right. Okay.
It's personal. It's just personal.
Oh yeah. I have always had a negative opinion of it in that he just missed so many deadlines, overpromise, underdeliver.
Yeah, but look
in
at
fact,
what
in fact, Austin has now told him, we're not ready for you to do this. You haven't told us what your plans are in case of emergencies. And he's only rolling out 10 vehicles. Not in a few days, but in a month and a few days now. Now it's the end of June. That was announced today.
Guys, you got to admit the guy has achieved things that nobody else would have.
Oh, I agree.
Of course he's late. Of course he's over budget. You know,
Waymo's already
made all the mistakes in the world, but to achieve something, that's what you have to do. That's what it takes to make mistakes. That's what you learn.
Somebody has already surpassed him. They've done 10 million drive tests.
He's busy. He's about to make the everything app that's going to take over the world, and it's going to take over banking. He's taking over banking. Watch out.
Which is the company that's done the self-driving?
Waymo. 10 million. 10 million.
What country are they based in?
They are China. They are backed by Google, and those were here in the United States, I believe. I don't have that for a fact. I don't know that. Okay, let me take that back.
Be interesting to find out.
Yeah, again, trying to lie about it.
Technically, it's at 360, and 410 could be an issue. Like if it passes 410, then yeah, new all-time high is pretty likely on Tesla.
Tesla has to hit 420, guys.
Yeah, or 420 or 410 actually.
I was in a big bet. I shorted at 640 all the way to 410. Okay, that's exactly what my number was. And then my bet was when it was at 300, will it hit 350 first or 225? Yeah, that was at 300. 275. And of course, it hit it first. It also hit 250, and it also hit 2.25. I was shocked what happened today. I mean, I did make money on it. I bought at the bottom.
What did it do today?
It wasn't so much today. It was I believe yesterday, or it was actually today. Actually, it hit 360 something.
Okay.
Now it pulled back. I sold out at 349.48. I was in for, let's see, about 322.
I got so lucky on Tesla today. Actually, I didn't even look after, but Yeah, it did pull back to 358, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's
Yeah.
nothing for Tesla, but
No.
1%
It'll
down
be.
in a sea of green.
I think I think one of the big
Mhm.
accomplishments that will be rewarded will be when the Tesla robot is actually ready for sale.
I
He's
agree. I
he,
agree.
he's
I
talking
think that's
about.
a big
I
savior.
think the price is supposed to be around $10,000 to $15,000 cheaper
I
than
heard
the
30.
yearly minimum wage.
Yeah. I heard 30,000, which
Right,
would seem reasonable about that range.
yeah, yeah, yeah. That's interesting. I wonder how good that will be. Because
Did
I mean,
you see his first robot demonstration?
the one where they did the self-drive, the autonomous cars, and all that.
No. The robot, the first robot he unveiled.
No, the only one I saw was the one where it was the cars and the robots serving drinks, like they were acting like bartenders or whatever.
Okay. It was a Frenchman in a latex suit.
Why French?
Sexy.
Why did it have to be French?
What are you saying
Oh
about Susie?
no.
Where was Susie? Susie was where? Doing what?
Yeah.
I was
That
imitating a
was
robot.
weird. I mean, everybody was like, "Really? You think
Susie, you
you're
like
gonna get away
That's
latex,
the
with this?"
future,
Susie?
man. That's safe sex right there. That's good. That's the future.
Susie,
Future's
you
gonna be
you
safe
like
sex.
latex?
Yeah. There you go. Well, we'll see what happens. I will trade it both ways. I
No, you
don't
have to,
tend to
man. This
short
is
it
about money.
anymore.
It's
Yeah,
about
I
money.
don't tend to short it anymore. It's
Yeah, robots
it's a
need love
little
too.
too it's
Yeah,
a
I
little
wouldn't
too
short it
risky
anymore
for
yet.
me. I don't actually short any. I have stopped shorting when I did a bunch. I mean, we're talking nearly 1,000 AMC trades
Mm-hmm.
in short, and got caught on two, where it went from $40 to like 300, and I couldn't get out.
Oh man,
It ain't no.
It was.
it wrecked you.
Oh yeah, I was only making 3 or 4% on the downturn. So like, okay. But then when you have a 3,000% downturn, it was like, oh my god, and you're
Yeah.
trapped in it. It's like it's at 150, 200, and they're like, oh, it's got to drop. It's got to drop. I
I
had
don't do
every
options.
opportunity.
I don't do options, but I hear a lot of the guys that do shorting and longing. The
Yeah.
ones that I find to
Mhm.
be good at what they do, they always say they tend to long more than short.
Yeah, agreed. Let's face it, the market generally will go up.
Correct.
Yeah. There have been 33. What did I figure out? There's only been 33 bear markets since the beginning of the stock market, not all the markets, but it tends to be 3 to 1 that the bull markets last 3 times longer.
Wow.
And the longest bear run was 6 years.
Wow.
I think it was 6 years.
That's amazing.
Mm-hmm. You can Google it. We were discussing it last night, and it's if you just fell asleep in a time capsule, I don't know if you remember the Outer Limits episode. That would be well before your time, where the guys sealed themselves in a capsule with a bunch of gold, and they wake up, and it turns out it's 200 years later, and they're walking in the desert, and the guy's trading gold for water until the guy runs out, and then the guy that runs out kills him with a bar of gold over his head, and the futuristic car that looks with a big egg on it pulls up and looks at them. They're both dead. And it's like they were fighting over gold. I mean, we use that for fuel in our vehicles now. Unbelievable. It's
300
like
would be an opportunity to buy again on, start buying again, I guess, on Tesla. And 410.
I still value the company at 175. That's my feeling. That's me.
Well, the average is at 250 on the weekly, so you're not too far.
Yeah. No. But I was saying this when it was 600 or 4
Never
and the 450.
600. Tesla never went to 600. Wait, you mean 400?
It was over 400.
Yeah, 480.
Look at the stock split. Remember that it did split twice, I believe. Let me just. I can't keep all of these in my head.
Right. Yeah, the chart adjusts for the splits. So...
Well, it'll still put it relevant to the price of today. So just somebody Google what was the highest price Tesla ever traded at. But then that'll be pre-split.
Yeah, you're probably right because it was at 100, and then they did a 5 to split, so
right
5 to 1, so that means dividing by 5 price. So you already reached 600, but
right.
But on the adjusted chart, it's 490 the high point.
Okay.
And they did a 3 to 1 at 300, so yeah, it probably came close to
Apparently it was 409 in 2021.
409?
November of 2021.
Gotcha.
I thought it was higher than that.
It was with the splits.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Yeah, with the splits, it's calculated at that. Just still, to be more valuable than all the car companies put together, that's pretty insane.
Yeah.
We'll see. The funny thing was that this move, it still went up after today's headline of they had lost almost 60%, anywhere from 40 to 60% year-over-year sales in Europe.
It's a meme stock. Tesla is becoming a meme stock.
The odd thing is that the EVs in Europe are up 40% in sales year over year. Every other EV company in Europe is up 40% year over year, and they're down.
Yeah, but I don't think they had like most of them are new, right? Like there's not a lot of established European ones. Like this news just came out about 2 hours ago. BYD is slashing almost all their car prices down up to 34%, which is sparking a huge price war with China. Yeah, but I think if BYD, which is the largest one right now, right? BYD has already surpassed Tesla. If they're seeing that the consumer demand for is waning, I think that's going to start trickling into Europe, and obviously see what happens to Tesla tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
Did you guys see that Dodge stopped offering the electric?
One last point. The big story tomorrow is NVIDIA after hours. Watch that. They're expecting a plus or minus 7%. Oh shoot!
Yeah, NVIDIA's Wednesday.
It's gotta be down on Nvidia, no? 7%. But that's a lot.
Did we lose Clive or what? Sound like he got cut off right when he was in the middle of saying something.
Wait, oh my God, tomorrow is Wednesday. I thought today was Monday.
Correct, man. It's a long week. It's a long weekend. So today's Tuesday.
Oh my God, man. I was working the whole time thinking today was Monday. And tomorrow's Tuesday. We had one more day before NVIDIA. But yeah, tomorrow's gonna be big.
With the strength Bitcoin has, it can probably handle a 7% red day on Nvidia tomorrow. You said it's either up 7 or down 7? It's funny because you mean either we go into price discovery or we close a gap or 2 or 3, 4. $67. I'd like to buy Nvidia at $67.
No, 7% wouldn't put it into price discovery. It would put it right. Literally, it would put it right at the 886 at 145. And it could, like a lot of times in those
you're
earnings,
right.
it will wick
145, yeah. Okay.
It will wick up, and then potentially, like a lot of times, like they'll have Nvidia always has an earnings beat, but then I don't know why, but Wall Street they just don't like I guess what their guidance is, or they were not as impressed with the numbers, and then it sells off. I think that's happened the last 2 to 3 earnings with Nvidia. They'll have like strong numbers, everything beat top line, and then it just has like a pop and a drop.
Reminds me of XRP.
And then that 7% just happens to be from all-time high, the 886 at 145.55.
Bitcoin actually pumped, right? When we had the red day last Wednesday, Bitcoin actually even pumped. Yeah, 21st of May, last Wednesday. You had the stock market go down 2% while Bitcoin pumped. That's crazy. We'll see if it can remain strong when the markets go down. But it's a behavior that's not typical. Anyway, trade safe, everybody. Have fun.
Hey, you guys that are in the chat, do you like PC or Mac for trading and, you know, overall? I mean, the stuff that's available right now, like this year, like the new M4 chips and all that.
Okay, I'm back.
PC only, huh?
I mean, everybody knows if you're not trying to like plug and play and do all types of stuff on your hardware, Mac is the way to go. There's no question about it. But if you want to throw things in and keep on changing your components in your computer and using like, pirated software, you might want to go with PC. We don't recommend using nobody recommends using pirated software, but it is out there, and people use it on PC.
No, just real world applications. Overpriced garbage. Everybody's against. I'm a security programmer, PC. All right. And I figured that Mac would be more secure or easier to keep safe.
Mac is more secure than PC.
It is, right?
I mean, iPhones are more secure than Androids, at least. I don't know.
I use an iPhone right now. Yeah. Like these.
I'm still using an abacus. You know, they've done numerous calculations, et cetera, of people that use abacuses. They're much faster than mathematicians and faster than people on calculators.
I believe that. I've seen some stuff.
Yeah.
People counting with their knuckles and their fingers and
Yep, using base 9.
the sections of their fingers, how your finger has like lines through it, like, pretty cool stuff. Susie and Clive together forever. So you guys got some fans. You guys got some history, huh? I just wonder which one's going to work best with AI. Mac right now is really, advertising the fact that, their AI, their chips, their processors are ready for AI. I don't know how true that is.
All that has to do with is processing power, random access memory. Either or PC or Mac, they can both run AI as long as you got the processor and the
So what do
memory.
you think if you wanted to have a computer that was going to be able to handle, you know, you can throw at it for the next 3 years, how much RAM would you put in it?
I mean, max it out, of course. Like
64, 128, what?
Whatever the maximum. Some can even do more than one. Like max it
Always
out.
max it out, right?
You got the money, yeah. If you're on a budget, then go PC, you know, and 128 is probably enough to do whatever you got to do if you're a little patient.
Yeah. Well, this guy's on point. It says Mac users have photos and videos. Windows users have files and documents. This is true. Yeah, I'm so on the fence, man. I don't know what to do, to be honest. Maybe I should just buy one of each, just figure it out.
Do you want it for desktop or laptop or what?
You know, my laptop is on its last leg, and I don't have a desktop right now, so I'll probably use one of each. But
I mean, in my opinion, save the money because I'm sure you're not doing any kind of rocket science that you need something crazy. Just get something conservative, you know, nothing crazy. Don't spend more than $500,
Mm-hmm.
and keep it moving, and use the rest of the money for trading.
Oh, 100. Yeah, that's one of the things I've been a miser, bro, for the past 4 years. Steal the neighbor's cat, sell it. Steal the neighbor's dog, sell that too. You know, put it into crypto. Sold the cars, motorcycles, sold it all. Put it all into crypto.
Hey, you really stole your neighbor's cat and sold it?
No, man, come on. Have my limits, bro. It's just a figure of speech, though, you know? Just look around and be like, whatever's in storage, take enough space, gotta go, you know? There's so much stuff sometimes we don't use, you know? I downsized in apartments and got a lot of extra stuff, so I sold it all. Yeah, totally. I totally agree with that minimalist. Awesome, good to know. I just find the laptops just get to that point where they overheat and they're garbage, man. They start overheating. You know, I don't know if it's the motherboard or the battery pack fails. It's just no. I don't trade on that computer at all. But I would be buying a computer to trade on. That's
Caption deep.
Big buys coming in. Big buys coming in. Watch out. You bears thought we were finished, huh? You bears thought you were
Oh
going
yeah.
to be okay tonight. You bears thought you were going to be able to get some rest, huh? Not tonight, soldier.
Bit of activity, bit of buying going on. Beautiful. That's what you want.
Big buys, big buys. Just got to get Bitcoin up a little bit over that 110 by tomorrow. Wednesday, you usually got that midweek blow off or reverse or whatever you want to do on midweek, but that's what I want. As long as we stay on Wednesday on top of 110, we good.
Yeah, that would be great.
What's the deal? Everybody sweepy sweepy? What's the deal? What? Why do I hear the it's on my other phone. Dbloc, we ran out of box. Where's the end of the box? What happens there? That means this is taking too damn long. There we go. Big sells. Sell it. 94 Bitcoin sold. And didn't move nowhere. What the hell? How the hell are you going to go back up? I didn't nobody bought nothing. Boy, they really want to keep it in this little stupid range. Go somewhere, let somebody win. Shit. Okay. Did it go down or what? I've been very, very patient here. What is the deal? What's the deal? What's the deal? High def. Not much, man. I've been patient. I'm still in the short. Been over a day now. My God, hurry up. What's going on with my mouse? Is it dead? It could be dead. To go to the wired mouse. I think it is dead. Look, it's not moving. It's all good, brother. Appreciate it. It's not like I'm looking to go all the way to 40K or something psychotic or 60 or, you know, but just want 105. Shit. Can I get, well, I mean, regardless, I'm long on spot. It was just a little trade. But you know how it is, Gears. People get ruffled up when they hear 400X. It's all right. It's not a big amount of money. hell, my mouse died. Dead mouse. Type of batteries is I never even charged it yet. Oh my god, it's a Duracell. Non-rechargeable. I'll have to take care of that. Back to the wired one. This thing needs to get cleaned. It moves like crap. Hurry up. Golly. Do it now. 1:35 a.m. Got Bitcoin dominance pumping. I smell something. Let's go look at some alts. Let's look at some crypto bubbles. Top 100. Quant, huh? Going up while dominance is going up. Can't say I'm not disappointed in you, Beam. I'm pretty disappointed. You are a letdown. But you gotta stick with it. What do we got? Yeah, Quant had a good day, huh? Compared to other coins, XMR had a horrible day. And I heard that Render was going to get delisted from Coinbase. That's awfully shocking. One of my choices that I might have went into. It's not crashing. Oh, it did come down quite a bit. Need to look into that. Quant. I mean, 116. It's the start. It needs to get back to 165. Since it hit that, it's been straight down all the way down to 64 on Quant. You definitely got some steam. You need to break 120, 82. Oh, that's PX, you little dirty bastard. You. It's going down on the 5-minute. What's down on the hour? What's up? Quant. Quant's leading the top 100 on the hour. Golly, alts. What's wrong with you? It's all right. Just means I get to have even more. Objective. Apparently, a new coin has entered the top 100 called Walrus. What is this Walrus? It is very new. Yeah, I saw that. I mean, check on it if you would. I'm pretty damn sure that's what I saw in my notifications on my email from Coinbase. It said Render was being delisted. Pretty shocking. Sounds pretty manipulative. Kind of like, Solana being delisted or XRP being delisted. Interesting how they come back.
Are you sure it's not just the old ticker? Because Render changed tickers.
I don't know because I just saw the notification today.
Squeak, squeak. Sorry, I'm walking my dog. Did it say RNDR? Because that's the old ticker.
Yes, but did they keep two versions of it on there?
Yeah, they last year they already added the new one, and they have had both tickers on for like a whole year.
Why would that even be a thing? That's so stupid.
Render changed their ticker from RNDR to Render, like the whole
But
word.
I've never seen another. There's never been a coin that changes its ticker and keeps the old coin version of the ticker on there.
Coinbase did. I don't know why, but Coinbase had. I know because I hold Render, and like
Wow.
both of them showed up on there, and I was like, what the hell? And so I had to like figure that out.
Let me go look at my email.
So, but I don't think Coinbase would like delist the coin Render. They're probably just getting rid of the old ticker finally.
Well, thank you for telling me that, because I'm looking at it. It says RNDR. Wow, how stupid.
Yeah, that's just the old ticker. Yeah, they did that like a year ago.
That's pretty whack.
It's crazy they took that long to do. Yeah, it was really confusing for me because I had it the render that I held.
Try and make some sense out of this to me. That makes like no sense at all.
I don't know why they kept it like that, because like I held Render, and the Render I held was still RNDR, and then they added Render RENDER, and I was like, what the hell?
So you just sold and switched?
Well, I didn't have a need to sell it, so I just kept holding Render. I think at some point I did some selling, so
It switched you over?
No, they didn't switch me over. They didn't, so I still was. I don't know. I take a look.
I'm completely confused on how you could have the same coin on there.
So
with
I still
tickers.
held. Okay, in my Coinbase, I still hold RNDR. It's still under RNDR.
Oh, you better know that it's getting took off there.
That's fine. Yeah, but I like just turned on the channel, so like I wouldn't know if I didn't hear you say it.
Well, you're welcome.
Yeah, so I guess maybe I'm gonna sell it since they're delisting it. It's really
Interesting.
weird that they just didn't convert everyone though. Like I was confused by
That's what I'm
that.
trying to make sense of. Like, it seems totally stupid to me the way it's being handled.
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand why they
REN.
kept both tickers for an entire year.
Yeah.
Like,
Coincidentally, regular RENDER has had a bad day.
has it? No, that sucks.
Yes, it has. And it's had a bad week also. Coincidentally.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like Render's not been performing as well as
Now,
I hope it
let
would.
me see that is that other one listed RND.
Oh man, it's only at 4 foot. Oh shit, it is not.
I can't even find the other one on Crypto Bubbles anymore.
Damn it. Yeah,
Damn,
Render
that
is
is
not
so
doing well for me.
shady. Not only is that tricky, it's shady. That's a complete crock of shit. I'm sorry. That is complete bullshit.
I wish I'd sold my Render, my
there.
RNDR last week.
That's some straight bullshit what they're pulling on that. Why in the hell do you switch the ticker name and then keep the same coin on there with a different ticker? Trade and let it be tradable for a long time. It makes no sense.
Yeah, it's weird.
That'd be
yeah,
like
I hope so too.
that would be like Polygon Matic switching to Pole and then leaving Matic on there.
Yeah.
They're on some bullshit. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
That's that bullshit that and people.
I
I
mean,
don't know. That's anytime I see that type of
they
shit.
might have done that with Polygon. I don't know. Let's see.
They're shady as hell over there. I don't care what nobody says. I know they are.
At some point, I had some Polygon. I have 1 cent of Matic in my Coinbase account.
They do that shit all the damn time where they're like delisting coins off of there. Like you have them on there so long, and then all of a sudden they're delisting.
They have Matic on Coinbase.
Matic is still there under the ticker Matic.
They have Matic and Pole.
Get out of it. That's so fake.
I don't know why they do that.
Just rip you off? What could be the gain out of that?
I don't know.
Wow.
Kraken Phantom just kept it as Phantom. But I think eventually they're just going to change it to Sonic. They're not going to keep... I know they don't keep both.
Wow.
I mean, whatever.
No comment. I'm done with it.
What's up, fellas?
Trickery.
Hey, fella.
Yeah. So Bitcoin ain't looking too hot, huh?
Yeah, things are dumping. I
Man,
should close my eyes.
It's possible this could be it.
I hope so.
You hope so?
Have to take a...
Go ahead. Do something.
Wait, what do you mean? I mean, I hope it's done dumping.
I don't know. It looks like it's forming an aggressive an aggressive bearish CVD.
Yeah, again.
I don't really know what that is.
Basically, if it finds support. Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say this isn't as bad as the last one over there where you got those on his Dbloc's chart there where you got those stopping volume candles.
I didn't even look at his chart. Let me see what he's got up.
Not that I mean I'm already short and everything, but I mean I'm pretty
short just yet.
I am, but I'm pretty disgusted with the price action at the same time. I've been short since
Oh yeah.
yesterday.
Oh yeah. It's a poop show. Try my best not to curse. I keep
That's
forgetting.
all
I
right.
got a dirty mouth. But yeah, no, it's definitely I don't know, man. I don't want to say disappointing, but hey, I mean, if this is the end, does that mean alt season starts? Or how? I mean, I don't know.
And
How does the Bitcoin season
what's
go? 'Cause this is my first time.
what is what is end?
No, and I guess when it takes a huge corrective, if it corrects itself, I'm assuming it's going to
Oh,
take.
you mean a healthy retracement like to
Yeah,
105 or
yeah, wherever that,
yeah.
wherever it goes.
That's a good thing. That's a good thing.
That's a,
We want
that's
that.
a beautiful thing. But I mean,
We want
does,
that.
does that
Trust me.
does that mean altcoins will blow up, or it'll still have too much dom? Like I don't know. How does it usually work when it takes a huge corrective?
I mean, you know what? I have no damn idea. From what I've seen, it's like, how do you even tell when we're dumping? Sometimes the dominance pump, sometimes it doesn't. Like, how do you
Okay,
know?
okay, so it could still hold dominance. That's what I was asking. That's
I've
crazy.
yet to figure out like how does dominance even decide what it does when Bitcoin is dumping.
I keep seeing that this is probably like one of the, I don't want to say the worst, but the hardest market to trade in like the past decade. Is that true? I mean, again, this is my first time trading crypto, so
Dude, this shit's like on expert level now.
it is right because they were saying like if you can hold out through this season, like this cycle, that it should get easier after this. But apparently, this is yeah, it's brutal. I mean, this is nothing like what I've seen in the stock market in my lifetime. So I just thought maybe the hype is just bringing a lot of people. Now that the government has got their fingers in it, you know, companies and institutions getting into it. Just too many people playing with it. But again, I have nothing to
Hard.
compare it to because I've never
It's
traded
starting to
crypto.
look like a game of smoke and mirrors to me. Like you're just sitting there and
That's
waiting,
what I'm saying. Yeah, dude.
waiting to see which way.
This past weekend was torture. I mean, yeah, we had some nice blow ups, but it wasn't easy to achieve. I mean, it wasn't clean. And somebody new like me to crypto, like sitting through this whole thing, I'm just like, clenching on the edge of my chair. I'm like, what is going on? Which way is this thing going?
It's like it's a liquidation hunt in either
That's
direction,
what it
whichever
is.
one.
Yes,
Either
that's
way.
what I noticed. That's what I noticed. I would see people start to place like sell orders or whatever, and then you just see it. I'm not even kidding. Like I know it's one of those like, oh, they're watching me kind of thing. Like I hear that all the time. But like I had a huge order in, and like when I would change it to like put a safer like sell limit, um, it would start creeping up towards it, man. And I was like, what the?
Well, here's
So
the deal.
it got to the
It's not just you. It's you and all the millions of other people that were thinking the exact same thing.
Yeah, and it was scary. Like I'm not gonna lie, I was very degen this past weekend because I was trading without a stop limit for a bit because I like when I would put it up, like it would just creep closer to the price, and I was pooping in my pants, man. I didn't want to lose, but we survived.
Yeah.
We made it through. I felt like I was in a war. Like I saw
Was
bloodshed.
that was that a long?
No, my sir, I was shorting. That's where I
Okay,
screwed up.
okay.
I short under
And
what you're doing right now. Yeah, and
it's
you
been
can
torture
imagine.
since yesterday. Dude, I had to eat that whole move all the way up with my hard ass head, but now I'm back at my entry again.
Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that.
As I no, I'm good. I didn't lose anything because last night I thought we were confirming to the downside just to get to like the 105 down there. It's not like I'm trying to go below that and shit.
Yeah. No, yeah, this past weekend was really bad for me. I learned a big lesson, big lesson. But yeah, long story short, I was down a couple grand and I did not want to close it. I did not. I was literally like risking
Oh, you're
liquidation.
trading. Oh my god, bro, you going
Yeah. I
savage.
I didn't I was a strong believer that it was not going to go hit 116 because that was
They
that was my liquidation limit,
Oh yeah.
116,000.
Nah, I didn't think. I mean, with
But then
that
I
much money,
started
I could feel the stress. I'm
Yeah,
on like
I start
30.
I
I'm,
started looking like what people's predictions were because I'm still learning, so I want to see how high can this thing really go if it ends up shooting up.
yeah, that's
No,
stressful.
I felt confident because it was like, all right, it's a holiday weekend. There's no volume, but man, they were pushing, and then I
I
started
mean, I
seeing like
feel safe.
charts.
I would have felt safe at 116. It's just that how much money the amount of money you have makes it not feel safe, though.
That's the thing, and I started watching like what people predictions were, which is probably why, I just like to see what other people's opinions are. Not that like I would follow or trust it. And it was saying like if this does squeeze up and if it gives one more blow up, like it can go up. Like how they don't really give
Yeah,
an exact price, but they show you the range,
it could.
brother.
It
It
could.
was right there on. I was like licking. It was
Yep.
literally licking 116. I'm like, shoot, man, like I gotta
Ooh.
go. Like, do I leave this
Oh,
open? Do I risk it? Like, I was pooping
that
my
was
pants.
okay. That was on that first run back weeks ago.
No. I'm talking about this past weekend. This past weekend when it was like
Yeah. Oh,
just
nice.
about to
Okay. Yeah.
hit
Yeah. Okay. The other
112.
week.
Yeah, it was just about to hit 112, and then people started predicting that it would blow up possibly one more time.
Oh. Oh. I was in that play.
Yeah, bro, and I was in a short,
Yeah.
like an
Yeah.
idiota.
So was I. I was
I
too.
was in a short, and I already took a bad beating a couple weeks ago, so I was just like holding on for my life, and I will never,
I
ever, ever,
I
ever
played
do
it
that
different.
again.
I played it. I won on that one. I played it differently though.
No, GG's. Yeah, I came out positive, like $1,300 somehow, some way
Oh, you held
after
it. You
24
held through.
hours. So I held through. Yeah, but I never want to do that again because that's not healthy. Like I don't think I slept. Yeah, it was not healthy.
No, that's torture. I got stopped out twice in my entry. On the third time, I re-entered like at 111,400, I think, if I remember right. And that one
Oh,
stuck, and I took it.
nice.
I took it. Woke up in the morning, it was down to 108, and I closed it out. I was on 400x, but it was only $30.
Oh, wow.
30
Okay.
bucks. It was only 30
GG's.
bucks on the margin, but I was
GG's.
backing it. I was backing it up with 400 though
I
on
gotcha. I
the
guess it would
cross.
have been like a
On,
430 loss. You would have lost like
oh yeah,
430,
I
huh?
would have lost like 430, but I ended up making like almost 500. So
Nice. Nice. Okay, GG's. Yeah, no, that was I'm
yeah,
never, ever, ever doing that again, bro. That was no bueno.
I'll do it. I don't care.
He's like, I'll do it.
I'm doing it right now. Make another
See, like
500, and I'll
it
take
looks
the
like
30, put all the 400, 500 into my spot position.
see, like the bullish case scenario, I feel like on here is if it forms a W, right? That's got to be a good sign. But then there's
Well,
also the
I'm
possibility
aware.
that the W doesn't pop off. That's the thing.
I'm aware that I can get liquidated if it comes up there. Well, go ahead. I don't think it's going to yet. Not yet. Not until we get some type of retracement.
Right.
Unless they, I mean, if it's bulls versus market makers, I mean, whales versus market makers. If that's the case, then personally, I'm gonna give. I'm gonna bet on market makers over whales.
Yeah. But we saw what the whales were doing this past weekend.
Go
I was in
ahead.
shock, man. I was with London and US on vacation. Yeah, I mean, yeah, and yeah, it was oh my
Go
gosh.
ahead. Break 113 then.
I'm in a little tiny baby long right now, and it's
You
not looking
probably
too
can.
good
You
for
might
me.
get it. I wouldn't
No,
be surprised if it. I mean, at this
no,
point, like taking a long or a short right here, to me, it's still like damn near
it's a
50-50
gamble.
odds.
It's a straight up
Yeah,
gamble, 100%,
you're
hundred
flipping a
percent.
coin on that long.
Oh yeah, no,
I
it's
mean,
little. It's
you
I'm putting in like 1%, 33 leverage, like, and a very 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 tight stop loss. Like yeah,
you
like
might
like pack of cigarettes kind of stop loss. Like I really wouldn't lose much, but I was like, you know what? Let me just throw a little something.
you might get it. I wouldn't be surprised if they take me all the way back up to 110 again.
It's possible.
And I'll just sit there again and keep on with the play.
Mhm.
105. So I'm playing it. I don't give a damn.
Today's the
Thinking of what I
28th,
think is
right?
gonna happen.
Yeah, today's the 28th.
Yep.
Let's see.
I know, man. I know they're coming for some type of correction before
They're
they go
doing
back up.
something. I'm
I
looking
just
at the
feel
15-minute time frame right now.
I feel like they got to come down so they can get some more people to get on board to buy. Then they'll go for it.
I don't know. I just got a feeling. Let's see. I think if this bad boy hits 108, what is it at now? What's the price at now?
Get to zoom in. Hold on.
108,800 or something like that.
Can't see good. Yeah, 108,674.
Okay, if it goes down to like 108, I don't know, like another $400 down from there, I'm definitely gonna keep my stop loss right under it, like a little bit. That's like the deepest I'll go, and then hopefully it goes back up to the reset high, something around there. That's what I'm hoping for. So you and I are versing each other right now. Crazy.
That's fine. They brought their stopping volume candles down to 107,000. What is that? 200 maybe or 300? Can't tell. The prior chance to drop it, and then that didn't hold and came back all the
No,
way
it
up to
didn't.
110. Then they came all the way up to 110 after that. After it fought its way back up.
Yeah,
The
the volume's
volatile
still
net.
low. Really not much volume going on.
That's funny. It came up to 110,600 and something, and then it did a nasty ass little dump and a wick all the way down to 108,600 and something in the middle of this
Yeah.
move.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. That's where my
Look at
stop
that
loss is
BS.
at.
That's that hunt shit right there. Hunted them down. They thought they were safe in them longs.
I'm serious, man. Like they're really out. They're just liquidating. It's crazy.
It's almost like
Crazy.
go against. I mean, until it decides what direction it's going to go. It's almost like go against what everyone else is going to do.
Like what? These dudes are just chilling in bed on their phones. Like, oh, let me
And then
read
when
some
you get
people's
if
lives.
you look at the liquidations, how they're on top and on the bottom, they're like almost equal right now.
Mm-hmm.
All them red lines. So
It's
in that
clearing.
case, it almost like they're gonna go for everybody at that point. So there'll be a quick
Mm-hmm.
move up or a quick move down and a quick move up, or either way.
It's a
Get them
reenactment of
all.
this past weekend. That's literally what was happening.
Well, look, the last one over there in the middle, it was okay, if you want to look at the first where the stop and volume candles is a quick move down, a quick move up, and then another stop and volume candle again, and a quick move down. And then after that, I guess they didn't want to short anymore, and then they brought it back up. And then they did it again after they got it all the way up. Then it was another quick move down to get the long, and it's just dirty.
Yeah, I can't wait for the market to regulate. Like, there's some days where I just feel like it's way too easy, you know. And I'm
Well, I
like,
mean, for what I'm
Mhm.
hearing from the masses right now, it seems like from what I'm hearing from everybody just wants to go long. And it's just going to keep going. That's what seems to be the consensus of the general public is.
A lot of people are buying, but somebody, like I said, they're playing, man. They're playing.
And that's why I'm going short. Because if
Yeah, I'm gonna
that's
let
the
it.
case, they're coming for him.
I'm gonna let it go. I'm with you on that. If it goes a little lower, if it goes like to the bottom of that support right there, that's where I'll take a stronger long.
But then again, this could be a little inverse head and shoulder here with the head going into that vector gap there. Who knows, man? I do stick to that at this point right now. I feel like they're just gonna go wherever the money's at.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Whenever Dbloc gets on here, his opinion is what I value.
Yeah, he seems to have a messed up sleeping schedule, kind of like I do, because I work a night shift, so it's not really by choice.
My sleeping schedule, sleep whenever I feel like it. Sometimes I double sleep. Sometimes I sleep in the day or
You work a night.
whenever.
You have a night shift as well. You work graveyard shifts or anything like that?
No, I don't work.
Yeah, no, I've been double
I'm
sleep.
high.
This past weekend, all I did was double sleep. Like I'd sleep like 5 hours throughout the night randomly, and then come in the afternoon, I'd take a nap that ends up being like 6 hours long. I was like, geez, my body must be shot.
Well, you're probably younger than me. I'm old.
Hey man,
Kind of
40s are
retired.
the new 30s.
Kind of retired. Yeah, I'm mid-40s.
God bless, bro. Retired. That's goals right there.
Yeah, but I put a lot of time into this.
Yeah, I'm addicted. I have a very addictive personality, and I'm definitely addicted.
Yeah, me too. That's why I never, if I found something's too addictive, that was, you know, weed
There's just
related,
so
I
much
wouldn't
to learn. There's so much to learn.
stay away.
That's why I'm so intrigued. And everybody has like a different style, different strategy, and it's just like, I know you got to find what works for you, but it's good to know.
I'm just trying to survive, man. Make it to the end and take this damn.
You cut out a little bit there. I'm playing a little bit more riskier only because my platform granted me a thousand future credit to use. So
James Wynn.
today's a
They
good day to
emptied.
put that on the line.
They're out of ammo. They feel monumental buy pressure. BTC down. Tweets. Bitcoin whales. James Wynn is down 6 million on his new BTC long.
What's going on, y'all?
Dbloc, good morning.
What are you trying to tell us with these tweets?
What's up, D?
Nothing much, nothing. I was just looking into the little whale war that we're having, that's all. Like, remember when I told y'all I was like, if you know what you're looking at, like there's so much action going on. It's like an action movie, even though it's boring and sitting sideways. Like, that's just one example with this wing guy. Like, look at the price action. Right? For the most part,
Madness.
literally just a range, right? But inside that range, this guy Lark Davis, he was the first one that came out and talked about this guy's long, right? 75 million at 40x. Whoa. So he drew everybody's attention to dude. And then right here, this guy posted Bitcoin whale, the same guy that opened the long here, is down $6 million on his Bitcoin long. $800 million position, 40x long, liquidations at 107.56. Then look at this liquidation candle that came after him. This BTC liquidation candle just went down exactly to James Wynn's liquidation price. Careful, James Wynn, they're after you. And then look at James Wynn post after it recovered. They emptied the clip on me. They gave me everything they had. Now they're out of ammo. They failed. They can no longer outperform the monumental buy pressure happening in BTC right now. Win 0, market makers 0. I mean, win 1, market makers 0. So when I say that it's whales versus market makers, I mean that in a very literal sense of the term. There's massive whale war, market maker wars going on right now.
They didn't get him?
Nah, he lived, yo. He lived.
That's
I mean, that's 8%, man, and we freak out over 30%. They're so sensitive.
Yeah, he lived. But yeah, that was also, when you got $75 million in a position that's weighted up to 800 mil, yeah, I'm sure every little red candle is
Why didn't they finish him off?
They couldn't, like you said, they ran out of money. You tried it. You threw everything you could at me. If you didn't do it, it's because you couldn't. Have fun staying poor.
You believe that they couldn't?
If they wanted them, they would have got them. They either couldn't or they didn't want them.
Yeah, we were just talking about that. I kind of what you said with the action movie thing. That was me this weekend, man. I was watching like bloodshed. I was watching the war. They were saying how that one guy was doing the longs and the shorts, and
Brother,
I was watching the lines go up and down, and it was like I was in a movie.
the problem is everybody else is sort of just trying to squeeze some money out of this, but without knowing that this is happening in the background, you're playing a dangerous game.
Extremely.
What's going on, boys?
What up?
What's up,
And
man?
girls?
Hey, Dbloc, why don't you give EMAT a educated lesson on coins being delisted when they're duplicates?
It was very specific. Was it like a previous conversation?
Well, I mean, he was painting, and I wanted to get on because he was going off about they're delisting render, and they're delisting the old token. The render's still tradable. But I just thought it was funny how he was, and I figured you could explain it better than anyone.
I mean, delisting is a scary term when you hear it, and they throw it around like that on Twitter because they know what the effect is.
Yeah, it
No,
hit
that's
the
not
good.
what it was.
Well, render is a solid
Excuse me.
token. The old render is people hardly have been trading. It's got low volume.
Well, that's not what the issue was. The issue was why do they leave a old version of the token on there with a different ticker after they add the new one?
Because there's enough trading volume. If there's enough trading volume, they'll keep it there. The coin's going to exist forever. The only question is whether somebody trades it or not. It's not like you can turn it off. You can just not offer it on your exchange.
They do it. It's normal business, man. They do it all the time.
Like an upgrade. Sometimes the upgrade is a fork, and it's not just. It
It
has to do with foresight, because it has to do with foresight. It depends on how the code was written originally. Sometimes they write the code and they leave avenues to be able to change it, and sometimes they don't. Whether it's lack of foresight or.
If there's a market cap, how could you split it into two different charts that are moving differently?
What do you mean?
How could you have a market cap for render, but have this render where the price is moving differently, and then have that render where the price is moving differently?
Because it's two different assets at that point.
So they're not both render; they're different things now.
Well, one is old render and one is new render. Like Gala V1, like Gala V1 and Gala V2.
But generally, they do trade the same. Their difference in trading
something doesn't make sense.
Is when a bad news like this happens, then they decouple.
Why wouldn't everybody who owned it by the old ticker automatically be switched?
Because
the ticker would change and they would stay in it.
Because when you are in Coinbase and your buddy
you
tells
to
you
sell and then switch to a different
dude,
ticker?
if you're gonna
It
ask a
depends on
question,
the exchange.
If someone says, "Hey, buddy, buy a render, it's great," and then you type it in and it auto completes RENDR instead of RENDER, you're gonna just buy it because you think you got the right one.
That's not answering the question.
You asked why would they buy it knowing. Never mind, dude.
No, I asked how can you have two versions of the same thing?
And then you asked why would someone buy the old one? Rewind the tape.
Anyway, it's still fraudulent.
I mean, it's just the way shit works. You don't have to buy it. I mean, Coinbase tends to not like when they do that. Coinbase will just stop carrying you at all sometimes.
I mean, think about it.
But think of the switch to when Fetch. Remember the whole Fetch Singularity Ocean thing? When they merged, and if you were holding it, and if you were holding it on some exchanges, it was automatic. If you were holding it on other exchanges, you had to come out and do it. And now, even though ASI is running now, Fetch is still right? Fetch didn't disappear.
Yeah, Fetch is still on Coinbase.
Yeah. These dudes will
there's a gray
trade
area.
tokenized. These dudes will trade tokenized rocks, bro. If there's volume.
Hey, Emad, you know when Matic was doing that crazy pump stuff that we were talking about a while ago? It's because everybody was, the people that were like into Poly, they were trading a completely other token. So the old Matic was just barely hanging in there. And even though they both were trending down, Matic was at such low volume, it was fun to grab those little spikes.
I know, but here's what I can't understand. Okay, if the old render was RENDR, and the new one is RENDER, right?
Yeah, they turned render, full render.
Okay, so if I owned RENDR already and I'm on Coinbase, and then they switch the name and I'm still sitting under the RENDR ticker.
That depends on your exchange. Some of the exchanges would do it automatically, some wouldn't. They should send you an email and say, look, this is changing. You have this much time to do this. We're not carrying this old. Like, they should do that. I don't know if they did or they didn't. I don't play with Coinbase, but.
So for Poly, for me, not only did they email me, they emailed me, sent me an SMS text, and also gave me a notification on my device.
See, here's the thing that doesn't make any sense to me. If I had RENDR already, and they switched the ticker over, and now it's the coin is on a different ticker, but I'm still sitting there on the old ticker.
Mm-hmm.
I should automatically be switched over, or they should automatically sell me out of it.
Well,
instead of just letting you sit there
It'd
in
be
it,
nice.
and you're not in, and letting you sit there in what you already thought that you had bought. That's not what I bought. You then switch me into something else at that point.
I mean,
that's fraudulent to me.
Yeah.
I'm not doing this right now, but if you're really curious, I would pull up both charts and see how different they really are, and to see how much you potentially would have lost if that would have happened. I don't think the difference
because
is
now you're in
enough
a different asset with a different market cap,
I get it.
and you didn't buy into that.
I get that, but both Poly and Matic, both tokens, both, or Pol, I think it's POL, both went down the same amount of percentage. Only one would do some crazy behavior for the day, but overall the moving average was the same.
Boy, sounds like we need some serious regulation.
You know, you have to be responsible for your own assets too, the own things that you're investing in, which means that you have to keep up with the projects, bro. They're not gonna handhold you and tell you, hey, the project you're holding is making changes. Make sure that you do this and that. It's unfortunately they don't do that. But we live in a time where if you're not responsible for your own health care, bro, they're not even gonna suggest you shit. Like, you're responsible for the research and for knowing if there's going to be any coin changes or what the plan is, what you're supposed to do. They won't take, in other words, they won't take any responsibility for it. Should they? Yeah, of course they should. It'd be great if they did. What's wrong with a little heads up? You know what I mean? There's nothing wrong with a little heads up.
Once the ticker was changed, they should go to the asset, change the ticker, and everything's just the same as it was.
I admit, dude, it's confusing as hell. It happened to me
It's
on two
beyond
tokens I like the
confusing.
most.
It's straight up shady.
It did it to Matic on me, and it did it to Render, but I think the part that I think Coinbase is forced because Coinbase has higher standards. I know. There's a lot of Coinbase haters. I get it, but they're trying to be friends with doing it the right way with government. That's kind of like, they're the Boy Scouts of crypto, even though that sounds weird. But they gave me so many warnings. I actually thought that, like, oh, did I really move over my token? Got me second guessing because I got so many warnings about it.
They screwed a lot of people with the Gala V2 thing. I remember that. People were not happy about that at all. But again, like I said, a lot of it comes down to personal responsibility. We're not at the point yet where it's super convenient and user friendly, right? Which sucks on one hand, but on the other hand, that's why there's so much money to be made here. Because
but why don't they just change the
there's
ticker
a curve.
name leave it alone. They change the ticker name and it stays, and you're still in it. Why can't they do that?
Because it's a completely different token.
It's
Like
not just
it's
changing the ticker. It's not just changing the ticker. They'd have to swap out the coins.
So they can't just change the ticker name and leave it alone. You can't edit it like that.
I'm sure it wasn't just for a name change. I'm sure if they went to a new contract, is because they wanted to add things to the contract that they couldn't add to the. Yeah.
New contract now. See, now we're going deeper.
Well, that's what it is. A ticker isn't. If there's another coin with a ticker, that's like it has its own contract, right? That's a digital asset.
I thought it was just a name change. That's it.
No, there isn't. If you just do a name change, there's no. You can just change the name.
That's what I'm saying. Can you just do a name change without changing a contract?
Yeah, I believe you can.
Well, that's what I thought.
Yeah, I believe you can. Like Gala, the change wasn't just the name. I mean, they didn't even change the name on that one. They're literally just adding, they're adding abilities to the contract that weren't there before, right? That they need for scalability.
I thought you were rebelling on crypto there for a minute, man. You're worrying me.
And sometimes the old contract still runs. Like it's weird. Sometimes the old contract will still get love and still be traded, and you know.
I find
that makes sense. You change the contract, you're still in what you bought. You bought that contract, you're still in it.
Mm-hmm.
I get it, but to just change the name and then create another, and that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, no. If that's like if it happens like you're saying, it's because the contract was changed.
Okay, I'm sorry, I was misinformed, man.
No, you're good, bro.
Hey, I
that's
can
the
get
reason I felt like that.
How do you feel about someone giving you like a $500 gift card and then you don't use it within a certain amount of time and then it goes void? That's like more scandalous than the situation you just described.
From a consumer perspective, yeah, but not from a business perspective.
I get it.
From a business perspective, if you're putting out a bunch of basically what's credit, you're selling a bunch of credit, then you want it to be used up as much as possible, as quickly as possible. Sorry.
Or rewards, on like a credit card if you don't use it up.
That's
air miles or something.
Asset to just change the whole contract. And then you got to sell and then go over there.
Honestly, a lot of it comes to lack of foresight, man. A lot of it comes with they lock themselves into this code that isn't scalable. And most crypto companies haven't admitted that eventually they're gonna have to shift to better code.
Now I see why Render's so held back and doing so horrible. It's underperforming all the other AI coins.
I'll be right back. Hold on now.
And so is Near.
I mean, if you have like a feed, like a token feed of news, and someone sees Renders being delisted, and you don't look into it, what do you think you're gonna do when you're busy? You're probably gonna dump it.
Yeah, I didn't own it, for the record. I just saw the email saying it was getting delisted, and I was ignorant to the fact that there was even two of them.
It's like
until I
complete
went back and thought about it.
Yeah.
With a homegirl.
But I mean, it's
and then
literally like
in regard
definition of FUD.
regard to what you said, I was ignorant to the fact that it was a contract change. I thought it was just a name change. So, answer all your questions.
I just thought that you knew that they did that before because they did it with Poly and they did it with some other tokens too. I don't know the name of them, but I know Poly was the one they did earlier this year.
Well, it depends on what you consider dead. If it's changing just the name,
well,
or the contract now.
They said they're delisting Matic and they're creating Pole in its placement.
I understand that, but if it's because they just changed the name and did it, then that's some shady shit.
No, I mean if you read the white paper or whatever it's freaking called, they have a huge technical explanation of what they were doing with the Polymatic network. So that I don't get into the weeds of the technicals of when they change a token and they update the code. I just know that it couldn't be done on the old Matic.
That's all right. I'm done.
But Matic is still doing that spiky stuff, man, that it was doing earlier.
Let me guess, they still have the Matic on there.
They
and
do,
Gold.
yes.
And they're allowing it by leaving it there.
What's going on, YouTube?
No
What are y'all
idea.
up to?
Yo, Dbloc, did you see that Trump is approving that the Bitcoin Act?
Yeah, I was reading up on that earlier when I was doing some research. It's
Man,
gonna be
so
interesting next couple days. I want to see what comes out in the conference tomorrow. I have a feeling they've got some announcements that they've been keeping sort of up their sleeve.
yeah, I was gonna say I was looking into that, and if it does go through, they're gonna be looking to get 1 million Bitcoin in split up in 5 years.
Yep. And it's the first line item to come off of the budget every year.
Right.
Meaning every year when the budget comes in and they can spend the very first dollar will be spent on Bitcoin before anything else.
Now, I was looking within the next years or so, then the mining rate is gonna be around 160,000 Bitcoin mined. What's that gonna do if they're buying 250,000 Bitcoin while the mining rate is way lower?
That's fine. It's good for supply. I mean, it's good for the price action. BlackRock's already picking up the daily mining rate. Like there's a daily mining rate, Bitcoins that are mined per day. BlackRock's all been scooping that up already every day for the last, and that's without MicroStrategy or without. Telling you, it's gonna come to the time where you're gonna be counting this shit in satoshis. Not gonna be counting it in Bitcoin. It's gonna come full circle. You realize that the only reason the word Bitcoin exists is because they needed a number for a bunch of satoshis. That you had to say, okay, this 100 million satoshis. Call it a Bitcoin. But it's gonna go reverse. Eventually, nobody's gonna speak about it in Bitcoin terms. Right? You'll be speaking about it in Satoshi terms. I just picked up 100,000 Satoshis.
Man, so if there's 21 billion Bitcoin,
19.
Or yeah, sorry,
Probably
19 at the
closer to
moment.
14 with all the lost Bitcoin dead wallets.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you about that. So once we fully mined everything, what is there like a way to figure out the rate of the dead Bitcoins?
You would just look at dead wallets, right? That's basically how we calculate it now. Wallets that haven't moved any Bitcoin over a certain amount of time, we just assume that they're dead. Might not be, you know? We still haven't gotten to the point where those people would be dead per se, time-wise. Just haven't had any Bitcoin moved. But from the wallets lost and shit like that, then yeah, we've got a rough estimate. But even if they were all there, let's just assume that all 19 million Bitcoin are out and circulating. Still not enough for everybody.
Yeah, definitely not.
I gotta get me back to getting one of them.
Just to give you an idea how scarce that is, 2.3 billion iPhones have been sold worldwide. And everybody that wants an iPhone can't get an iPhone.
You talking about like all generation of iPhones, like since day one?
Yeah. Yeah, roughly about 2.5 billion iPhones have been sold worldwide.
Wow. That's it.
Yeah, but are we going to be looking for like 60K Bitcoin in the bear market?
Inshallah. Mouth to God's ears, bro.
Okay.
Remember, breaking
bet.
down under 69 would be an anomaly, even though I do expect it to happen unless we pump to like 180 or 200. But it's less about how much is it going to cost in the bear, more about how much is it going to go up to in the bull. We go to 150, we're breaking $250,000 Bitcoin on the next bull market easy, in my opinion.
Okay,
So
not this one, the next one.
whatever, yeah. So whatever the price of Bitcoin comes down to, you can look at it like that's what you're buying $250,000 for. Whether that's 70, 80, 90, whatever it happens to be. Not financial advice, just maths. If we're looking at diminishing returns, that wouldn't even be a 2x off of 150.
What was the time frame for this bull market ending?
September, October, November, in my opinion.
And what's the time frame for the end of the so the 60 whatever 70K Bitcoin.
It's about a year for Bitcoin to find. It's about a year for Bitcoin to find its bottom after it tops out.
Okay.
And then a year of sideways and 2 years of up.
Okay.
So you don't think all these newcomers here, like investing in Bitcoin,
That I
you
don't
don't think
think
that
what?
eventually, I'm saying with all these, new hands dipping into Bitcoin this cycle, compared to other cycles, I mean, do you feel like it's possible that it can throw off the cycle in terms of like timing or like time frame? Like think of it like a nightclub, like the more packed it is,
It
the
could,
more
but it
heads
won't
in
be
there.
sustainable. I mean, what we would see maybe is more bear market rallies. I mean, we've had some amazing bear market rallies, right? We've had 2x's on Bitcoin during the bear market before. I could see that getting bigger, but remember the overall market's overall market is sort of controlled by the global liquidity cycle. So that's not going to affect that, right? Everybody and their mother can decide to get into Bitcoin if they want. That's not going to affect the rate at which central banks print money. And that's what controls the tops and the bottoms of the cycle for the most part. What happens in between now, right? The volatility and the explosiveness of it, that can change. Yeah.
See, okay.
But eventually, what I can tell you for sure is that the market cap will get so fat and bloated that it won't be able to move the way we're used to it moving. But by that time, it'll be sitting at a ungodly price,
Yeah, I can see that.
It'll move more like an index than anything at that point.
Yeah, it makes sense. All right. Yeah, I was looking at it like if it was like a hot nightclub and they're just overpacked for like, Halloween or something. The longer it takes to get everybody out compared to just a regular Saturday night. But yeah, it makes sense then with the banks and liquidity.
What's that, like $1 million? I watched the Michael Saylor today. He said he'd buy it at $1 million.
He will. He'll buy it at 1. He'll buy it at 3. He'll buy it at 5. If you would have told me that I would get into a Bitcoin position at above 100K, I would have probably laughed in your face. Like 4 years ago. 8 years, especially 8 years ago. 8 years ago, I would have laughed you out of the room. Not because I didn't think it would happen, but I could never see myself buying a Bitcoin at 100K to get into, just seems like a ridiculous price from where we were sitting. We were at $3,000 Bitcoin during COVID. So looking at it like a million and thinking, damn, yeah, I would never buy it at a million. Well, you probably will. You probably will. But at that time, you would have already made so much money off of Bitcoin that hopefully, that won't really matter.
Cheers to that.
Yeah, over 3. It got to like under 4. I don't remember what the number was exactly. 378 something.
Yeah, if you're gonna hold it for 10 years, none of these prices matter. I mean, of course it'll matter. You'll have more in the end, but I mean, 60K, 100K, that ain't gonna matter.
1 Bitcoin is worth 1 Bitcoin. Yeah, the boring times are where the money's made, people.
Dbloc, have you ever lost friends who told you it wasn't going anywhere like years ago, and now they're like quiet?
Nah. I mean, I'm petty and I troll, so I got all that out of the way a long time ago. We're already past it. But in the beginning, yeah, for sure. And it cost me a lot of money too, because I'll be honest with you. A lot of the flexing that I did early when I first got to the bag was literally just for those people.
Yeah, I have family members that absolutely will not acknowledge. I sent out just a little post because that's all I have Facebook for is friends and family. And then I said, when it hit 100,000, I said, history's made Bitcoin 100,000. Complete crickets from people that normally like my posts.
Yeah, I can relate to you on that, except I haven't succeeded to do it. Those same people know nothing about crypto. They only hear Bitcoin. That's all they know. They don't know that if you went into alts, you could have failed. So they just hear that Bitcoin did that, and they think that I'm so successful at it.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
Roboballs, we're trading in a bearish channel, in my opinion.
And the way you just said, what you just described, is exactly how they act. Except they're so ignorant, they don't know that anything else even exists. And they just see the price of Bitcoin. They think that's what I did, which is what should have happened.
The thing is that sometimes we gotta remember that we're asking people to try to understand Bitcoin or have faith in Bitcoin, and 9 times out of 10 they don't even understand how money works. They don't fully understand how fiat works.
But dude, their 401ks get hit hard in a recession or when the market goes into a bear market, and they seem to tolerate that. Like they may not know the details of how a money market works or their bonds are working or how their 401k is split up. They just trust their manager, right? Their fund manager. But they accept the fact that they're going to take a hit, but they don't accept the fact that Bitcoin is like, how many X now? Like it's just ridiculous.
Yeah. The thing is that the news is only loud about Bitcoin twice. When it's at all-time highs and it makes people get in and buy and get wrecked. And then when it's at the very bottom and they start saying, hey, remember this NBA star took his salary in Bitcoin? Well, it's now worth $16,000. Like those are the, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
I give you that.
That sort of mistrust gets reinforced. Right? Every time they hear about it, it's bad news. They get told to get in, they get wrecked. And then they hear about all of these people that got in, and then they start looking at their 401ks, and it makes them feel smart. See, that's why that's why I invest in Ford and GE, blah, blah, blah. They just don't get the full story. And they don't understand the cyclical nature of it.
I mean, do you look at it like, is Bitcoin doing well because of Bitcoin, or is it doing well because of the irresponsibility of how other financial entities are being managed?
If they wouldn't have screwed up the financial system, Bitcoin would have been a failure.
Yes, thank you.
Remember how Bitcoin was born? Bitcoin was born out of the ashes of 2008, right? It came out of Occupy Wall Street, and it came out of all the cypherpunk movement. I'm not saying came out of Occupy Wall Street, just the timing, right? It was an answer to a problem. It was an alternative parallel system to what was obviously a failed system that nobody had any interest in reforming because it's operating exactly as intended. Like, you can't reform something that works the way it was intended to work. We're the only ones that have a problem with it because we're shut out of it. The people that are led into that system have zero issues with the way shit works over there.
And until they fix it, those same fundamentals that Bitcoin was birthed from are still valid.
Yeah, at this point, there's no going back. I mean, at this point, it's just better money.
People will say, did Trump win the election because Trump is great, or did Trump win the election because the alternative didn't know what they were doing or just was so bad? It's kind of like both the yin and yang have to happen to, and it's
The pendulum swings, man. The pendulum swings. Like, when's the last time we had back-to-backs? Right? Like, the fervor is so strong that we'll go left, and then we'll swing right. Swing left, and then we'll swing right. And then we have some anomaly that comes in. Like, if it wasn't for the fact that when Obama came in and signed the American Recovery Act, which is the one nobody likes to talk about because the one that actually did something good and saved us from a really big disaster. Everything else he did, you could have a problem with. Nobody can say anything about that. And that's why he got, in my opinion, a second term.
Do you think that if they actually would have had a really good candidate, though, that would have screwed that up? I kind of feel like it was theirs to
Well,
lose.
you don't get an Obama without a Bush. Without Bush Jr., you don't get an Obama, right? And without an Obama, you don't get a Trump. And without a Trump, you definitely don't get a Biden. And without a Biden, you probably don't get a Trump again. You see what I'm saying? Like, the pendulum swings, and then it swings back, and it swings back.
Damn, you got me worried what comes after Trump, though.
Yeah, it's a little scary. A little scary.
Well, I guess you just destroyed my analogy then. I was trying to make it to the same as like the reason why Bitcoin is so an awesome option to choose for trading, investment, whatever your strategy is because they've screwed the financial markets up so bad, especially with debt and just irresponsible spending.
No, it's true. You're right about that.
I just kind of feel like the Democratic Party imploded and they didn't even have a new primary. They just put Kamala in there, and I think that turned people off. And I'm not trying to get political. I'm just saying like if they would have had an alternative, it wouldn't have been just so wouldn't have been like, what did he win? Like he won like the popular vote and then like all of the swing states, and it's just like, okay, like what is it, because he's great or is it because they screwed up? Like
it was a bad choice. Their best case would have been to put in a moderate. That's the best case, because the problem is, like we were talking about, the pendulum. Pendulum swung so far left with Biden that there really wasn't any further left to go, and she definitely wasn't the one to make it swing. It would have taken somebody with a lot of charisma and a big platform, and just didn't have that. And then Trump is such a force that
And do you believe if that person with the charisma and that was just a powerful character wouldn't have just came out of nowhere, it probably already would have been known by that time.
They would have,
And then
yeah,
you
they would have had to cultivate it. They would have had to cultivate it. The Dems screwed that up. I mean, I don't have a dog in the race either way, but if I was on their like national convention, I would have played that completely different.
Oh, dude, they're
But you
totally
can tell by the responsibilities that she was given that it was never in their mind for her to run. When the vice president's being set up to be president, they get really, really high profile responsibilities and they get a lot of credit for a lot of shit that happens, and he was just sort of in the background.
I mean, it's crazy how many like CNN anchors and all of these other people are releasing books saying we knew about his decline and we were just kind of, you know.
I
I'm
mean,
like,
we all have eyes,
wow.
man. We all saw that shit. We all saw that shit. They had to see it. Just like, you know, a lot of people are not going to like it, but I see a lot of things now that eventually people will say that they saw and nobody's talking about.
Yeah.
We got to go younger. Let's just put it like that. All respect to my elders. Respect the experience, respect all of that, but we've got to try to go younger, guys.
Yeah, I mean, look at Syria. They got that. You know, he's what, in his younger 40s? I don't know how old he is, but I mean, he hit it with brute force, man. They knocked out the president. They took over. They're trying to get peace. I mean, you know, they're working with Trump. They had sanctions there for quite a while, so he removed that. I mean, you know, the
Hey,
No, I
guy's
think
got charisma. Huh?
no, that's cool. But I think D-Block's right. I think it's like if you pay attention to like the average age of like the American presidents, it's up there compared to like if you look at France or Canada or like other
And it's
countries.
trending up.
Like,
You know,
yeah,
we had
exactly.
a slight dip there for a second, but yeah, it's trending up.
I think that has a lot to do with like a whole different like transfer of power that we're gonna see in our lifetime.
Sheba, you be tripping, man. I don't have TDS. I'm actually a Trump supporter. I don't know what you're talking. I was just questioning like did they screw it up or did he present something that was so appealing that that's why he won? It was a question. It wasn't a rhetorical question either. Just wanted D-Block's opinion on it.
Nah, you know you gotta carry the flag and wave it high, bro, unless you get accused of, then you start getting accused of shit. I've
I'm
never
just not
been
a
I've
blind
never been a
follower.
bootlicker for any party.
Exactly. I like Trump because he stirs shit up, and maybe when you have a clown show going on in the country, you kind of need somebody who's like unpredict you know, you cannot predict what they're going to do, or maybe they're a little bit rough around the edges. That's why I voted for him.
I mean, business wise, that makes sense. You know what I mean? You don't want to be, if you have a business partner or like an entity where you can't really predict what their next move is, then you can't really forerun their ideas, right? So
Shit, we're
I
talking
guess that's
about
like a benefit.
what we're talking about is policy. I'm sorry if I
Yeah,
didn't mention your
exactly.
favorite Trump policy, but what we're talking about is how the pendulum swings from left-leaning policies to right-leaning policies because people like a balance. Naturally, they swing in the other direction. And when the policies are really good, the pendulum can stay there for 8 years. When it's not, it's going to swing back.
So what do you have to say now, Sheba? Now that I told you I was a freaking Trump supporter and weirdo.
I just go with whoever's better, like policy wise, business wise.
Yeah, it's just, yeah, exactly. Like Isaac says, it's common sense, man.
It's all about common sense.
Every reason that I voted for Trump, he's already fulfilled. He doesn't have to do anything else from here on out.
Exactly.
That's me personally. But I told you I was a single issue voter. So for me, it was get rid of Gary, free Ross, Bitcoin strategic reserve. Bam, done.
Get rid of pornographic books out of the kids'
I don't care about any of that
libraries.
shit. That's all that social shit that people get all caught up about. I honestly don't care about any of that shit.
That's crazy, man. It's crazy, man.
I mean, Dbloc, you did mention common sense, though, man. I mean, like the whole like.
What I'm saying is that these social issues where they convince you that each side is either trying to eat your kids or try to, turn them into something that they're not that's all social policy games, bro. I don't get caught up with any of that shit.
Yeah, but when
Just makeup on a pig.
your government is just totally immoral, man. That's
Yeah,
when you
we shouldn't look to our governments to be role models. Unfortunately, these dudes are out for business and they don't love any of us or any of our kids, I promise you.
right.
Exactly.
That's our job. The community that you build around your kids. And if your school is doing that your kid is going to, then you and the parents go and handle that shit.
As a libertarian, I agree with you, but the voting
Bro, they was
populace in
trying to give
general does
federal
not.
indictments to parents for speaking up against that, man.
People vote on those issues, man. I mean, I agree with you that they shouldn't, but they do.
I
They get
think
very easily manipulated.
it's all part of what it's like what it is to be an American, bro. But it's important not to get, like I said, tribal about it.
That's why Trump won, bro. There's too many people sick of that type of stuff.
Dude, I've been hounding on my friends and family about the national debt for years, and now when it's past its the interest on the debt is actually it has passed it has passed the total budget for our health care. Now they care about it. And so they were so worried about all these social issues the whole time, while like debt was flanking them on the left or the right or whatever, where it was coming from. Now they care because it's consuming so much of our budget. Like it's like that.
I think a lot of it is a lot of the shit that people focus on is hypocritical, and I don't mean that you don't actually believe it. I just mean it's just crazy, right? Like some of the most left wing stand for everybody, fight for everybody's cause that's not their own, get offended for other people are the biggest Karens in the world that'll call the cops on you in a second in real life if they have an issue. Same thing with parents. These same parents that are going crazy and they're picketing the schools and they're like, the schools have all these things in it they're not supposed to have, are sitting their kids down in front of the computer for 12 hours a day with absolutely no control over what they're seeing. And I guarantee you it's way worse than what they're picking up in the schools. You know what I mean? These things just become hot button topics. We can all agree that that's not a good thing. You know what I mean? Like, I don't care what side you're on. You can agree that it's not the right thing. The thing is that they put forward the extremes. They show you the extremes.
That is something that I also don't really understand, where the aversion in the US comes from against socialism, because looking as from Europe, I think you could do with a bit of socialism, no? With looking at healthcare, looking at education and stuff.
I think it's confused with communism sometimes, and it's also presented poorly. Right? We have socialist projects in this country.
Well, Social Security, man, but they can't. It's like, don't take more of my money until you've proven that you've able to be responsible with the money that I've given you.
Hey, they got rid of all those 250-year-old people now. We're good. They fixed it. Who was it the other day, man? Somebody the other day. We were on one of these tangents, bro. And they were like, what if that whole Social Security thing is proof that vampires exist and we're just overlooking it? Like, what if they're not really scammers? What if that's just how many vampires live in the country? Like, bro, we really need to get away from the computer and touch grass sometimes, man.
Dude, like with the crazy stuff that's happened since COVID, I mean, I don't believe that, but I would not be surprised. I would probably, if that came out and they actually found a vampire and they have it on, well, nothing's real anymore because AI video is so good, but let's say they legitimately found a way to say that this video's, real, I would probably just roll my eyes and go, I'm not surprised.
Bro, I just had like flashes in my mind of the whole Netflix series, bro. It's the funniest shit ever. Vampires getting that letter that their social security's over and they're all mad and shit.
If you've got
I'm
enough
dead.
credits, you could probably make that movie with VO3 right now because VO3 is so good that you could probably get away with it if you have good script writing skills.
Funny.
They're gonna take the U.S. to court.
I ain't scared of transphobia. I'm scared of transgender.
Man, I don't care what a grown ass adult does with their genitals, man. This is some weird shit that we got going on. I've never in my life cared about what somebody did with their dick.
No, I didn't either. But when they want to push it on us and make us,
I think we just gotta get
conform
off
to
of
their way of living,
I think if we shut off
that's
social
what's
media,
wrong.
all that pressure goes away, bro. That shit happens on social media. We need to
That's
unplug and
life
go
now.
outside.
Social media is life now.
No, it's not. That shit is fake.
That's
All
the
of
new
that shit is
world.
fake.
It is, but
Half of the time
yeah,
you arguing with bots on there. Half of those posts are rage bait posts for engagement. You go
I just
outside
think
and there's none of that shit going on.
how
Have
you
you
say
ever
that, D? You don't see these radical protests they having everywhere, man.
Yeah.
These people don't lost their mind.
Yeah, those people that are people that live online and think that the shit is real. Yeah, they're outside going nuts about it. But when's the last time anybody approached you and try to get you to change your gender, bro?
Yeah, I think that has a lot to do with it. It's the screen time.
It's honestly, bro, all of that, and not just that, but the whole free speech thing too, bro. Oh, we're losing free speech in this country. That I know, no, you're not. You're losing free speech on social media. You go outside and do and say whatever you want. Get off of social
Well, I'm gonna
media.
put it to you like this, bro. I was just at a party and I just had two dykes attack me, man.
Whoa, 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 easy, bro. Come on.
Oh,
Relax. Come on.
okay. Wrong word. I had two. What's the politically correct word?
diesel mechanics?
Okay, I had two diesel mechanics attack me. And I had to defend myself, bro.
You make it out there. You make it out okay?
Bro, I'm not into
Apparently
hitting
not.
women, man. But when they just, run up on you and get to swinging at you, you got to do what you got to do.
I mean, did you start off with the word you kind of started off with
Yeah,
earlier?
yeah. Did they just randomly come up to you, or was there a
Oh
conversation?
no, I was definitely defending my freedom of speech,
Okay, well then they defended their freedom of reaction.
and they got it. Got everything they deserve.
That's not a big flex, bro. I don't think that's the
No, it
flex you
ain't,
think it
bro.
is
But
right
you
now.
can't let nobody just, I was raised. You don't let nobody attack you, and you know what I'm saying.
But Trump is
I kind
president,
of
right? So it didn't stop that from happening, right?
word. I kind of just view it this way, man. Like, if I don't let anybody into my universe that I don't need to. You know what I mean? Like, there's no reason for me to like go and pick a fight with somebody. It's just let people be who they gotta be, and you move on with yours.
Just control
That's
your
what it
energy.
should
That's the
be.
best that you could do is just control your energy, bro.
But they
Yeah.
just didn't they go so far that the other side they don't believe in that.
You don't seem like the type of person to let anybody just talk crazy about you, though, right?
No, not at all. There's limitations, like you know what I mean. Like there's respect, bro. Like you can't just wild out. It's I think there's like respect and words you can and can't use in every language, and that's essentially like what we abide by. You know what I mean? Like certain
Oh,
particular words.
I
I
just
only have
know
Sean,
if
what are you upset about? Like two lesbians being in the room? Like I don't really understand. What is the problem?
I mean,
no,
anything
it's
can be
kind of
taken
hot.
out of context. So That's
That
why
ain't.
I say like
I don't
your
have a problem
words.
with lesbians. I don't have a problem with gays. I have friends that's gay. I mean, I have no problem with those people. But when they want to flex their rights like they got rights over you, and
What did they do, bro? They're showing too much too much like
just aggression,
affection in front of you, or
too much aggression.
I got you.
Why?
You know,
What
I
does
don't
that
have a
even mean?
problem
So you probably
with
get in
freedom of
fights
speech.
with dudes all the time. Then when you go out, right?
You say what?
You probably get in a fight with dudes all the time when you go out. If aggression is the trigger, because dudes be walking around crazy on a regular basis when I go
I
out.
mean, it's
No,
built
the
into their
problem,
chemistry,
the
man.
thing is that guys have a respect for. We have a respect for each other,
I
and
don't see
you
too much of that nowadays, man.
typically
Especially not on the East
know
Coast.
when
I
you
would
move
get if you say
overseas.
like they grabbed your girl's butt or something, or they were being disrespectful. Like I mean, that would guy or girl. That's gonna be an issue. I don't care if you were alien. If you get disrespectful, you're disrespectful. But I don't know, man. I just remember when the same sort of things were said about me and people that look like me.
Well, apparently AI thinks you look Chinese.
That was funny as shit. I'm sure I got some Asian in me somewhere.
I swear,
Puerto
Dominican
Ricans
vibe,
are
bro.
quite a smorgasbord.
But I think you said you're Puerto Rican, right?
Yeah, I'm Puerto Rican, I'm black.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Yeah, that's why you give Dominican vibes, bro. Isn't there like is there like isn't there like a population or like an area of like Dominicans and like Puerto Ricans over there, or is there like separate? Because I
Where?
know over here in like in Los Angeles, we got like little Mexico, Koreatown.
Oh,
Uh,
Miami's everywhere, bro. There's Caribbean is big in Miami. Puerto Ricans, Cubans, Dominicans, Jamaicans, Haitians.
okay.
I mean,
I
how
know,
many
man.
years,
You're in Miami, then yeah, that's even more expected.
like how many decades before there won't even be a difference? Like they'll just be you're Hispanic. Like I don't know.
People always gonna remember their roots. It's important to
I
know your
don't love
roots.
I don't love that argument. I mean, like, I don't think anytime in the near future we're all just gonna be blended. Like we're
Not at the
living
pace
in
we're
today.
going, no.
Yeah, like we're living in today. Like we're living. I mean, especially. I mean, I'm not white. I'm Native American. I'm half Native
Well,
American,
sorry, I
and
meant
I've
like
got to live. Like I've got to live in that reality. And I'm no, and I love my roots. I love that. And like I don't know. Sometimes people say that to me. Like pretty soon we're all gonna be brown. Like no. Like
no. I'm sorry. I meant
like,
Miami. I
I
didn't
feel like
mean
if you spend enough time under the sun, that's possible.
like we're all just gonna be mixed together and the same thing. Like
dude,
I don't
mixed
think so,
babies are
man.
gorgeous. I don't know why anybody would have a problem with that.
It all comes down to culture, right? Knowing where you're from is one thing, but being connected to the culture and then passing that culture to your kids and your kids' kids. I think that's why people hold on. It has really nothing to do with the island itself, or you know, the
Are
respect for
you
your
related to
ancestors.
Elizabeth Warren? No way you just didn't say that.
Who said that?
Look at chat. Look at chat.
Oh God, I hate that shit. I hate so many people. I don't want to hear from people who are like, I'm 1/64th Native American, like, where I'm Cherokee. Like, okay, I mean, if you're actually Cherokee, okay. If you're like, parent, uh,
What is
I'm
that? What
sorry,
is
I
that?
don't mean to offend anyone, but
What is that test?
So I won't go into it. I don't want to offend anyone, but so many like blonde hair, blue eyed people are like, "Oh, you're Native American."
What is the test that you like? It's the one you send in. You like swab underneath your tongue or something, and then
23andMe,
yeah,
and then
you
they're
get
like, "Oh, I'm half a percent Native
exactly.
American." Like my mom grew up on the reservation. Like I'm Native American.
They're just sitting there
I,
all sweating, getting ready to open the envelope, and they 0.001 Native American, and they start just calling their friends and family.
You know, you're signing over your DNA to those companies, right? All those people doing like all those background check, you
Oh,
know.
oh, really? I didn't know that. That's
Oh yeah,
crazy.
they have a huge collection of like their database is crazy. And I just
they
wonder
find a
like,
lot of murderers that way, and like serial killers.
nah, it's an even bigger picture than that. That's just a whole bunch of DNA they have to sell. I mean,
Yeah, that's
you're
only
literally
scary
signing it
because
over
they
to
can
them.
actually. That's only scary because they can actually clone people now. The whole baby that was cloned. I don't know if you guys or they chose out the genes, specific genes that they wanted it to have, and all that.
Who did
This
that?
was like,
It's not a clone baby. It's a designer baby. It's different.
there you go, there
Designer
you go.
babies have been a
Sorry,
thing since the 90s, though.
Yeah, they just
since the
like
'90s.
tweak the chromosomes and stuff, right?
hmm
Well, you
And
like
it's
remove their
usually
lungs
only
and
for in
stuff.
vitro, which is hardly ever successful. It's the biggest hustle ever.
Does anybody know any of those people that they're like a designer baby?
No.
No.
I'd like to know how that turned out.
I mean, I think it's just simple shit like eye color and shit. Like, I don't think that's to the point where you can bake in athletic ability or anything like that. But people do decide, especially women who use sperm donors, that type of shit is, taken into consideration.
I mean, it would be nice to remove like cancer and Alzheimer's and all sorts of crazy
And
stuff.
take it away from business at that point.
Well, I know, but like whatever. Do you think they would just they can do what Enron did? Enron went from mass production of oil to they're making batteries and wind farms and stuff. So you got to transition
Right.
sometime.
I mean, you look it up. There is a
Yeah.
lady.
You got to
I've
keep
just
in mind too. I mean, we're heavily overpopulated. You know, they they need they need to kill us off. Like there's always a need to
Well, there's way
reduce
more
the
land than there
population.
is people.
do you
Well,
don't believe in the Musk
they say
theory?
we
Musk
underpopulated.
Yeah,
exactly.
there's way more land than there is people. We're overpopulated because everybody wants to live in the same damn place.
Yeah.
L.A.,
Everybody
Miami,
wants to live
Detroit.
in everybody wants to live in a city. You go out into the country and you can walk acres before you find another house.
Oh yeah, I live in Oklahoma City. Trust me.
Yeah,
There's
man.
lots and lots of land out here. It's cheap as shit because of like people being scared of the tornadoes and everything. But yeah, I mean, you. It's just a personal choice for everybody at that point. It depends what you do, what industry you're in. Like,
And birth rates are
obviously,
horrible. Birth rates among educated people are even worse.
yeah, I can see that they all want to spend their
Bro,
time in their own
it's
profession.
happening. It's that idiocracy. It's happening in slow motion. We're seeing it. Smart people
Well,
are having
men's
less babies. People who are
more
in
sperm count.
less well off positions are having babies like it's going out of style. And eventually the smart people are gonna get sort of weeded out of the gene pool. And
Yeah,
then
I
we're
feel like
going right
that's.
to idiocracy. We're
Yeah,
already wearing the Crocs, bro.
we
Oh
already
God.
We're already wearing the Crocs.
And if you heard the Joe Rogan small taint argument, then we're really screwed. I guess plastics are screwing up our ability to reproduce.
The
Microplastics, yeah.
Crocs argument is wild.
Microplastics act as estrogens in our body.
It's really
credit card
collagens.
credit card size plastic every week.
It's just a soft plastic, man. You gotta stop using all the soft plastics. Those water bottles, worst thing ever.
Well, they're saying it's better
Water
for
bottle
food now.
delivered and sat in the sun outside and baked in the sun for 3 months or for like 3 hours or some shit. Not good, bro. Plastic in the microwave, not good. Soft plastic straws, not good. It's the soft plastic. The soft plastic gives off microplastics and your body registers that as estrogen. That's why as corny it is to see these kids with their metal straws and their glass. That's probably the best way to do it. Yeah.
Yeah, that explains a lot. The whole like little thermo cup.
Yeah, tumblers and this next
Yeah, exactly. The
generation is up
tumblers. There
on
you
all
go.
of this shit, bro. All of the shit that we used to do was. So you guys are crazy. Like they found out that talcum powder was leading to some cancers in women, and it's like,
Yeah,
damn,
the
you pour this
ovarian.
shit all over babies for generations, bro. Like, you know, you know what I mean? Like, yeah.
We still use it, but I mean, I don't know what it does to men. You know what I mean? Like, maybe that's the
Can't
whole
be good.
reasoning why
I
we see.
mean, it can't be
I
good.
mean, there might be a reasoning why we've seen what we've seen like lately with like the freedom. You know what I mean?
Oh, skinny jeans.
Now it's
A
starting to
lot of
link.
talcum powder was sold during the skinny jean era, bro. They had to
That's like
squeeze into
drinking out
them
the water
skinny
hose.
jeans somehow.
Drinking out the water hose in the backyard.
Yo, I'm glad they killed that. It didn't take long. It was like maybe half a generation before they went back to the baggie and they were like, nah, yo, we're not doing that no more.
No, yeah, man. I think it's in everything though. I think it's just like it comes down to like even the clothes and like the water that we're drinking. Because I'm telling you, I live out here in Oklahoma and I moved here like 2 years ago, something like that. And the water quality is horrible, like, and I mean like horrible. And everybody out here, like every house doesn't have a water filter or water system in it. Dude, when I got my house, that was the first thing I did. I said, nope, ain't no way.
Yeah, bro. You
Like,
gotta invest in that type of shit. We were talking about that earlier. Only thing I'll
like,
never complain about anybody taking crypto out to spend on is anything health related.
yeah, definitely.
Good
Like,
water filter, good air filter, good mattress.
oh
Good
yeah, we
mattress is
like yeah
important.
yeah, we bought our house and we immediately like redid the HVAC system and the water softener and the furnace, like all that stuff. Like anything that's like real serious, we said no, 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 no.
You know they say sex is good for your health too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, just trying to make the place safer and more health conscious because even in the air we breathe, man, you know what I mean? Like
So,
it
yeah,
like
so if you spend your Bitcoin at the truck stop, that's not a
No, that is a
problem.
horrible use of your Bitcoin.
yeah, don't do that. Don't do
It's
that.
horrible use of your Bitcoin,
With
bro.
the lot
You
lizards,
can just
that's
flash the
wild.
Bitcoin total on the exchange and get that, bro. You don't spend none of that. You go to the bar, you leave your portfolio open, you leave your phone face up. You're like, oh my bad, I didn't mean to, you know what I mean?
Yo, you done that, huh?
Oops. I didn't mean to do that. Don't tell
You
nobody,
sound
all
like you
right?
done that before.
Don't tell nobody.
I got 0.001 Bitcoin for 2
You be in there explaining how, look, if every person had Bitcoin, that's how much we would have. Okay, that's my fair share. I got more than most people.
That'll be 2 Satoshis for them Long Islands.
I always think about this. Every time we talk about that, I think of.
D, you think we're gonna clear this vector gap?
It's already almost gone. If we shrink it down to where that wick was, there's nothing there. The bottom of this range that we gotta hold. We saw what happened last time we came out, right? We had some pretty big reactions. So is that Bitcoin still there? I don't know. Let's see. That shit is a ghost town. So these would be our large orders. How far do I have to bring this down to have some orders pop up here? 185. That's bad. Like on the way up, we were looking at $1,000 orders on most of these. Why is that? So 153 at 107, 200 at 107.5, another 200 at 105. And then some random shit down at 91. There's really not a whole hell of a lot down there. They'll pop up. As price comes down, obviously, they'll pop up. But there's no real standing walls. Most of the standing walls are above us. $103.5, 400 Bitcoin, 200 at 111.
So when you're reading the heat map like that, what are the probabilities? Like you're saying that that's more likely to just go sideways for a bit.
Price tends to go towards liquidity. If there's no real liquidity targets, then you have to look for liquidation targets. Right, so if there's no standing orders to pick up, then you have to look for, okay, what is there to wipe out? So if we go to the 12-hour, we see about 14 million in liquidations at 107.9. A little bit above, but brighter underneath, right? So that's like the bigger draw. We start going up in time frame. Let's go to a weekly. To the weekly, it's up. Excuse me. These guys are safe here, my opinion. Damn, imagine. Have your liquidation level at 92.4, $22 million worth. My opinion, well, my guy could just go on vacation at this point.
Those guys are chilling there for quite some while now.
Yeah.
They are pretty safe. You're right, they might be on vacation.
Bro, why not? Are you kidding me? At this point, like, what was that on the monthly? Bro, they've been in this position since Bitcoin was underneath 100K, bro.
Yeah, 93
You know what?
something.
That's something else I want to speak on. Do you think that bears are just people that's negative and just in normal reality? That's just a normal part of their
Some,
life. Is
yeah,
just being
perma bears. Yeah, perma bears tend to have a bit of a negative outlook.
because I listen to certain people that just like all they want is the price to go down, which is like the opposite of normal.
Well, it also depends if you didn't get in position, right? Obviously, that's gonna make a difference.
No.
If
I'm
you
talking
got
about
left
the people that
behind,
just
like you want that shit to go
100%.
down, you know?
They always want price to go down.
Yeah. And then you got your perma bulls, which are the opposite. There's people
But I mean,
there's people that only short sell. Like literally only
right.
short.
You
Nah, if you think
invest.
about it, it isn't really normal, right? Like imagine let's look at legacy. What percentage of businesses fail? Right? So that's how they look at it. They're like, okay, if a higher percentage of these things are going to fail, then I have a higher percentage chance of picking the ones that are going to fail than I do and picking the ones that are going to win. The problem
You
is
think
that they
that's what
just
they look
assume
at?
everything is going to fail all the time. But a permabull that thinks that everything he puts money into is just going to go to the moon because he put money into it is ignoring the fact that such a high percentage of companies fail. You know what I mean?
Right.
And not even about them getting rugged or anything. That's just business, bro. Some shit's just
business.
It
Let's say
fails.
70% of businesses fail.
Yeah, so people who like are always selling short, like they're trying to bet on that, right? They bet on the fact that nothing lasts forever and that most of these companies are going to go to shit.
I guess that's a different way to look at it.
Yeah, but you're right. I mean, it does, your personality and your perspective on life has a lot to do with. You have to put that to the side, bro. Like I could have a shitty day and come on, and I literally have to just completely put all that shit because the chart could be happy. You know what I mean?
It gets me that people that gravitate towards negativity, because it's my thing is, if you believe something has failed, why would you even deal with it? Why wouldn't you gravitate towards something that you have conviction in, something that you believe that's gonna do good?
We can just chop that up to like everything that goes up, it has to come down. I don't think it's whether it's like too positive or negative. You know what I mean? It's just
Well, look at the
natural.
memes, right? Look at the memes. Most people spend their time trying to catch a meme going up, right? You just flip the chart. I mean, it's a lot easier to catch that meme going down, to catch the meme that's gonna fail, to catch the meme that's gonna get rugged, to catch the meme that's gonna. Which is why when these things hit futures, whenever they hit an exchange where you can short them, they get shorted. Because the higher probability is that it's going to go down. And then you just avoid the popular shit. And if you're smart, the bears that drive me crazy are the ones that always want to short the shit that's obviously running hot for a purpose, right? It's not just irrationally running hot. Like the ones that have been trying to short Sui for the past 4 months.
Right.
So I guess my only question would be like, what does it do like when you have like a bear like constantly opening up like high leverage multi-million-dollar
No, they
positions
get
that can
swept.
reflect like
Well, they just get
they just
swept.
get they okay, so it's
Yeah,
like the
they
whole
just get
liquidity piece that we're
swept,
talking
bro.
about.
Yeah, they just get swept. We see it all the time. Being able to pivot is the biggest sort of edge you can have in trading. Your ability to pivot and how long it takes you to pivot.
And that's what I don't understand. It's like price go up, price go down. So why wouldn't you just go with the flow instead of constantly trying to be one way all the time?
I try to get people to invert the charts because I have noticed that for some people it's just easier for them to spot a short setup or a long setup than it is the other. And I can't really put my finger on it. I don't necessarily think it's like it could be a perspective thing, but it's just easy. It literally is. They see the short, like they can see the short a mile away, but they can't see the long until you flip the chart on them, and they're like, "Oh," you know what I mean? And then if you flip the chart and they don't see it, then you know that okay, now they're biased, right? If you look at this right here and you say, "Oh, this is 1,000% gonna drop because this is a bear flag," and I know what bear flags do, and that's just gonna drop. And then you flip the scale and you don't immediately say this is going to go up because this is a bull flag, this is going to go up. If you flip it and look at it and say no, this is going to roll over, it's a lower high, that's probably going to lose the 50, then no, you've just got a heavy bearish bias that you need to check.
Now I know you don't promote leverage trading, but for the people that do, I don't understand why they don't practice hedging their trades.
Yeah. Instead of just getting out of it and going the opposite direction.
Or just staying in it until it's until they liquidate it.
I don't know. I think a lot of it comes down to psychology, bro. Different things bring us different anxiety levels. Right. For some people, it's nothing for them to get out of a trade, be on the sideline and wait for a setup. For another person, they get mad anxiety having to set up a trade again. Like, no, I'm already in the trade. I already got my entry. I don't want to go through all that stress. And so it really just depends. That's why it's hard to give blanket advice, which, we don't give advice, but it's, when I talk to somebody about trading, like, I like to sort of get to know their personality because my suggestions are different for each person depending on their their personality type.
Right. Yesterday I was in a short trade, and I had opened up a long trade as well. But at the end of the day, my liquidation level for my short trade, my long trade would have outweighed my short trade by like $40. So even if my short would have got liquidated, I would have still been $40 in profit.
Yeah. We've seen people come in here, go schlong, and get wiped in both directions, though. It's not fun. I've witnessed it firsthand, bro. I've witnessed it, bro. I don't even want to say who their name is, but I know
That's time to
somebody
go
that
back to the drawing board.
was getting so frustrated with the back and forth that they said, you know what, I'm just gonna open a position in both and they got wiped in both directions, and you could just literally see them like punching the air in a dark room, but I was so pissed.
That's bad.
The market doesn't play games, bro. You get these things all the time. Like this shit right here, irresponsibly, this shit right here liquidates you in both directions.
Right. You got to know when to hedge.
Yeah. And a lot of new people specifically hedge because they just don't know the direction and they feel like they need to be in a trade. Like sometimes no trade is the best trade.
My thing is, when you are so far in profits, but you scared to take profit, that's the best time to take a hedge trade. When you feel like that trade is possibly gonna turn around, but you still don't want to take profit, that's when you open let's say it's a long. That's when you take a short. Because now you hedging your profits. Closing your trade out prematurely.
It's one of the reasons why I talk about the 5 and the 13 and the 50 so much. That's the main value you're going to get from that strategy is staying in a trade when you should stay in the trade.
Yeah, there's a lot of pain that is associated with getting out of a trade and then it goes up like 4 times higher than what you took out. But round tripping is also another painful thing to
That's
do.
what I was going to say. It's selective memory
You don't
because
realize.
you want to focus on the ones that you missed out on, but you don't remember all the damn round trips.
Oh yeah, man. The round
Those are the
trips.
fun ones when you're losing and then you make it back.
It's the
Yeah.
dopamine hit, bro. I'm telling you. One of the things you've got to be completely honest with yourself is, are you trading for dopamine? I'm not saying you have to stop trading if you're trading for dopamine, but you need to be aware of it because it's making you make rash decisions, and it's ego trading, right?
Yeah.
It's like a revenge trade within a trade that's still active. Like we all know that revenge trading is bad, but staying in a trade you're not supposed to be in is also a revenge trade.
Yeah, I've done that a couple times.
Oh yeah, man. Expecting miracles to happen.
The
in
hope
the trade that
phase.
you're in.
It's the hope phase. I stay out of the hope phase. You guys see how I play my targets. I don't want anything to do with. Look, when I'm trading quick swings, which is as relative as I can to get to y'all to relate on leverage, right? When I'm trading big bags for a quick swing, I'm trading the move. I don't. I'm setting up. I'm buying the stopping volume candle. I'm adding to my position on the next stopping volume candle. I'm trading this up. I'm trading this up to the measured move. and I'm taking my profits. Okay, but there's a bull flag here. Cool.
Okay, so
Cool, there's a bull flag. That wasn't my plan when I got in. When I got in, my plan for this bag, because of the size that it is, right? I had a very specific plan. But cool, now we've got this bull flag set up. All right, cool. This is the hope phase. I do not trade this phase. I don't. Once the pattern is set up, I'll pick up the bottoms. But I don't trade. I don't sit in here hoping and praying that this holds. And no, I'll make the buy. I'll put my stop underneath. I trade the pull. Right? I'm in it for the
okay, so
pull.
what do you think
I'm in it
about
for the
this, D?
pull, not the flag. Boom.
Right. So what do you
Pop
think
up, you
about
get the
this?
pull, I'm out.
So D, you got your measure move. So you're gonna set your take profit levels, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how do you feel about instead of setting your take profits, you set short levels?
The measured move being over for me doesn't mean that price is going to go in the opposite direction.
Right. But
Right?
usually
Not
what you
every not every end of a long is the beginning of a short.
right,
Because
but the
what I
odds
wouldn't want to do is do that here, right? If I did that here, then what, you're in a short position through all of this choppiness. And then what happens if you don't get out in time and this pops and you get liquidated?
no, I'm looking at the flag you got right there.
Yeah, but to play it here, you
And the
would have
measure
also had to
move.
play it here. You get what I mean? So the strategies that we develop have to be scalable, right? Which means if I do the same thing 10 times in a row, what's my outcome going to be? Here it would have worked out beautifully,
See,
right?
I'm looking at your measure move.
Yeah, here it
Right.
would have worked out beautifully. But if that move is in your toolkit, right? If that's a move that you do all the time, instead of taking profit, you go short in the opposite direction, you would have paid for it
And
here.
then look where the short would have took you.
Yeah, in this case, but now do that 10 times.
Right.
Right? In other words, if you did it here and didn't get out in time, you would have been liquidated here. You wouldn't have been thinking about getting into a short here. You would have been liquidated by this move. Maybe you would have taken the short too and said, screw it, and got a good revenge trade out of it. But the rules that you make for yourself, like I said, have to be scalable. You have to ask yourself, if I do this, if I react this way to this data that I'm seeing 10 times in a row, is it going to work? Like my don't chase rule, right? I don't jump into things that are already running. Has that cost me money? Oh yeah, that's cost me money. Of course that's cost me money. Could there be times where I jumped in and it was already gone and I still made a bunch of money? Yeah, but if I did that 10 times in a row, I'm going to lose the bag. Right? It's not a rule that's scalable. You can break the rules sometimes, but when you have a little bit of experience and you see things that, make you think.
Right. I mean,
But
my rules is to try to stay out of liquidation levels, period.
yeah, good rule.
Now, Bitcoin, I don't even understand how some people put themselves in that position because I generally trade 50 to 60% leverage on Bitcoin, and it's kind of hard to get liquidated because it doesn't move that drastic.
Yeah. We'll break this range if this breaks out, but it's just wicking back into the flag right now.
So what's your take? You said you have a measured move. You stick to the plan, right? You see a bull flag forming. You're this truck just flew by, hit all my cones. You mother. So what's your take on collect? Like, say you get to that point, right? And you're basically 80% out. What's your perspective on leaving like a little
Runners?
bag? I guess something that
I like
yeah, I
runners.
guess runners. Yeah.
Yeah, I like
So
runners.
you ever do that? Like, you believe in
Yeah.
that? Like leaving a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I like runners. Remember, this is task specific, right? So in this case, I'm deploying a large amount of capital for a measured move that has confluence, right? So this measured move put us up to 109. wouldn't have just taken it if it was just a move to 109, but it's also a move to retest our resistance level from that range. So it made sense, which also made sense to take profit at that range because I expected there to be resistance, right? Because there was resistance. On the break of that resistance now, you expect an explosive move. So when a bull flag starts forming up against resistance and it's holding the 50, now you have more confluence. The measured move brings you up to 110. We had a big vector gap up here, which is a target. So that gives me the confluence that I need to take that trade. Now, if I was taking this trade just on a 5-minute scalp, right, or for like somebody that's brand new that isn't familiar with trading and using the 5-minute scalp strategy just to get in on momentum plays, right, they would have got in when the 5 and the 13, when the 50 and the 13 crossed after this range, right? So basically, let's say they played it from the bottom, right? You would have got in here at 1088, and then you would have had your exit signal when your 13 crossed the 50 at 1088. So you would have broke even. Then you would have got back in at 1088 when it crossed over. Price came down underneath the 50, but the 13 never did, so you're in, right? Now what your job is to wait for the 13 to cross the 50 here on the 5-minute. So you would have rode this trade all the way from 1088 to 1097. You would have took your profit here and you would have got back in at 1096 and you would have took your profit at 110. Right? Or you would have taken your short at 110 when the 13 crossed and you would have rode your short all the way down until you cross the 50 here. And now we're back in rangy choppiness. Right? When you see the 13 crosses and crosses back over and crosses back over, that's a sign not to trade this range.
Yeah, dead man's land.
Right? So you just wait, right? We trade, if you're going to trade a range, then you need to trade it as a range. Once you see that you're ranging, you need to establish the range. And if you're going to trade it, you need to swing trade the range, which means you sell the highs and you buy the lows. Sell the highs and you buy the lows. But that's a different style of trading.
More traditional, I guess.
Yeah, it's just knowing what tool to use at what time, right? Like, you know how they say when all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail?
Yeah.
Now, I always set my take profit at 75% of the top of the range, just in case we get a breakout.
All right, we got half a minute. We got half an hour until we get to the 12-hour stream. So we'll be resetting at that point.
Got my like in.
Getting some aggressive buyers coming in, 126 Bitcoin. Stopping volume candle, bullish engulfing.
My truck about to turn green.
We can invalidate this bear flag if we get above the 800 and the 200 EMA here. You're welcome, Doge. My bad, I've been on an odd hours lately, but life has been lifing. I'll be right back, guys. Market maker has been eating in this range. It's like while everybody else is bored and running flat. Right? Just look at this range here that we've been in, just here at the bottom on the 5 minute. Right. Market maker goes short. Market maker starts to match shorts here, right? Leaving long positions all the way down in this range. Absolutely small move, right? Nothing. Instantly comes back up and pays himself. Then sets short positions up, stops volume, instantly comes back and pays himself. Then sets long positions as everybody wants to short, sweeps back up instantly to pay himself. Same thing here. Sets short positions here, whips price back around, pays himself instantly on those positions. Sets short positions all the way up on this green vector. Pays himself, leaves long positions all the way down on these. Paid himself on those. Paid himself on these. Paid himself on all of these positions. He's eating, bro. Absolutely eating.
Hey D, can you take a look at ZBEC?
Yeah.
I mean, it's just like outperforming the whole market.
What's the ticker? ZBEC?
ZBCN.
VV?
ZBCN.
Gotcha. Oh, I already have that shit here somewhere. There it is. Yeah, I can't remember if it was you that asked about this when we were down in this W, but we were looking at it either coming down to the 50 and putting that short right side of the W, or coming to clear this vector gap. But it held that 50, and boy, it has not looked back since it took off. We looked at it earlier, came back. Let's see on the daily. I think it's, yeah, it's crazy on the daily.
And I just kept thinking it was gonna come down. It just won't come down.
I mean, if we lose 4-8, like this is a nasty gap right here. Visible range. But you gotta lose that 50.
Get it?
Doesn't look good on lower time frames though. Hourly, it's already losing it. Looks like it's gonna roll over here. Got vector recovery to that high volume node, but if that breaks,
Right.
coming down. ZBCN is the ticker.
So you would look at a possible buy zone at that where you got the payload.
What you said?
I was looking at your chart. You had a line designated as payload. I said that would be a potential buy zone.
On ZBCN?
Yeah, right.
He's talking about the psychological low, I think.
Oh, here you mean?
Right.
Yeah, no, that's just a psychological range that was set this week. That was the high on Saturday, high and low on Saturday. But yeah, you would expect it to come back down into that range. If it loses this 200, bro, this thing could give back a lot.
Right.
Kind of looks like it wants to do it right now while we're watching. Yeah, you lost bullish momentum at 4.5.
It's just been so bullish.
That falls firmly into my don't chase rule. You know?
Right. I haven't touched it yet. I've been. They got a partnership. They're supposed to be doing a partnership with XRP.
Can you give us a breakdown on XCN and its
Low
move from
super
earlier
super
this year?
chat.
Why and how it made a mover like that?
Yeah, I'll take a look at it
Folded
for you,
hands
brother. Give me a
emoji.
second.
Thank you.
This is not a good chart. Hold on. So if you would have told me that XCN was still just sitting up here like this, I would have told you that that wasn't very possible, but somehow it's managed to hold its range. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, XCN is doing its thing.
But this thing has, I mean, we can just remove this and literally just run this vector all the way up. And this thing has a massive vector gap underneath it. And right now, you're basically sitting on your last sort of high volume node here. right? So again, we're looking at that 50 and more importantly, that 800 EMA. If that breaks, I don't know how you avoid coming down into these vectors. At the very least, a 12.5. Which means it has to push. Like you've got to get away from this range. Because it doesn't look like much, but that would be a 32% drop if that was to happen.
I think the man shit is too strong.
Well, it's holding so far, so. But it needs to hold. If that 800 doesn't hold, things are going to get ugly here. That price point is 17.42. What the liquidations look like. Yeah, this thing is being heavily shorted in real time. To be fair, they've probably been trying to short this thing the entire way up, I would imagine. I've recently had a little liquidity sweep here.
Nasty wick.
Why does it look so bad?
It's just low liquidity on this exchange. This is a KuCoin chart. So the candles just look like shit on the low time frames.
So D, what do you have high conviction in?
Not that.
What do I have high conviction in? I mean, remember my conviction is 4 months long. I'm only interested about what's gonna do well in the next 4 months. You feel me? We could have a whole nother conversation about what I think is gonna revolutionize crypto and all of that shit. Listen, all I care about is what's gonna perform in the next 4 months and what do the majority of people think is something worth buying in the next 4 months.
After the last cycle, I'm all in with you.
But right now, narrative wise, I have high conviction in some of my AI plays. I think AI is just going to be a given when things go, but we can't get too risky. I mean, my portfolio is kind of vanilla, bro. I'm really holding like number 1 and 2 on a bunch of narratives. I haven't really stepped into my risk bag yet. I told you, until dominance is down at 59, I'm not going crazy with risk. I think Sui's got enough headwind to where it's gonna do well. I think Solana's got some rebranding ahead of it, and it's got that upgrade that sounds great. Sometimes that's all that matters. Do it sound good. It's gonna be faster. It's gonna be cheaper. Oh, that sounds great. People are gonna throw money at that shit. And there's a couple of new narratives that are popping up that Solana seems to have sort of wrapped up, like that launch coin VC funding narrative. They're kind of first comers when it comes to that. No, I was saying, trader, that when BTC gets to, when it loses a 6, even when it gets to 59999, that's when I'm willing to take some of my Bitcoin and turn it into some riskier coins, right? Because at that point they'll be outperforming on their BTC pairs. If the coin still looks like shit on their BTC pair, then why would I move my BTC? Remember, I'm not buying with USD, I'm buying with BTC. So the USD value to me doesn't matter. Some of the coins that I'm looking into already hit bottom on USD pair, right? So like, oh, well, you missed the bottom. Well, no, I didn't, because when you look at the BTC pair, it's still going down, right? So I'm still getting more coin per BTC than I would if I bought before. Once BTC is underneath 60% dominance, these alts will be able to sustain some of their pushes. Right, we won't give back so many of the gains. All right, 9 minutes. We're gonna reset the stream, yo.
What's your thoughts on Casper besides lack of time in the market?
I like Casper. I mean, Casper's new enough to still have hype. It had a good run early, so it's got a community. I think Casper will do good. Quant, man, Quant is just not used to seeing Quant move like this. Great. All your ISOs are gonna do well. They'll at least hold their own. What happened?
Seemed like Casper was stuck like under 20 cents. Like, I don't know, it pumped so hard. I wondered like how much juice it had in it.
Well, one
Like
of the
after.
problems with Casper is that there was so many miners selling to pay for electricity.
Casper hit its measured move and it held its 50. I mean, it's done what we've asked of every other coin. Right? It broke its daily downtrend, broke its higher low fractal, held its 50 on the retest. Looks fine.
See, people got to realize Casper is proof of work.
Mm-hmm.
You got so many miners, they got so much money tied up in miners that every time they hit a high, they sell off quick.
I would buy Casper at 5 cents, but like, I don't know. I mean, people buying Casper at like 15 cents. Like, I mean, what
Yeah,
are you
it's wrong.
expecting from that?
Yeah.
Right.
So we came down to a decent SR flip here. On Casper. And that's where we double bottomed. So I like it.
I don't think it's the fact of people buying it, it's the people that's mining it.
When you get to 20 cents, you're gonna 20 cents will be the bullish trigger here. Go into price discovery. I hate this chart though. I just don't like charts that do this. But I think it'll do well.
Some of them Casper miners, $15,000, $20,000, $25,000 per miner.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's kind of funny. One of my friends described it as the most bullish chart in crypto, and I was like, "What?" But I didn't really know charts.
I don't see that. I mean,
I was
bullish
really
meaning
like,
it just went up and up, but I mean that's no,
I mean,
that's
if you
not
go
a
back to the
technically sound
beginning,
chart. No
how high do you
retest of
think
that
Casper
level.
would go?
Let's see what the market cap is. Already at a 2 billion market cap. Let's see, maybe a 10 billion market cap for Casper. 12 billion market cap, maybe.
you got to figure that Casper is already like 80, probably 80, 85% mined already.